experimented with it made him slightly addicted. It must be said that this method of being able to wield the divine refining sword and launch an attack in the blink of an eye is quite impressive. Go. Lin Chen stared intently at a stool on the ground. The refining god sword instantly arrived at its target location, unleashing an extremely powerful mental attack. In the blink of an eye, the bench had been cut into several pieces. Its cut is extremely smooth. This is really interesting. Its power is already comparable to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Generally speaking, the martial arts realm corresponding to a talisman master is the earthly origin realm, so the strongest power is probably limited to the earthly origin realm. However, Lin Chen has no such restrictions at all. You should know that the reason why Lin Chen was able to easily intercept and kill Lei Nuo and Lei Weiying, two enemies at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, with his peak earthly origin realm cultivation, was not only because of the powerful force of the Azure Lotus sword drawing style, but also because his true combat strength had reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. The power of the refining god sword has now reached the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. It can be said that his strength as a talisman master has caught up with that of a martial artist. Combined, Lin Chen's true combat strength will far exceed that of the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Based on Lin Chen's own cultivation level requirements, he may have already reached the peak of the heavenly origin realm, or even the half-step Yuan Dan realm. Taking a gamble might just be the best way to kill a Yuan Dan realm expert. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. In the short term, dealing with the Lei family shouldn't be a problem. Now, things are stable in Qingyang Town. The variables that exist are in Yan City. Many powerful forces in Yan City have experts at the Yuan Dan realm. Furthermore, there are many who have made further progress in the Yuan Dan realm. Having been the most powerful force in Qingyang Town for so many years, the Lei family certainly wouldn't limit their businesses to Qingyang Town. That would be too narrow-minded. With the strength of the Lei and Zai families, they had already established their own network of relationships in Yan City long ago. Years of personal connections and the lure of profit have made these two families capable of getting powerful forces in Yan City to intervene, such as the Blood Robe sect. As long as the Blood Robe sect members arrive in Qingyang Town and openly target the Lin family, the feud between them will be established immediately. At that point, it will naturally be a situation where it's either you or me who dies. Lin Chensi had made some arrangements, and it was time for him to head to Yan City. Besides broadening his horizons, he also needed to acquire new cultivation resources. The resources of Qingyang Town can only support martial artists to cultivate up to the Tianyuan realm, with the upper limit being the late stage of the Tianyuan realm. Breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm is no easy feat. Here, not only are cultivation resources limited, but there are also limitations imposed by factors such as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Given Lin Chen's cultivation progress, if he wants to lay a solid foundation in each realm and reach his own limit, then a trip to Yan City is definitely necessary. Besides, he's not the only one who needs cultivation resources. There, the heavenly origin realm is only considered the middle level. The Yuan Dan realm is the pinnacle. Moreover, it is very likely that you will come into contact with powerful individuals above the Yuan Dan realm. The presence of such powerful individuals implies the existence of an upper limit to the corresponding cultivation resources. He absolutely must go to Yan City. Chapter 62, Incompetent. Qingyang Town, Lei family. Inside an extremely luxurious hall, Lei Bao, the patriarch of the Lei family, was comfortably reclining on a soft chair, leisurely enjoying the service of two beautiful maids beside him. To his lower side was a middle-aged man dressed in expensive brocade robes. Lei Pai, how is the logging of ironwood at Taimu village, and the preparation of the potion to destroy the black soil progressing. After a while, Lei Bao opened his eyes, looked at the middle-aged man in brocade, and asked. He was still very angry about the loss of Taimazhuang. However, he couldn't really say he wouldn't give Taimazhuang to the Lin family. At that time, people from Qingyang town and even other forces in the vicinity were present. Among the Lei family's many businesses, Taimazhuang is considered one of the more important ones. It would be unacceptable to lose sight of the bigger picture for the sake of small gains. Therefore, the Lei family did not contact the Lin family at all during the half-month handover period that was supposed to take place. They planned to delay for another half-month so that Taimu village could become a ruined village. At that time, no matter how angry the Lin family is, they will have no choice but to swallow their anger. Father, there has been no news from Taimu village yet. With Lei Nuo and Lei Wying in charge there shouldn't be any problems. Lei Pai knew that Taimu village and Qingyang town were half a day's journey apart. If it was to send a message, using a hummingbird would be faster, but not as quick. At the current pace, in another half-month, most of the ironwood in Ironwood Manor will be felled, and the special black soil potion needed to destroy the ironwood will also be delivered. When the Lin family comes to take over Ironwood Manor, they will only receive a mess. I hope so, but I have a bad feeling about it. Lei Bao rubbed his temples and continued to ask, is there any movement from the Lin family? In any case, eliminating the Lin family is now the most urgent matter for the Lei family. Dealing with the Mad Blade martial arts school is only a secondary concern. Upon hearing this, Lei Pai hesitated for a moment before saying, 2 days ago, a large group of Lin family members, led by Lin Zio, went to Taimu village. Upon hearing this news, Lei Bao immediately jumped up from his recliner. He widened his eyes and demanded sharply, what did you say? Lin Zio led a large group of Lin family members to Taimu village. How come he only found out about such big news now? Moreover, it was just 2 days ago. Father, please calm down. Lei Pai's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained. Judging from the fact that Lin Zio and the others have not yet returned to Qingyang town, it seems that the other side is still unable to do anything to Taimu village. Moreover, there are 2 experts at the Heavenly Origin realm in Taimu Manor, so the other party has no chance of gaining any advantage. Moreover, Lin Zhenshin and Lincoln are still at the Lin family residence and haven't made any moves. I think Taimu village should be safe. When Lin Zio organized the Lin family to leave Qingyang town, Lei Pai had already received the news. However, considering that there are 2 experts in the early stage of Tianyuan realm, Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, in Taimu village, they can fight Lin Zio, a mid-stage Tianyuan realm expert, to a standstill when they join forces. And most importantly, the Lin family forces that Lin Zio led were not strong enough to break through the defensive gates of Taimu Manor. This is one of the reasons why Lei Pai did not report the matter proactively before Lei Bao inquired about it. Another reason was that after the hunting activity in Qingyang town ended, Lei Bao was furious and told them not to mention the Lin family in front of them. Naturally, Lei Pai didn't dare to provoke them. If Lei Bao hadn't asked him, he wouldn't have wanted to tell the story. What else can I do besides get scolded? What? To everyone's surprise, Lei Bao flew into a rage after hearing Lei Pai's explanation. He suddenly kicked the recliner away, startling the 2 maids who quickly left. Once only Lei Bao and his son Lei Pai remained in the hall, the former pointed at Lei Pai's forehead and angrily cursed. Lei Pai, it's been so long and there's still no news from Taimu village. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Furthermore, send someone to Taimu village immediately. I need to know the current situation there. With Lei Bao's keen sense of smell, it would be easy for him to identify the problem. Even if Taimu village was besieged by the Lin family's forces led by Lin Zio, there was still ample time to report the situation back to the Lei family in Qingyang town. As instructed by Lei Bao when he sent the two away, they were told to maintain contact with the Lei family. It's understandable that no news came for just one day. Perhaps something happened on the way that caused the delay. But it's been 3 days now, and there's still no news from Taimu village. Furthermore, the fact that Lin Zhenchen and Lincoln, both from the Lin family, had not made a move was also strange. If Lin Zio besieges Taimu village and fails to take it in a short time, then someone will definitely come to his aid. Given the size of the Lin family, they have an urgent need for an industry like Taimu Manor. Once acquired, it will undoubtedly become a pillar industry on par with the Fire Flame Manor. It can only be said that if the Lin family cannot take over Taimu village, they will definitely be very anxious and will not be as calm and composed as they are now. There's a problem. There must be a problem. Yes, father. Cold sweat broke out on Lei Pai's forehead. He quickly left the hall and sent someone to Taimu village. Of course, the hummingbird needs to be released first to check the situation beforehand. If there is a direct response, then there is no need to panic. More trouble than they're worth. Lei Bao stared intently in the direction Lei Pai had left, then slammed his fist into the pillar, creating a huge fist imprint. He's been feeling uneasy lately, as if something's wrong. Judging from the current situation, it's definitely something went wrong at Taimu village. Lei Bao's face was extremely gloomy, and he growled. Lin Zhenchen. Immediately, he began to organize the Lei family's forces to go and relieve the siege of Taimu village. The Lin family. Report. In the back hall, Lin Zhenchen and Lincoln were discussing with great joy how Taimu Manor could bring benefits to the Lin family when a member of the Lin family rushed over. Master, Lei Bao is organizing a large force and heading to Taimu Manor. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenchen immediately stood up. He sneered repeatedly, mocking. Lei Bao, it's been 3 days already, and you're only now realizing that Taimu village has fallen. Lin Zhenchen went there immediately after acquiring Taimazhuang on the first day, and returned yesterday to rest. Now, Lei Bao realizes that there is a problem with Taimu village, but it is probably too late. Father, Lei Bao has led a large force to Taimu village. Should we organize a new force to go to Taimu village to support our third brother? Lincoln had never been to Taimu village before, and his knowledge of the place came only from Lin Zhenchen's account. He felt that Taimu village only had Lin Zio, a Tianyuan realm expert, and it would be difficult for them to withstand the large number of reinforcements from the Lei family. Moreover, since it was Lei Bao, the patriarch of the Lei family and a late-stage Tianyuan realm expert, who personally led the team, we had to think about the worst-case scenario beforehand and make extra preparations. Lin Zhenchen nodded and said, Since that old fellow Lei Bao has gone to Taimu village, I have to go there too. The relationship with the Guangdao Martial Arts School has already been established. You should immediately spread the word about Taimu village according to the plan, without delay. Yes. Subsequently, a group of Lin family members, led by Lin Zhenchen, rushed to Taimu village. Chapter 63, Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Taimu village. A large number of people are constantly reinforcing the defensive infrastructure of Taimu village and installing iron netting on the high walls near the deep mountains and forests to prevent infiltration by certain individuals. In just 3 days, Taimu village has transformed itself into an impregnable fortress thanks to its abundant resources. Even if the powerful Lei and Zai families joined forces, they wouldn't be able to force their way into Taimu village. Once a large number of Lei family members are stopped from entering Taimu village, all that remains is to compete against high-level combatants at the Tianyuan realm. Currently, the only ones in Taimu village with the combat strength of the heavenly origin realm are the 2 black iron demon leopards, Leopard Big and Leopard Girl, and Lin Zio, who is in the mid-stage of the heavenly origin realm. If the Lei family only sends their remaining Tianyuan realm experts to lead the team, then they don't need to worry at all. Everything will be fine. If Lei Bao comes in person, Lin Zhenshin, who is waiting in Qingyang town for an opportunity, will also go there, and then nothing will happen. As for the Zai family, there's no need to worry at all. With the Mad Blade martial arts school keeping them in check, and since this matter revolves around Ironwood Manor, they have no right to get involved. Ultimately, what matters now is the strength of the Lei family and the Lin family. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As a small gray bird fluttered in, Lin Zio, who had been waiting for a long time, took the letter tied to its leg. Tusk, tusk, is the Lei family only realizing this now? When Lin Zio realized that the gray bird had been released by the Lei family in advance, he understood that the other party had become suspicious and was very likely to have led a team to this place. He thought for a moment, then tied a piece of paper with writing on it to the gray bird's leg and released it into the air. Having been bullied by the Lei family for so many years, they had to retaliate in kind. Then, the hummingbird that was supposed to deliver messages for the Lin family also arrived at this place. Seeing this, Lin Zio's spirits lifted, and he immediately summoned Qin Huaying, giving the order. Ironwood Village is now on high alert, ready to fight the Lei family at any time. Qin Huaying's expression hardened, and then he solemnly said, "Yes. I thought this would happen the day after we seized Taimu Village. Now, they have already made all the preparations and are just waiting for the rabbit to run into their trap." Inside the room, Lin Chen and Lin Dong also opened their eyes. "Brother Chen, this mental grinder is too torturous." Lin Dong felt intense pain and rubbed his temples repeatedly. With Lin Chen's help, the other party has begun to cultivate mental power. However, his current mental strength is clearly unable to withstand the torment of the mental grinder. The reason he felt a headache was mainly because he had witnessed Lin Chen immersing himself in the mental grinder. The thought of the mental ordeal he would face in the future gave him goosebumps. How can you improve your mental strength without tormenting people? Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief and continued with a smile. "Keep going. Cultivate your spiritual power to the 3rd level and enter the Nuan Palace. Then, I will teach you the method of condensing seals. However, before the competition, if we could obtain the ancient vortex seal according to the timeline, it would be more suitable for Lin Dong to cultivate it. At the very least, he could still become a martial ancestor in the future. To be fair, the ancient vortex seal was once a powerful being. Seeing the devouring ancestral seal imprinted with its special ability to absorb the spiritual power of others to enhance its own, it was quite enviable. Yes, Brother Chen, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate my spiritual power and reach the 3rd level of spiritual power, entering the Nuan Palace as soon as possible." Lin Dong was extremely excited after Lin Chen told him about the bright future of the Talisman Master Path. After all, in addition to the martial arts practiced by the martial artist, they can also possess the special methods of a talisman master. The changes brought about by the combination of the two will greatly enhance their combat power. Lin Dong wasn't particularly interested in the crafting and forging of magical artifacts by talisman masters. However, he was very interested in using mental power to attack. The thought of his future spiritual power increasing, enabling him to fly and become omnipotent, filled him with unbearable excitement. "Let's go, bro." Lin Chen stretched and went out first, saying as he did so, "The Lei family should also make a response." On the towering city gate, Lin Chen and Lin Dong arrived once again. Looking into the distance, you can see billowing dust rising at the end of the road. "Lin Zio, you brat, show yourself here." Not long after, Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, arrived with a furious expression, leading his team to charge over. The little gray bird was stopped by them on its way back. Lei Bao had assumed that Lei Nuo and Lei Huaying had sent messages that everything was all right, but he was surprised to receive a message from Lin Xiao saying, "Ironwood Village, the Lin family has completed the handover. Don't worry." This message immediately broke Lei Bao's defenses. "Oh my, isn't this Chief Lei?" Lin Xiao glanced at the two black iron demon leopards beside him, Leopard Big and Leopard Girl. Feeling emboldened, he crossed his arms in front of him, adopting an arrogant expression, and sneered. "What? Do you want to return the ironwood that you secretly cut down and transported away in the first half of the month? I'm so sorry to trouble you, an elderly person with old bones, to travel so far." Lei Bao, riding on his steed, was furious when he heard Lin Xiao's words. He immediately flew into a rage and shouted angrily, "Lin Xiao, you brat, how dare you openly seize my Lei family's ironwood manor? Get down on your knees and beg for mercy right now, or my Lei family will storm Ironwood Manor and make you regret it." Lei Pai, standing beside him, looked around anxiously. He had assumed that Lei Nuo and Lei Wang were still nearby and was trying to take back Taimazhuang. But given the commotion and the fact that the other party hasn't shown up, it seems that Lei Nuo and Lei Wang are in grave danger. The fall of two experts at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm was a heavy blow to the Lei family, and they would be unable to emerge from the shadow for a long time. However, he probably shouldn't be able to remind Lei Bao for the time being. Lei Pai glanced furtively at Lei Bao, who was seething with rage, and couldn't help but shrink back. All he could hope for was that Lei Nuo and Lei Wang would be safe and sound. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lei Bao's angry words, Lin Xiao didn't hold back at all and burst into laughter. "I respect you and call you Chief Lei. If I didn't respect you, you old dog Lei, you'd be nothing." His expression also turned serious, and he sneered. "Moreover, this Ironwood Manor was originally lost by your Lei family to my Lin family. According to the rules of Qingyang Town, the handover must be completed within half a month. Now, you've long exceeded half a month's time, and you've even used chemicals to damage the soil, severely violating the rules." Lei Bao was furious when he heard this, but he had to admit that this was indeed the rule of Qingyang Town. The industries under each power group cannot remain unchanged. Whenever transactions are involved, the framework of rules is unavoidable. If the rules are broken, who the hell will follow them in the future? If everyone rushed into the Lei family's businesses and bought everything for free, wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? Moreover, using chemicals to destroy soil also crossed the line. It's safe to say that if word gets out about what happened at Taimu Village, the Lei family will definitely not gain any advantage. Lin Xiao sneered repeatedly and shouted sternly, "Ironwood Manor is right here. If you, old dog Lei, have the ability, then come and take it back. Once you set this precedent, I'd like to see how many properties your Lei family has that can withstand being robbed." Chapter 64. Yes, I was just kidding. Fart. Hearing Lin Xiao call him old dog Lei repeatedly, Lei Bao was furious and wished he could rush up and beat the other man to his knees and beg for mercy right now. He roared and commanded, "All units, prepare for a full-scale assault on Taimu Village." Damn it, if he could swallow this insult, he wouldn't be Lei Bao. Yes. A large number of Lei family members had already drawn their broadswords and were staring fiercely at Taimazhuang with menacing eyes. As soon as Lei Bao gives the order, they will rush forward immediately. "Ha ha ha, old man Lei, what a day you've come to." Just as the situation was spiraling out of control, the sound of horses' hooves came from behind Lei Bao and his men, followed by a hearty, mocking voice. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lei Bao immediately turned around, glared at Lin Zhenshin, the leader, and angrily said, "Old man Lin, if you don't give me an explanation, then today is the day to crush Ironwood Manor and annihilate the Lin family." Lei Bao was not surprised by Lin Zhenshin's arrival. In Qingyang Town, which of the various factions doesn't have spies planted among them? As soon as there's the slightest disturbance, we'll definitely know about it immediately. "Old Lei, It seems you still can't tell the difference between the two situations. Lin Zhenshin sneered repeatedly as he looked towards Taimu village. He saw that a large number of elite troops had poured out of Taimu village, which had just had its gates tightly closed, and they had joined forces to surround Lei Bao and his group. Lin Zio also walked out directly and laughed loudly. Old dog Lei, you've walked right into a trap. With such a small force, how could the Lei family possibly contend with them? Lei Bao looked terrible. Before coming here, he thought that he was a master in the late stage of Tianyuan realm, so he could control Lin Zio as soon as possible and take back Taimu Manor. But now, Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, two experts at the early stage of the heavenly origin realm, have mysteriously disappeared. Lin Zhenshin's appearance also restrained this late-stage Tianyuan realm warrior, preventing him from posing any significant threat. The only other expert at the heavenly origin realm is Lei Pai. The Lei family couldn't possibly send out all their heavenly origin realm experts, just as the Lin family needed to leave Lincoln, a heavenly origin realm expert, to guard the family and prevent their home from being raided. The current reversal of fortunes has left Lei Bao quite frustrated. Old man Lin, are you trying to break ties with me? Lei Bao ignored Lin Zio's cold mockery and stared intently at Lin Zhenshin, saying sharply, "Don't forget, if I, Lei Bao, die here, then your Lin family will not have an easy time either. In Qingyang Town, there is still the Zai family, a top-tier power. Even the Mad Blade Martial Arts School couldn't possibly keep track of the Zai family's every move. Once news of Lei Bao's death reaches back home, it will be difficult for the Lin family members to escape being killed. After all, Lincoln was the only expert in the heavenly origin realm. Old man Lei, stop threatening me." Lin Zhenshin ignored Lei Bao's threat and said with a grin, "Now you only have two choices. Either you choose to fight our Lin family and see who's stronger, at worst you'll die. Or you hand over all your valuables right now and get out of here. Don't let me see any of your Lei family bastards in Ironwood Manor, or you'll be killed without mercy." As he said this, the smile on his face turned sinister. If you can't even be ruthless as the head of a family, then don't even think about leading such a large family. A murderous intent permeated the air at that moment. If Lei Bao dares to make a move, then at least most of the Lei family members here will die. "Father, let's fight them." Lei Pai was rather impatient. He refused to believe that he couldn't defeat a Tianyuan realm expert from the Lin family. As long as he can keep Lin Zio occupied, Lei Bao can fight Lin Zhenshin. The remaining earthly realm experts would have no chance of losing to the Lin family. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to get rid of the Lin family, this big trouble. "Shut up." Lei Bao turned his head and roared, which startled Lei Pai, who shrank back and didn't dare to make a sound. After all, the person in charge here is Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family. "Old man Lin, do you really intend to be an enemy of the Lei family?" Lei Bao stared coldly at Lin Zhenshin, his face very gloomy. Originally, they wanted to reclaim Taimu village. But now, it's clearly impossible. I was in such a hurry to leave that I didn't consider this situation. No, old man Lei, you're mistaken." Lin Zhenshin chuckled and reminded him, "This Ironwood Manor already belongs to the Lin family. I can't possibly remind you of the dual wager made during the hunting event in Qingyang Town. Now, it's your Lei family that's attacking my Lin family's Ironwood Manor. So, how easy is it to leave so easily?" Lin Zhenshin knew, of course, that if he could keep Lei Bao and Lei Pai, two experts at the heavenly origin realm, as well as the rest of the Lei family's elites, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the pressure on the Lei family in the future. However, as the head of the Lin family, he had to think further ahead. At least for now, the Lin family doesn't want to break ties with the Lei or Zai families. With the ironwood resources of Taimu village and the newly discovered Yangyuan stone mine, they can grow stronger in a very short time. rather than suffering heavy casualties in a bloody battle with the Lei family, only to let other forces reap the benefits. It's better to wait until we're stronger before settling all scores. Starting with the hunting activities in Qingyang town, the Lin family's attitude will change from a conservative and forbearing approach to a tough one. Anyone who comes and wants to leave will have to suffer a loss. Lei Bao clearly understood the meaning behind Lin Zhenshen's words. He cursed inwardly, his hands clenched into fists, and his gaze turned cold. He was assessing whether his own forces were capable of defeating the Lin family. He quickly shook his head. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, which is not in the family's best interest. And Lei Bao's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Lin Chen, who was riding a black iron demon leopard from the back of the crowd to the front. He exclaimed in disbelief. A heavenly origin realm demonic beast, the black iron demon leopard. He knew very well that there were 2 black iron leopards deep within the ironwood forest of Ironwood Village. However, the 2 black iron demon leopards cooperated extremely well, making it difficult for even a mid-stage heavenly origin realm cultivator to contend with them. Therefore, the Lei family knew of the existence of these 2 black iron demon leopards, so they did not offend them, but simply tried to avoid that location. The unruly black iron leopard possesses formidable strength at the heavenly origin realm upon reaching adulthood. If they could be tamed, the Lei family would have made their move long ago. But now Lei Bao saw something. The black iron demon leopard was actually letting Lin Chen ride on its back, steadily and calmly, as if it were doing it willingly. Behind Lin Chen, Lin Dong followed on a black iron demon leopard. The presence of the 2 black iron demon leopards immediately made Lei Bao panic. Clearly, the black iron demon leopard was somehow tamed by the Lin family and became their heavenly origin realm pet. In the blink of an eye, what could have been a fight to the death turned into a complete disadvantage for the Lei family. Lei Bao was certain that with the Lin family's current strength, plus the help of these 2 black iron demon leopards, they would definitely not gain any advantage and might even perish here. He swallowed hard, stared intently at Lin Zhenshen, and conceded. Old man Lin, is what you said before true? It seems there's no other way but to refuse to compromise. Old dog Lei, I gave you time, but you didn't cherish it. Lin Zhenshen was very satisfied with Lei Bao's reaction and chuckled. Then I'm sorry, but I've changed my mind. Let's get started. Chapter 65, A 1,000-Mile Chase. Old man Lin, are you playing me for a fool? In that instant, Lei Bao's eyes widened as he realized that what Lin Zhenshen had just said was just a joke, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before he could recover, he was met with a powerful palm strike from Lin Zhenshen. Left with no other choice, Lei Bao hastily countered with a palm strike. Boom! The intense collision generated a terrifying shockwave that sent everyone around them flying. Both the Lin and Lei families, without prior arrangement, distanced themselves from the duel between the strongest figures present, Lin Zhenshen and Lei Bao, and then found their own opponents. Lin Zio, you brat, take this. Lei Pai, with a cold look in his eyes, immediately approached Lin Zio, attempting to seize the opportunity to capture him. But how could he possibly succeed? After exchanging a palm strike, he was knocked back several meters. Leopard, go help Dad deal with Lei Pai. Lin Dong immediately jumped off the back of the black iron demon leopard, then let it help Lin Zio, while he charged into the battle between the earthly realm experts, constantly repelling the enemies from the Lei family. The scene was one of intense fighting between Lin Zhenshen and Lei Bao, with neither side having the upper hand. Lin Zio and Bao De, 2 heavenly origin realm experts, faced off against Lei Pai, a heavenly origin realm expert, and the latter quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. With Lin Dong joining the Lin family, it was a devastating blow to the Lei family. Before long, all members of the Lei family, except for Lei Bao, a late-stage Tianyuan realm expert, were at a disadvantage. Lin Chen rode on the back of the black iron leopard, leisurely watching the battle unfold. With the deaths of Lei Nuo and Lei Wying, two Heavenly Origin Realm experts, and now with another Heavenly Origin Realm expert about to die, the threat posed by the Lei family to the Lin family will be greatly reduced. Ugh. Members of the Lei family kept screaming and collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. The long-standing feud between the two families found an opportunity at this moment. The gleaming white knife plunged straight in, and when it was pulled out, it was already a red knife. Withdraw. Lei Bao roared, and with immense power blasted Lin Zhenshin away, then charged toward Lei Pai at an extremely fast speed. After enduring the attacks of Lin Xiao and the black iron leopard, and despite the chaotic breathing and the trembling of his internal organs, he quickly grabbed Lei Pai, mounted his steed, and at the cost of his injuries, broke through the encirclement. Given the current situation, they have absolutely no chance of defeating the Lin family. As for how many of the rest of the Lei family members will survive, that depends entirely on luck. Both Lei Bao and Lei Pai, two experts at the Tianyuan realm, were injured to varying degrees and had to retreat immediately, or they would lose their lives. Kill them. Seeing that Lei Pai, who was about to be captured, actually managed to break through the encirclement under Lei Bao's leadership, Lin Xiao immediately gave the order. At the same time, he also chased after it in that direction. Compared to Lei Nuo and Lei Wying before them, there was nothing that could be done if they escaped, and the consequences were not particularly serious. However, if Lei Bao escapes, the Lin family will face a joint attack and fierce retaliation from the Lei and Zai families. Even with the combined efforts of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, it was utterly futile. After all, the Mad Blade Martial Arts School was not truly prepared to go to war with the Lei and Zai families. It merely wanted the Lin family to alleviate some of the pressure. The rest of you who surrender will not be killed. After saying this, Lin Zhenshin immediately rode Leopard Big with Lin Xiao and chased after Lei Bao and Lei Pai at an extremely fast speed. The two opponents were riding ordinary horses, which couldn't possibly go very far. Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao will absolutely not allow those two to escape, otherwise they will face a frenzied retaliation. With Lei Bao and Lei Pai escaping, the Lei family, lacking a leader, was quickly captured by the Lin family at minimal cost. Furthermore, he was imprisoned in the Taimu prison within Taimu Manor. This is a small gift, specially prepared for the Lei family. Lin Dong quickly washed the blood off his face and felt extremely refreshed. Furthermore, his own elemental power seemed to have increased. He then realized that only through constant struggle could he achieve tremendous progress. Brother Chen, do you think Grandpa and Dad can catch up with Lei Bao and Lei Pai? If they get away, it will be a huge problem for our Lin family. Lin Dong couldn't help but worry. Given the current situation, the Lin family and the Lei family had completely broken off relations. In other words, it was fortunate that the conflict didn't break out in Qingyang town. Otherwise, given the Lei and Zai families' resources, they would never have had the opportunity to achieve such a feat for the Lin family. Only by taking advantage of this opportunity to eliminate Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, can we wipe out the entire Lei family once they return to Qingyang town. If the Zai family resists, then we're sorry. We'll have to join forces with the Mad Blade Martial Arts School and take advantage of the Zai family's lack of awareness of the seriousness of the situation to destroy both families. Only in this way can the Lin family continue to live peacefully. With Leopard Doe around, Grandpa and third uncle should be able to catch up. The problem is that Lei Bao and Lei Pai might run into the deep mountains and forests. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he said this. He glanced down at the leopard woman, then turned to Lin Dong and instructed him. Brother, leopard woman and I will go after them and take a look. You stay here and guard Ironwood Manor. With the current defenses of Ironwood Manor, even a heavenly origin realm expert cannot easily break through. Lin Dong paused, wanting to say that it was unnecessary, as it was far too dangerous. But when he looked at the leopard woman, he realized that she was a demonic beast at the heavenly origin realm. Even if Lei Bao and Lei Pai were at their peak, they wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent. "All right, Brother Chen, hurry back and be careful." Lin Dong didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. With his current strength, plus so many people from Taimu village, even if a Tianyuan realm expert came, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Moreover, even if there really were experts at the heavenly origin realm, they couldn't possibly be from the Lei family. "Leopard woman, let's go." Lin Chen and the leopard girl immediately rushed out, following the scent left by Leopard Da, and soon caught up with him. After chasing after him for a while, he realized there was something wrong. With Leopard's speed, how could it take so long to catch up with the injured Lei Leopard and Lei Pai? "Master, it's possible that Leopard and the others were misled by an illusion. In reality, Thunder Leopard and Thunderstrike should have fled into the mountains." Just as Lin Chen was looking around, the leopard woman sniffed the remaining scent in the air, and after comparing it several times, she looked towards the deep forest on the right and gave him this reminder. In terms of combat power, Leopard Girl is definitely not as powerful as Leopard Big. But when it comes to tracking, she far surpasses her opponent. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the Lei family and the Blood Robe sect of Yan City had some close connection. Moreover, the Blood Robe sect has an ancient master, who is a second-level talisman master. The opponent probably has a special interference rune that they used to create special artifacts. Using his mental power, he created a brief illusion, making Lin Zhenshin, Lin Xiao, and Leopard Da believe that they were still chasing Lei Bao and Lei Pai. Little did they know that the other party had taken this opportunity to run into the deep mountains and forests. Lin Chen himself was a talisman master, and he knew very well that a talisman master's methods were sufficient to achieve this effect. The most urgent task now is not to catch up with Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao so that they can leave the illusion. Instead, we should immediately hunt down Lei Bao and Lei Pai, and absolutely not let them escape back to Qingyang town. Lin Chen made a quick decision and said, "Leopard woman, proceed according to your tracking. Chapter 66 rest. No, let's sleep here forever." In the unknown deep forest, Lei Bao and Lei Pai fled in panic, staggering without stopping for a moment. They knew very well that once Lin Zhenshin and the others reacted, it wouldn't be long before they caught up. If they catch up, given their current state, it will be very difficult for them to resist. In the end, they will probably only face death. "Father, what should we do?" Lei Pai was nowhere near as spirited as before. His hair was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and he looked quite pathetic. His face was filled with terror. As a master of the heavenly origin realm and a member of the Lei family, a dominant force in Qingyang town, when had he ever encountered such a miserable situation? If Lei Bao hadn't used his last trump card at the crucial moment, they might have already been caught up by Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao and lost their lives. Just thinking about that situation made Lei Pai feel lingering fear. Right now, they've ventured deep into the mountains and forests. To survive, they have no time to figure out which way to go. They can only run forward as fast as possible. However, it was precisely this situation that led them, seemingly from the depths of the old forests, to gradually venture into the boundless mountains. The occasional roars of monstrous beasts filled Lei Pai with dread. With monsters ahead and pursuers behind, it was terrifying. "Damn Lin Zhenshin, I'll tear you to pieces sooner or later." Lei Bao gritted his teeth in hatred. He glared angrily at a tall tree next to him, where a python was flicking its tongue and lunging at him. He suddenly seized the python, then decisively slammed it to the ground repeatedly, all the while cursing loudly. "It's one thing for the Lin family to bully me, but you little snake who isn't even a demon beast dares to act wildly in front of me." After venting their frustrations through continuous brutal killing, Lei Bao and Lei Pai left the place. Having vented their emotions, Lei Bao and Lei Pai once again found a direction to escape. After a while, the two stopped and caught their breath. "Father, shouldn't we get rid of them?" Lei Pai sat down on the ground, leaned against a tree, took out water from his storage bag, and gulped it down. A ferocious look appeared on his face. If they weren't from the Lin family, how could they have ended up in such a sorry state? "Once we return to Qingyang Town, the Lin family will be completely crushed." Even with the Mad Blade martial arts school holding them back, it was impossible for the Lin family to continue existing. "Lei Pai, we should now be heading towards the boundless mountains behind the Lin family in Qingyang Town. We should enter Qingyang Town from near the Lin family." Lei Bao looked around. With his experience, he quickly discerned the direction and continued. "Lin should only be present in the Lin family now, so we'll forcibly kill him and kidnap Lin Zhenshin's family members. I'll make the Lin family pay a heavy price and let everyone in Qingyang Town know just how serious the consequences of angering the Lei family are." His intense killing intent made it unnecessary for him to conceal it. With the strength of these two experts at the heavenly origin realm, the Lin family, with Lincoln in charge, simply couldn't possibly stop them. Moreover, the people from the Mad Blade martial arts school wouldn't be able to arrive before they succeeded. "Father is absolutely right. We will definitely make the Lin family know just how serious the consequences are of angering the Lei family." A fierce rage was already blazing in Lei Pai's eyes. He punched the tree trunk, getting angrier the more he thought about it. According to previous estimates, there was no way this situation should have occurred. It's too late to regret it now. And Lin Chen and Lin Dong, I wonder what methods they used to tame the black iron demon leopard. Lei Bao felt uneasy whenever he thought of the two black iron demon leopards. If the Lin family's methods were to become widespread, the harm would be immense. You must know how many heavenly origin realm demonic beasts reside within these boundless mountains. In fact, there are even powerful demonic beasts at the Yuan Dan realm. If the Lin family takes such a risk, the presence of a large number of Tianyuan realm demonic beasts, and even some Yuandan realm demonic beasts, will make it difficult for the Lei family to resist, and they will face an unprecedented disaster. This is something Lei Bao has to consider. Compared to the methods of taming Tianyuan realm demon beasts, the talents of Lin Chen and Lin Dong are not something they need to consider first. After all, the two of them still need a lot of time to cultivate. However, taming a large number of monsters would present a significant problem, as it wouldn't take much time. Perhaps after the dream ends, the entire Lei family will have been trampled to pieces by the monsters. Just thinking about it is terrifying. "Father, no matter what they are, they must die." Lei Pai gritted his teeth with hatred at the thought of that black iron demon leopard. Without the other party's help, with his strength, he was definitely capable of fighting Lin Xiao head-on. Who will win and who will lose is still unknown. What troubled him most was the black iron leopard's body, which was as hard as black iron. A palm strike from a heavenly origin realm cultivator could not cause any damage to it at all. What's even more terrifying is the astonishing speed of the black iron leopard. Even Lei Bao, who was at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm, was struggling when facing the black iron demon leopard. "Let's keep going, I have a bad feeling." After resting for a while, Lei Bao felt a strange sense of panic and quickly pulled Lei Pai up so they could continue their journey. Lei Pai, however, was somewhat dismissive and said, "Father, there's no need to panic. We've already come deep into this area. We didn't even know where we were before, so how could Lin Zhenshin and the others know?" Lei Bao shook his head and urged, "Hurry up, let's go." Whether Lin Zhenshin and his group caught up or a terrifyingly powerful demonic beast approached, they had already stayed in this place for too long, and it was not advisable for them to stay any longer. When Lei Pai reluctantly took a step forward, preparing to follow Lei Bao, his eyes suddenly widened, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand, pointed ahead, and stammered. "Father." Lei Bao frowned deeply, his bad premonition growing stronger. He looked directly in the direction Lei Pai pointed. Upon seeing this, I was completely stunned. It turned out to be a black iron leopard, completely black in color. On its back, a young man in white was looking over with a mocking smile. The other party was also holding a cyan sword. Although the cyan sword was still in its sheath, it still exerted tremendous pressure on Lei Bao, as if it contained powerful sword energy capable of killing a late-stage Tianyuan realm expert. "What? You two have been running for so long. Aren't you planning to rest here a little longer?" Seeing Lei Bao and Lei Pai in their disheveled state, Lin Chen made no attempt to hide his joy. "I heard that someone wants to get rid of him." "That's it. You're quite fast, though." Without the black iron leopard's astonishing speed and powerful tracking ability, he wouldn't have been able to find Thunder Leopard and Thunder Strike so quickly. If the tiger is released back into the mountains, the consequences could be unimaginable. Therefore, it's best to intercept and kill them directly. Chapter 67, You Reap What You Sow. Lin Chen. Lei Bao's face was gloomy as he stared intently at Lin Chen, who was riding on the black iron demon leopard, and uttered two words heavily from his mouth. Having experienced the hunting activities in Qingyang Town and the previous battle at Taimu Village, he could never forget Lin Chen's face. If it weren't for the other party, how could things have developed to this point? Lei Bao had always wanted to get rid of Lin Chen, and now that he saw him right in front of him, he couldn't wait any longer and wanted to rush up and take him down. "Father." At this moment, Lei Pai quickly pulled Lei Bao back, preventing him from rushing forward. "The black iron demon panther is still around. We can't take it down in a short time." Lei Bao's expression was serious. Even for someone like him at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, it was simply impossible to contend with a famous demonic beast like the black iron demon leopard and kill it quickly. Lin Chen's presence here is probably because he feels that, with the black iron demon leopard around, he has nothing to fear. Besides, if Lin Chen can get here, then Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao will probably be here too. Let's go. As Lei Pai spoke, fear also appeared in his eyes. Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao alone were enough to make them look so disheveled. If two more black iron leopards were added, they would certainly have no chance of survival. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao had not yet arrived, the two hurriedly fled, hopping to escape alive. Any later and it would be too late. After Lei Pai's reminder, Lei Bao, who was filled with murderous intent towards Lin Chen, had no choice but to calm down. Snort. Lei Bao and Lei Pai fled deeper into the boundless mountains. They knew very well that heading towards Qingyang Town now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. To survive, we must go deeper and into more dangerous places. However, how could Lin Chen possibly let the two of them leave? He knew very well that Lin Zhenshin and Lin Xiao hadn't arrived yet, so why were Lei Bao and Lei Pai in such a hurry to leave? What exactly do you want to do? At this moment, Lei Pai could no longer hold back and roared at Lin Chen. "Your father and I have already shown you immense mercy by sparing your life. Do you really think that a mere black iron demon leopard can stop the attacks of two experts at the heavenly origin realm?" Lei Bao snorted coldly, took out two large swords from his storage bag, handed one to Lei Pai, then gripped the other sword tightly in his right hand, staring coldly at Lin Chen, and said cruelly, "Since someone is willing to die, I don't mind killing them first and then leaving. That old bastard Lin Zhenshin will be furious then." In just a moment, a rich glow of Yuan energy emanated from his body. A fiery aura of Yang energy emanated from that large sword. Die. An immense pressure descended in the blink of an eye. The large sword slashed towards Lin Chen, as if splitting mountains and clearing the earth. Lei Pai was not idle either, charging towards the black iron leopard with a slash. If the opponent dares to dodge, they will inevitably be struck by the blade. Even if they don't die, they will still get injured. However, Lei Pai may have overestimated his own strength. With Lin Chen on its back, the black iron leopard twisted its body with an extremely tricky motion, dodging the thunder leopard's blade attack, while simultaneously biting down hard on the thunder leopard's greatsword with its sharp teeth. With a powerful force, the broadsword was decisively snatched from Lei Pai's hand. Brute! This situation caught Lei Pai off guard. He was furious and decisively used the third-grade martial art, Thunder Strike. A burst of lightning erupted from his body, and every attackable part of his body launched a frenzied attack. His attacks were so swift that even the leopard woman was initially unable to keep up. Fortunately, the leopard woman adapted quickly. Although the opponent's attack was swift, it could not harm her at all. In short, the lightning strike is like scraping your skin. Roar! The black iron leopard bit Lei Pai's arm, and no matter how the opponent's attacks landed on it, only sparks flew. Ugh! After a tearing sound, Lei Pai let out a loud scream. The black iron leopard discarded the arm with obvious disgust. Then its eyes flashed with a ferocious green light as it attacked Lei Pai once more. This scene greatly shocked Lei Bao. "You damned beast, give me back my son's arm." Because the situation happened so quickly, even Lei Bao was unable to react in time. He witnessed Lei Pai's severe injury, and his eyes immediately turned bloodshot. A massive flaming blade slashed fiercely towards the black iron leopard. "Hey, are you pretending I don't exist?" Lin Chen, who was standing to the side, noticed Lei Bao's actions and immediately raised his hand to strike with his sword. The extremely cold innate yin energy, with its terrifying power, directly froze the flaming greatsword into an ice block, which then fell heavily to the ground. This situation left Lei Bao somewhat dumbfounded. He was a powerful expert at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm, and this power was unleashed in a fit of rage. How could it be that Lin Chen, a mere earthly realm cultivator, could so easily stop it? And it happened in just a fleeting moment. "Father, save me." Faced with the black iron leopard's attack, Lei Pai no longer had the strength to resist. When his remaining arm was mercilessly torn off, he could no longer bear it and fainted from the pain. "My son, hang in there." Lei Bao's expression changed drastically. He didn't care about what move Lin Chen used to block his flaming greatsword attack. He unleashed the fastest speed he had ever experienced, surpassing Lin Chen's speed, and suddenly raised his sword to slash at the black iron demon leopard. This situation meant that the other person's back was completely exposed to Lin Chen. Those who reap what they sow will not live. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only shake his head and say. Immediately, in the blink of an eye, his spiritual energy condensed into a small sky-blue sword. The refining god sword, imbued with extreme sharpness, charged directly at Lei Bao's back with an attack speed that was almost instantaneous. What is that? When the refining god sword appeared within a meter of Lei Bao, the opponent was already completely enraged, and his vigilance was at its highest. The strike that was originally aimed at the black iron leopard was immediately redirected to strike behind him. Clang! The crisp sound of the collision made Lei Bao realize that it must be a hidden weapon. But soon he looked down at his chest. There, a wound resembling a blue lotus had appeared, gushing forth bright red blood. In just a short time, his entire body, along with the ground he was on, was covered in blood. "You." Lei Bao hesitated, his large eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with confusion. As the corpse fell heavily to the ground, he still couldn't understand why, even after blocking the attack with his broadsword, he was still fatally struck in the chest. "Father." When Lei Pai's vision was blurred by a splatter of blood, he could no longer hold back his cries. However, shortly after that, his neck tilted to the side and he died. Lei Bao and Lei Pai, two experts at the heavenly origin realm, now rest in eternal sleep here. Lin Chen looked at the two corpses without showing any emotion. If they hadn't been prepared, the Lin family would have suffered the same fate when the Lei family breached Taimu village. The extremely cold, innate yin energy froze the two corpses instantly. Then, an invisible force shattered it completely. After cleaning up the scene and collecting the spoils, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to mount the black iron demon leopard and immediately said, "Leopard woman, let's go back to Ironwood Village." Chapter 68, Innate Yang Qi. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing Lei Bao and his son. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to begin the sign-in process? The familiar system notification sound rang in Lin Chen's ears. His expression remained unchanged, and he silently recited in his heart. Check-in. Ding! Checking in, check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the check-in reward, Innate Yang Qi. Lin Chen's breathing suddenly became more rapid. He immersed himself in the system space and saw the familiar crystal ball again. However, the scene inside the crystal ball was like being under a blazing sun, surrounded by a sea of scorching fire, completely opposite to the innate yin energy from before. Before even touching the crystal ball containing innate yang energy, Lin Chen could already feel the surrounding temperature rising, with a scorching sensation. You've arrived just in time. Now I can seize the time to cultivate to the peak of the earthly origin realm and completely condense the innate yin core. At that time, I can begin absorbing innate yang qi and enter the heavenly origin realm. Lin Chen silently planned his next cultivation session. His innate yin core had not yet been fully formed, so he definitely couldn't absorb innate yang energy at this time, as it would easily cause all his previous efforts to be wasted. However, the appearance of the innate yang gang qi relieved him of any worries about breaking through to the Tianyuan realm. At this stage, the innate yin sha qi and the innate yang gang qi are the strongest qualities he has been able to access. The foundation he has built in these two major realms will definitely be stronger than that of other martial artists. Not long after, Lin Chen returned to Taimu village. Lin Zhenshin, Lin Zio, and Leopard have not returned yet. They are probably still searching for Lei Bao and Lei Pai. Brother Chen, how are you? Lin Dong saw Lin Chen and the leopard woman return alone and asked with some concern. After all, judging from the situation, it seems they didn't catch up. I wonder where Grandpa and Third Uncle have chased them to. I imagine Lei Bao and Lei Pai have already fled into the deep mountains and forests, or even into the boundless mountain range. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't reveal that he had killed Lei Bao and Lei Pai. The main problem is that it's difficult to explain. Some secrets, once known by many people, cease to be secrets. At that time, we may face new troubles. Lin Chen thought for a moment and guessed. There are many powerful demonic beasts in the boundless mountains, including some powerful ones at the Yuan Dan realm. I think it will be difficult for Lei Bao and Lei Pai to get out in time. Lin Dong wholeheartedly agreed, affirming, That's possible, Brother Chen. However, without capturing Lei Bao and Lei Pai, this weight on my heart won't be lifted. Now, the Lin family and the Lei family have completely broken off relations. If Lei Bao and Lei Pai were to return to Qingyang town, it would inevitably bring enormous trouble to the Lin family. Brother, you're right to remind me. I need to be careful. Lin Chen nodded, feeling that the timing was perfect. He said at the opportune moment, Where is Uncle Qin? Since Lei Bao and Lei Pai haven't returned to Qingyang town yet, let's gather our forces and wipe out the Lei family completely. They can't possibly be faster than us on the main road, can they? Lin Dong was completely taken aback by these words. Brother Chen, you mean we should wipe out the Lei family first? It's hard to believe, no matter how you look at it. It should be noted that besides Lei Bao and Lei Pai, the two experts at the heavenly origin realm, the Lei family also has other experts at the heavenly origin realm. Otherwise, how could they have maintained their dominant position in Qingyang town? Moreover, in Lin Dong's view, the whereabouts of Lei Niu and Lei Weiying, two heavenly origin realm experts, are unknown, and it is hard to say whether they might be stationed in the Lei family. Wouldn't there be a huge risk involved in directly wiping out the Lei family like this? Yes, bro. Lin Chen nodded very seriously and said, have you ever wondered why the Lei family's forces, who came to attack Taimu village, arrived so late? And why there were only two heavenly origin realm experts, Lei Bao and Lei Pai? Upon hearing this, Lin Dong looked thoughtful. He had thought about it before, but hadn't investigated it in depth. Thinking about it now, something seems a bit off. Brother Chen, are you saying that, given the arrogance of Lei Niu and Lei Weiying, two experts at the heavenly origin realm, they would never let go of the opportunity to join the attack on Taimu Manor? Considering that the Lei family only learned of the situation at Taimu Manor at this point, it's very likely that Lei Niu and Lei Weiying have already met with misfortune. Lin Dong analyzed and deduced along this line of thought, and his spirits immediately lifted, his eyes lighting up. That makes sense now. At this moment, Qin Weiying had already learned of Lin Chen's return and rushed over, just in time to overhear their conversation. Young Master Lin Chen, young Master Lin Dong. Qin Weiying's face lit up with joy, and he said excitedly, your guesses might be right. I know Lei Niu is absolutely vengeful. If he were all right, how could he possibly let go of this opportunity for revenge? So our Lin family really might be able to wipe them out before the Lei family can even react. The mountain that had been weighing on the Lin family for so many years was finally about to collapse. How could he not be excited and thrilled? The Lin family had long been fed up with the Lei family's oppression. Now that we've broken off all pretense of civility, we must seize every opportunity to wipe out the Lei family, press our advantage, and eliminate them completely. Grandpa and third uncle should agree as well. After seeing Qin Weiying, Lin Chen nodded in confirmation. So, Uncle Qin, I'd like to trouble you to gather some elite troops and come back to Qingyang town with us. The rest of you will defend Taimu village. Qin Weiying patted his chest and assured him, don't worry, young Master Lin Chen has long disliked the Lei family, and now we must tear their den apart. Immediately afterwards, he left to gather elite troops. Of course, Taimu village still needs to be defended. However, it doesn't need too many people. After these days of fortification, it's no longer the Ironwood village it used to be. Damn it. When Lin Zio realized that what they had been chasing was actually an illusion, he also started cursing angrily. After circling around in the same spot for so long, how can we find Lei Bao and Lei Pai again? Lin Zhenshin's face was grim. He stomped on the already ruined magic array plate on the ground and crushed it, saying in a deep voice, no matter how Lei Bao and his son Lei Pai escape, they'll definitely return to Qingyang town. Let's just go straight back to Qingyang town and kill them. Upon hearing this, Lin Zio asked hesitantly, but father, what if when Lei Bao and Lei Pai trapped us, they actually went the opposite way and headed towards Taimu village? That's not impossible. Moreover, the whereabouts of Lei Niu and Lei Weiying, two experts at the Tianyuan realm, are currently unknown. It's hard to say whether they might be hiding in Taimu Manor. These words made Lin Zhenshin think. In any case, Taimu village must not be lost. Furthermore, Lei Bao and Lei Pai must not be allowed to return to Qingyang town. The Lin family certainly doesn't want to turn their current advantage into a disadvantage. Let Leopard return to Ironwood Manor. With his cooperation with Leopard Girl, they can put up a fight against even a late-stage heavenly origin realm expert. Lin Zhenshin immediately glanced at the black iron demon Leopard beside him, signaling it to return to Ironwood Manor first. Then, he looked at Lin Zio and made up his mind. We must seize this opportunity to wipe out the Lei family. Chapter 69, The Demise of the Lei Family. Just as Lin Zhenchen finished speaking, he heard the sound of horses' hooves coming from behind him. The Lin family banner held high indicated that the visitors were Lin Chen, Lin Dong, and others, who had mobilized some of the Lin family's elite forces to rush back to Qingyang town and annihilate the Lei family. Ah Chen, what are they doing here? Lin Zio was taken aback, looking quite puzzled. You should know that they haven't returned to Taimu village yet. Under normal circumstances, Lin Chen and the others should be guarding Taimu village. But now the other side has actually left Taimu village and brought so many elite Lin family troops here. Judging from this posture, it looks like they're going to kill someone. Grandpa, third uncle. Lin Chen spotted Lin Zhenchen and Lin Zio immediately. After a brief greeting, he asked, knowing the answer already. Were Lei Bao and Lei Pai killed? Lin Zhenchen shook his head, sighed, and said, I didn't expect him to have an array plate on him. We were tricked. Now I don't know where Lei Bao has gone. This answer was exactly what Lin Chen expected. There's been no movement from our Taimu village side, and it's definitely impossible for Lei Bao and Lei Pai to run back to Qingyang town on the main road. So, the only possibility is that they're heading deep into the mountains and forests, preparing to return to Qingyang town along the boundless mountain range. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then continued. I think we should take this opportunity to rush back to Qingyang town and wipe out the Lei family. By then, Lei Bao and the others will definitely not know, and we can intercept and kill them to eliminate the threat. Lin Zhenchen agreed with this statement and said, Ah Chen, this is exactly what your third uncle and I are thinking. Originally, we planned to send Leopard back to Ironwood Manor, while your third uncle and I rushed back to Qingyang town to wipe out the Lei family. Now that you've arrived, it's perfect. He looked at the large number of Lin family elites and realized that some should still remain at Taimu Manor before nodding. In this way, Taimu village will still be under the control of the Lin family, and there is no need to worry about losing it. Return to Qingyang town now and wipe out the Lei family. With Lin Zhenchen's call to arms, the Lin family's elite troops rushed along the road, heading towards Qingyang town. Qingyang town, Lei family. A burly man was walking around with his hands behind his back, looking very annoyed, muttering something to himself from time to time. I wonder if Father has managed to breach Ironwood Manor. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid something bad has happened. And where exactly did those two guys, Lei Nuo and Lei Wang, go? Of the vast Lei family, only he, a master of the heavenly origin realm, remains in the clan. Just as Lei Exing was getting anxious, someone suddenly stumbled in from outside. Report, a large force has suddenly appeared outside, surrounding the Lei family and intending to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Lei Exing's expression changed drastically, and he angrily said, What kind of power dares to be so audacious? Where are they? The Lei family, a dominant force in Qingyang town. Who has the audacity to attack the Lei family? His face was grim as he went straight to the front gate of the Lei family's residence. Upon seeing the Lin family banner flying high, Lei Exing's expression changed drastically, and he roared. Lin Zhenchen, how dare you surround my Lei family? Do you intend to destroy your Lin family? His entire body shone with the brilliance of Yuan energy, and he released a majestic aura of the heavenly origin realm, startling many of the horses into making a commotion. Hess, let that bastard Lei Bao come out. Lin Zhenchen's late-stage Tianyuan realm aura descended, instantly wiping out Lei Xingtian's mid-stage Tianyuan realm power. For them, even a small difference in skill level is an insurmountable chasm. On the Lei family side, the only one with the strength of the late stage of the heavenly origin realm is Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family. With Lei Bao gone, how can they possibly withstand Lin Zhenchen? Lei Exing's heart pounded, and he roared angrily. Lin Zhenchen, don't go too far. The Zai family patriarch will make you pay later, just you wait and see. Because of the close relationship between the Lei and Zai families, Lei Exing did not panic even though Lei Bao was not in Qingyang town. The Zai family. Lin Zhenshin sneered repeatedly and said, I heard that the Zai family recently seized the property of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. They have plenty of trouble, so they don't have time to care about the life or death of your Lei family. That's really interesting. Did they didn't think of the Zai family? Luo Cheng of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School had already led his men to block the Zai family's door, seeking revenge for this matter. In reality, it was also to buy time for the Lin family. After all, Lei Bao has not yet returned to Qingyang town. With Lin Zhenshin leading the Lin family, they can indeed annihilate the Lei family, which currently only has Lei Exing, a mid-stage Tianyuan realm expert. Lei Exing was alarmed upon hearing this. Clearly, the Lin family came prepared. Your Lei family dared to attack my Ironwood Manor without authorization and kill members of my Lin family. Hand over Lei Bao and Lei Pai immediately, or my Lin family will raze your Lei family to the ground. Lin Zio, standing next to Lin Zhenshin, glared at Lei Exing and shouted. Before he could finish speaking, the numerous elite Lin family soldiers behind him drew their gleaming broadswords, their cold light flashing. Under these circumstances, Lei Exing couldn't help but take a half step back. Despite the presence of many elite members of the Lei family guarding the area. However, the highest level he can reach is only the late stage of the earthly realm. How can Lei Exing help Lin Zhenshin, who is at the late stage of the heavenly origin realm? Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Lei Exing realized that the Lin family was clearly planning to wipe out the Lei family, while Lei Bao and Lei Pai were away. Knowing full well that Lei Bao wasn't at the Lei family home, they still came up with this excuse. It's truly hateful. Since they are so stubborn, then let's begin now. Raise the Lei family to the ground and keep going until we catch the murderers Lei Bao and Lei Pai. Lin Zhenshin noticed that there were spies from other forces in Qingyang town nearby, and felt that this act was probably well done. Then he raised his arm and roared. Kill! In an instant, the Lin family's elite troops and the Lei family's men clashed. Lin Zio rushed out immediately and restrained Lei Exing. The fluctuations from the clash between powerful heavenly origin realm experts attracted the attention of many forces. Lin Zhenshin remained calm and composed, extending his Yuan power hand to directly join forces with Lin Zio to forcefully suppress Lei Exing. This is no longer a game of playing house. We must completely crush the Lei family and eradicate them from the root. No. Despite Lei Exing's constant struggles, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to withstand the attacks from Lin Zhenshin, a master at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm. He didn't last long before he was slapped to the ground and mercilessly killed. Seeing that several earthly realm experts from the Lei family were quite ferocious, Lin Zio charged over and crushed them. At the same time, he also shouted, Those who surrender will not be killed. The Lei family, whose morale was already low due to the death of their only Tianyuan realm expert, Lei Exing, completely gave up resistance at this point. In a situation of being unilaterally slaughtered, you either get killed or you surrender, and the latter might save your life. I surrender, please don't kill me. Soon, led by a small group of people, a large number of Lei's men laid down their weapons and began to surrender. The remaining direct descendants of the Lei family were also completely wiped out. Father, the Lei family is finished. Lin Zio returned to Lin Zhenshin's side and said in a deep voice, Given the current situation, even if Lei Bao and Lei Pai were to return, they would have no chance of contending with the Lin family. Besides, how easy would it be for the other party to safely escape from the perilous Wubian mountains, evade everyone's attention, and sneak back to Qingyang town? Lin Zhenshin nodded and gave the order. According to the plan, all of Lei's businesses will be transferred to Lin's family, and some of the agreed-upon businesses will be handed over to Kwangdao Martial Arts School. Only in this way can the Mad Blade Martial Arts School continue to stand on their side. Deploy defenses at all intersections in Qingyang Town and intercept and kill Lei Bao, Lei Pai, and the others who may return as soon as possible. Lin Zio's expression turned solemn, and he immediately said, "Yes, father. Chapter 70 escape quickly." Within a short period of time, the news of the Lei family's demise had already spread like wildfire. Many people think the Lin family has gone mad to directly target the Lei family. When it comes to heavenly Yuan realm masters, the Lei family has far more than the Lin family. However, it's unclear why, when the Lei family was destroyed, only Lei Exing, a heavenly Yuan realm expert, was present. Lei Bao, the head of the Lei family, and the others did not appear. This is arguably the biggest mystery since the Lei family's demise, leaving many people in Qingyang Town feeling quite incredulous. The most shocked were naturally the Zai family, who were on the same side as the Lei family. The other party never expected that behind Mad Blade Marshall Hall's provocation would be such a shocking turn of events. In the blink of an eye, Qingyang Town has changed completely. Zai family hall. "Grandpa, what's going on?" Zai Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined that the powerful Lei family would be wiped out by the Lin family. It was simply unbelievable. Lei Li, standing beside her, looked pained and angry. "Damn the Lin family, Lei Li, will destroy you completely sooner or later." He has been in frequent contact with Zai Yingying, and they have recently been discussing their marriage, so he has been staying at Zai family for some time. Unexpectedly, before he could even return home, he learned that his house had been burgled, which caused him great pain and anger. Lei Li desperately wanted to go back for revenge, but Zai Yingying stopped him in time, preventing him from dying. Even Lei Exing, who was in the mid-stage of heavenly Yuan realm, was killed on the spot by Lin Zhenshin, let alone Lei Li, who was new to Dai Yuan realm. "Lei Li, please accept my condolences." A look of sorrow appeared on Zai clan leader's face. Given the relationship between their Zai family and Lei family, it was a matter of mutual dependence. Originally, they could have kept Mad Blade Marshall Hall and the Lin family in check. But now, the latter has become the one suppressing their Zai family. If a fight really breaks out, there's no way to resist. Zai. Lei Li lowered his head in despair. As a survivor of the Lei family, he desperately wanted revenge, but he lacked the power to do so and felt utterly humiliated. The high spirits of the past are gone. Lin Zhenshin and his gang have gone mad. They actually attacked the Lei family while Lei Bao and Lei Pai were out. Zai Qian felt very uneasy. He put his hands behind his back and continued. "Moreover, if Mad Blade Marshall Hall hadn't been blocking us, the Lei family wouldn't have been wiped out. This was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was probably already planned when Taimu village was taken over." His face showed resentment. Even though he already knew about it, it was too late. The current Zai family has no chance against the combined forces of the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall. The world in Qingyang Town has changed. "Grandpa, what should we do?" Zai Yingying was very uneasy. The destruction of the Lei family had truly disrupted all their plans. The best course of action now is to find a way to deal with the negative impact of the Lei family's demise as soon as possible. She added, "What if the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall go crazy and try to wipe out our Zai family as well?" Zai Qian was clearly aware of this problem as well. Although he wanted to say that the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall wouldn't dare to do such a thing, it was hard to say, just as they never imagined that the Lei family would be destroyed. He pondered for a moment and said, "The Lin family's destruction of the Lei family should be due to the Taimu village incident. Lei Bao and Lei Pai led people to Taimu village, which may have caused the Lin family a great deal of trouble, and even killed someone that Lin Zhenshin valued highly, which is why they turned around and destroyed the Lei family. Zai Yingying paused, then asked, "Grandpa, are you saying that Lin Chen or Lin Dong was killed?" This analysis seems to make a lot of sense. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the most important thing now is how to deal with the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall. Zai Qian didn't dwell on his earlier guess. He solemnly commanded, "Yingying, now you take Lei Li and Tingting and leave Qingyang Town through the secret passage as soon as possible. Do not return to Qingyang Town without my orders." Lei Li and Zai Yingying were shocked and quickly said, "No, we must stay in the Zai family." "Nonsense." Zai Qian immediately criticized the two of them, saying with a very gloomy expression, "If something happens to you, then my Zai family and Lei family will have no hope at all. I'm certain that the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall currently have no reason to target the Zai family. But we must be careful, understand? He certainly wouldn't do that if he could. The situation in Qingyang Town is extremely dire, leaving no choice but to take this necessary precaution. Moreover, relying solely on the Zai family's strength would be insufficient in a real fight, and they would need to request reinforcements. Besides, it's very dangerous for Lei Li to stay in the Zai family. He's the only survivor of the Lei family now, and the Lin family will definitely not let him go. Also, you need to find outside help to avenge the Lei family, and to wipe out the entire Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall, understand?" Zai Qian knew very well that he couldn't leave this place right now, and it was difficult to guarantee the efficiency of the others' requests for support. If we are discovered and ambushed, we're doomed. All we can say is that we should let the smaller targets, Zai Yingying and Lei Li, leave. Run, run. First, save your own life. Only then can you have any hope of revenge. Understood, Grandpa. Zai Yingying pursed her lips and asked, "But where should we look for outside help?" "The closest Lei family is gone. There's definitely nothing that can be done about Qingyang Town. So where should we go?" Zai Qian and Lei Li immediately exclaimed in unison, "Let's go to Yan City." "That's right, we're going to Yan City." Zai Qian glanced at Lei Li, knowing that the other party was aware of some of the situation, and continued, "In Yan City, there's the Blood Cloak sect. They've been in contact with us for a while now. Only by relying on the Blood Cloak sect can we deal with the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall." Lei Li and Zai Yingying nodded and wrote it down. "By the way, when you go to Yan City, you'll probably run into people from Black Dragon's stronghold on the way. If you do, bring the token and the corresponding benefits, and you can get them to take action against the Lin family." Zai Qian frowned slightly. Now he had to make use of his previous resources. Of course, all of this is based on interests. Next, Zai Qian discussed the details with them and watched Lei Li, Zai Yingying, and the others leave. At that moment, Lin Zhenshen's voice could be heard outside Zai family. "Clan leader Zai, come out for a chat. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to bring my men and force you to reminisce about our past." Such arrogant words infuriated Zai Qian. In the past, the Lin family had no ability to be arrogant. And now, they dare to be so presumptuous in front of him. Zai Qian, his face grim, strode out of the Zai family compound, staring at Lin Zhenshen of the Lin family and Luo Cheng of Mad Blade Marshall Hall, and coldly questioned, "What, Lin Zhenshen? You wiped out the Lei family for no reason, and now you're teaming up with Luo Cheng to try and wipe out my Zai family." He didn't believe the other side would actually dare to do that. Even if they joined forces, they would still be wary of his desperate fight. If the opponent loses a one-for-one trade, they will definitely suffer a huge loss. Whether it's Lin Zhenshen or Luo Cheng, these two masters of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm are merely cooperating. It doesn't mean they intend to fight Zai Qian to the death. The Lin family wouldn't take action without being certain of success. "Don't worry, clan leader Zai, you're a smart man." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenchen sneered repeatedly and said, "The Lei family's destruction was well-deserved. If he hadn't killed members of my Lin family, how could he have brought about his own demise?" Zai Qian's lips twitched. He was sorry, but he just didn't understand how the Lin family dared to wipe out the Lei family. "You should know, Lei Bao is still alive." At this thought, his heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly raised his head, staring intently at Lin Zhenchen, and asked in shock, You killed Lei Bao." Only this possibility could have made the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshal Hall dare to carry out such a deadly attack on the Lei family. Chapter 71, Departure, Yan City. We were just saying that clan leader Zai is a sensible person, and it seems he has thought of that too. Lin Zhenchen nodded without hesitation in acknowledging that Qingyang town had already been destroyed. If it's the Lei family, then even if they kill Lei Bao, there won't be any problem. Even if he didn't know whether Lei Bao was alive or dead. However, Lei Bao is destined to die in the end. Then there's no problem. Damn it. After hearing Lin Zhenchen admit it with his own ears, Zai Qian was so angry that he cursed under his breath. He had no idea what Lei Bao was good for, which led to Lin Zhenchen killing him. Now look what's happened. Their entire family has been implicated. Since Lei Bao and Lei family have already been destroyed, what is the purpose of the Lin family head coming to my Zai family? After struggling to control his anger, Zai Qian stared coldly at Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng and questioned them. He still couldn't defeat the two top-tier late stage of the Heavenly Yuan Realm Masters. This is something I can only swallow. Lin Zhenchen smiled slightly and said calmly, "Clan leader Zai, there's no need to panic. Master Luo and I are not here to deal with the Zai family. We simply want the Zai family to hand over one person." This made Zai Qian's heart tighten. It was clear that the other party's purpose in coming here was for Lei Li. Fortunately, he had already managed to get Lei Li out of Qingyang town through a secret passage. Otherwise, wouldn't the last bloodline of the Lei family also be wiped out? Zai Qian forced himself to remain calm and asked irritably, "Who are you looking for? If it's Lei Li, then I'm sorry, you've made a wasted trip." He definitely couldn't hand Lei Li over to the Lin family. To destroy the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshal Hall, he would have to rely on Lei Li and Zai Yingying to go to Yan City for reinforcements. Whether it was to avenge the Lei family or to prevent the Zai family from following in their footsteps, he needed to keep it strictly confidential. Surely the other party wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him, a master of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Their Zai family's Heavenly Yuan realm expert suffered no losses. Even if the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshal Hall wanted to destroy the Zai family, they wouldn't be able to do it as easily as the Lei family. Lin Zhenchen narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile, "Master Luo and I have come here for Lei Li. Clan leader Zai, what do you mean by that? And where is Lei Li? Please let us know so we can finish our business and go home immediately." His words are already stated here. They'll stay with the Zai family unless they hand over Lei Li. Note that this is a threat, not a negotiation. Zai Qian's face turned very gloomy. He stared at Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng for a long time before finally saying, "I don't know. Lei Bao took Lei Li with him before he left. Anyway, he definitely won't admit it." "Oh, really?" Standing next to Lin Zhenchen, Luo Cheng wore a mocking smile and said, "But after Lei Bao left, my men saw your Zai Yingying and Lei Li being all lovey-dovey. Is the Zai family planning to put themselves in danger for the sake of the Lei family?" Zai Qian's face was so gloomy it could drip water, and he gritted his teeth. If it weren't for Luo Cheng's obstruction, the Zai family would certainly have had a chance to save the Lei family. His fist was clenched tightly inside his sleeve. Now that Lei Bao is dead and the Lei family has been destroyed, his persistence will obviously be of no use. Zai Qian had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. The feeling of being left vulnerable when one's lips are gone is truly unbearable. He nearly ground his back teeth to powder and said in a deep voice, "Master Luo, there's no need to threaten me. Lei Li is indeed not in the Zai family. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But destroying my Zai family won't be so easy." Bang! Zai Qian turned and left without giving Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng any face, slamming the door shut behind him. After some thought, Lin Zhenchen responded as follows. "Brother Luo, it seems that Lei Li is indeed not in the Zai family. If it weren't for the fact that Lei Bao is dead, I'm afraid Zai Qian wouldn't have been willing to reveal this news." He was determined to eliminate Lei Li completely, which is why he wanted to hunt her down. Now that Lei Li is no longer with the Zai family, it's unlikely she'll be in Qingyang Town either. If it's not in Qingyang Town, then it can only be in Yan City. Luo Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, revealing a cold glint, and he continued. The Lei family is frequently active in Yan City, attempting to integrate themselves into the city's power structure. Moreover, it's rumored that they have close ties with a certain faction within Yan City. It's quite possible they're already part of that faction. Lin Zhenchen's heart sank upon hearing this. I never imagined that destroying the Lei family would pose such a threat. If Lei Li were to escape to Yan City and gain the support of that force, the Lin family would certainly be unable to withstand it in its current state. A force that can establish itself in Yan City and even gain the favor of the Lei family must have a powerful member from Yuandan realm among its members. Yuan Dan, a realm expert, is a top-tier player in Qingyang Town, unmatched by anyone. Even if Lin Zhenchen and Luo Cheng, two heavenly Yuan realm masters, joined forces, they would not be a match for a strong newcomer to Yuan realm. The difference is still quite significant. Neither Lin Zhenchen nor Luo Cheng looked particularly well. However, Lei Li certainly hasn't gone too far from Qingyang Town. If we send people to chase after him now, we might still be able to intercept and kill him. A strong killing intent flashed in Luo Cheng's eyes. He wanted to personally hunt down Lei Li. If this attracted the attention of the Yuandan realm's experts, it would be a disaster for the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall. He only went against the Lei family and the Zai family because of Mad Blade Marshall Hall. What would he do if Mad Blade Marshall Hall were gone? It's all right, Brother Luo. Lin Zhenchen pondered for a moment before speaking. In the short term, it won't affect either of our families. Let's finish dividing up the Lei family's assets to ensure stability. Coincidentally, my Taimu village also has a batch of iron wood that needs to be transported to Yan City. We'll definitely run into each other then. The only place to sell ironwood from Taimu village is in Yan City. In places like Qingyang Town, there is simply no such demand. Moreover, Taimu village also has the Yang Yuan stone mine, from which the extracted Yang essence stone is more than enough to meet the Lin family's needs. In addition, with so many resources that the Lei family already has, the Lin family is powerful enough to grow to the level of the Lei family in its heyday. We'll send a batch of iron wood to Yan City first, to test the waters. This is Lin Zhenchen's idea, and it will also lay the foundation for future development in Yan City. Even if we don't run into one, we can always use enough incentives to persuade a powerful Yuandan realm expert to come. Lin Zhenchen gritted his teeth, weighed the pros and cons, and made a firm decision. Yuan Dan realm expert is extremely rare in Qingyang Town. He simply doesn't exist. However, in Yan City, there are quite a few Yuan Dan realm experts among those forces. Paying money to avoid disaster is also a very effective method. However, it is necessary to first select a trustworthy force before negotiating cooperation with it. That way, we won't let the wolf into our house. Ideally, we should make progress in establishing a relationship with the enemy of the faction that the Lei family has ties with in Yan City. That would put us at ease. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Brother Lin is absolutely right. Now it's up to you. Luo Cheng has no plans to go to Yan City yet, so this matter can only be left to Lin Zhenshin. They've already helped Mad Blade Marshall Hall, so it's somewhat inappropriate for them to go to such lengths for Lei Li. Of course, the most crucial point is that they had no need to go to Yan City. Brother Luo, please rest assured, we will definitely capture Lei Li on this trip and eliminate this threat. Lin Zhenshin knew that Luo Cheng and his Mad Blade Marshall Hall had already been a great help. If the other side hadn't held back the Zai family, how could they have so easily destroyed the Lei family? Therefore, the task of hunting down Lei Li and seeking help in Yan City can only be left to the Lin family. He happened to have a few candidates and suggested they leave Qingyang Town and go to Yan City to broaden their horizons. Qingyang Town is far too small. The bright future of Lin Chen and Lin Dong should lie in the vast lands of the great Yan dynasty. Chapter 72, Rare Treasures Pavilion. Yan City. A group from the Lin family of Qingyang Town, carrying a considerable amount of goods, arrived outside Yan City. The magnificent city wall, nearly 100 feet high, stands there. The group from the Lin family that came this time was mainly led by Lin Xiao, with Lin Chen and Lin Dong accompanying them to broaden their horizons. A Chen Dong. Lin Xiao paused, watching the bustling crowds at the entrance to Yan City. She turned to Lin Chen and Lin Dong, who were also riding horses, and gave them a few words of advice. Yan City is not like our Qingyang Town. There are many powerful individuals here. Try your best not to get into trouble with others. He checked the cargo behind him to make sure it was unharmed, and then continued. There are 3 major forces in Yan City that we absolutely cannot provoke. Otherwise, it will bring annihilation to our Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong asked with great curiosity, Father, which 3 families are these 3 major powers? Yan City Lord's Mansion, Myriad Gold Commerce, and Blood Wolf Gang. Lin Xiao's expression became much more solemn as he explained. Yuan Dan realm experts, who don't exist in Qingyang Town, are plentiful in Yan City. Our trip here also requires us to choose a major power to side with, to avoid being unable to find Lei Li and attracting attacks from Yan City forces, leaving us powerless to resist. Lei Li's escape was completely unnoticed by them on their way to Yan City. All I can say is that we have definitely arrived in Yan City. If we fail to find their whereabouts on this trip, we can only prepare for the worst, which is to face the forces of Yan City. Among the forces that have been able to establish themselves in Yan City and are relied upon by the Lei family, Yuan Dan realm expert must be one of them. An attack by an enemy of this caliber would be a catastrophic disaster for the Lin family and even the entire Qingyang Town force. I see, I'll remember that. Lin Dong nodded, fully aware of the importance of this matter. He looked at Lin Chen and asked, Brother Chen, how do we find Lei Li and Zai Yingying? While Lin Xiao's main task was to sell goods and align herself with powerful forces, the other 2's task was to track the movements of Lei Li and Zai Yingying. After all, these 2 were only early-stage Dai Yuan realm martial artists, and Lin Chen and Lin Dong could easily handle them. With money, anything can be solved. Lin Chen blinked, a meaningful smile on his face. There must be a special intelligence-gathering force within Yan City. In this situation, by simply paying a small amount of money, one can easily obtain information about Lei Li and Zai Yingying. If clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family were to handle this matter, it would be difficult. He is a cunning old fox and very cautious in these matters. However, it's impossible for Lei Li and Zai Yingying to erase all traces. Especially now that the Lei family has been destroyed, some of the old relationships probably won't be of much help anymore. A Chen Dong, if you spot Lei Li and Zai Yingying, you need to be extra careful. If there are any heavenly Yuan realm experts among them, then absolutely do not make a move. Let's try to deal with them outside of Yan City. Although Lin Xiao didn't think Lei Li and Zai Yingying would cause any trouble for Lin Chen and Lin Dong. She still needed to remind them to be careful. In any case, the Lei family used to have a lot of business dealings in Yan City. There is still danger. No problem, third uncle. Lin Chen agreed and said with a smile, "Then let's go into Yan City first. It's so much bigger than our Qingyang town." It must be said that compared to Yan City, Qingyang town is indeed a rather remote and impoverished area. He had some hope that he could obtain some good cultivation resources here, like elixirs, which are already top tier in Qingyang town at the 3rd and 4th grades. In Yan City, however, they are everywhere. This is truly an opportunity for Lin Chen and Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Indeed, let's go. Let's find somewhere to stay first. Compared to her last visit to Yan City, Lin Zio is undoubtedly in a much better mood now. After passing through the towering city gates of Yan City, the Lin family's convoy, led by Lin Zio, drove directly through several bustling streets and arrived at an inn to stay. After finishing the task, Lin Zio left some people behind to process the Yang Essence Stone that had been mined in the past few days. After that, we'll process the remaining iron wood and other goods. Lin Chen and Lin Dong had their own missions. After resting at the inn for a while, they left and strolled around the extremely prosperous Yan City to broaden their horizons. "Brother Chen, there are so many people fighting in Yan City." Lin Dong was somewhat taken aback when he saw yet another dispute arise. Compared to Qingyang Town, Yan City is indeed quite chaotic. At least, Qingyang Town wouldn't have so many disputes. Various forces coexist, and the area is a mixed bag. In addition, Yan City is the largest city in the vicinity, and there are many people from other places, so it is naturally difficult to get along with them. Lin Chen looked away, showing no interest in watching the spectacle. He needs to buy something now, to add some color to his Azure Dragon Ring small world. Moreover, he himself needs higher-grade spiritual herbs and other rare and precious materials for cultivation. A mere 3rd-grade spiritual medicine wouldn't be very effective in improving him. In terms of combat strength, he has long surpassed the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. As for his own cultivation level, since he still needs to condense the innate yin core, he is currently still at the late stage of Dai Yuan realm. Lin Chen's thought was to buy some of these cultivation resources. A magnificent and imposing pavilion appeared before them, attracting the attention of Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Rare Treasures Pavilion. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was the place he needed. There should be plenty of good stuff in this Rare Treasures Pavilion. "Brother, let's go inside and have a look around." Lin Chen pulled Lin Dong directly into the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The other party had a very high reputation. Even in Qingyang Town, he was well known. Among them, the dazzling array of goods, such as elixirs, pills, weapons, demon crystals, and martial arts, directly attracted the attention of Lin Chen and Lin Dong. So many treasures. Lin Dong's eyes were shining. If he weren't short of money, he would definitely have bought everything. "Brother, if you need anything later, just let me know. Grandpa gave me some money, you know what I mean." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Lin Dong always seemed to have pretty good luck. Then, why not let the other party take a look? Lin Dong can't afford it, but he can. Good. Lin Dong was relieved, thinking that Lin Zhenchen must have given him a considerable amount of money. After all, they had gone to great lengths to come to Yan City and even raided the Lei family's place, so Lin Zhenchen had no reason not to give them money to buy some nice things. Don't ask why Lin Dong didn't get the money directly. It's mainly because his father, Lin Zio, was involved. "Gentlemen, is there anything you need?" A green-robed shop assistant at the Rare Treasures Pavilion noticed Lin Chen and Lin Dong lingering, seemingly very interested in the merchandise. Sensing something was up, she quickly approached them and asked with a smile. At the same time, he didn't forget to take a black iron sword from the counter and introduce it. This is the black iron sword, forged from black iron through 100 refinements. It can cut through iron like mud, and it is also engraved with runes that only the one seal talisman master could condense. With this enhancement, it is extremely powerful. The green-robed shop assistant continued with a grin. If you too had this in your hands, you'd be guaranteed victory in every battle. Lin Chen glanced at it and chuckled. What kind of black iron sword is this? How dare you even bring it out? Chapter 73, I'm rich. I'll pack it all up. This so-called black iron sword is really just so-so. Originally a first-grade sword, its sharpness was enhanced to the level of a second-grade sword after being enhanced by the engraved runes. What does it mean to show them a second-grade sword? It's just that they're young and their cultivation level isn't very high, so they're probably just body-tempering realm types. This second-grade sword is useful for martial artists with body-tempering realm. It was meaningless to Lin Chen and Lin Dong. When the green-robed shop assistant saw that the other party had no intention of paying attention to him, he immediately realized that the so-called black iron sword was not suitable for the two of them. So he quickly put the black iron sword down. What is this? Lin Dong pointed curiously to the cloth bag on the counter and asked. The bag was entirely blue, about the size of a palm, and its surface shimmered with a faint luster. And next to it, there is a price tag. Low-grade Cosmos sack, 48 pieces of Yang Essence stone. Seeing this, the green-robed shop assistant took the palm-sized blue cloth bag and introduced it with a smile. This young man has a good eye. This is a Cosmos sack made of Kainkun wood, with runes inscribed by the second seal spirit master, which gives it a large storage capacity. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong seemed to be deep in thought. Isn't this similar to the storage bags in Qingyang town? But it seems to be different. This Cosmos sack, for example, can fill this entire counter. It has more space than a regular storage bag. Seeing Lin Dong's interest, the green-robed shop assistant quickly said, If you're interested, young man, why not take it? It's only 48 Yang Essence stones. Lin Dong's lips twitched. It was only 48 Yang Essence stones. It should be noted that, under normal circumstances, 10 Yang Essence stones can be refined into 1 Yang Essence pill. That thing is very precious. This time, the Lin family brought goods containing Yang Essence stone to Yan City to handle. It can bring considerable benefits to the Lin family, but further development will certainly require a lot of resources. He admitted that this low-level Cosmos sack was useful, but not that useful. Okay, he just thinks it's too expensive. Are there any other things? For example, Kainkun wood. Lin Chen looked at the green-robed shop assistant with a smile and asked. This Cosmos sack is a good product, but its quality is a bit low. Spending over 40 yuan worth of Yang Essence stone to buy such a low-grade Cosmos sack is really unnecessary. With his current level of cultivation in the art of talisman making, he could actually make this kind of Cosmos sack directly. In that case, it would be better to buy raw materials like Kainkun wood and then make the Cosmos sack. Of course we have this Kainkun wood. The green-robed shop assistant had a bad feeling, but could only tell the truth. In any case, this is also the Rare Treasures Pavilion. If even Cosmos sack has it, how could it not have Kainkun wood? Here, please, sir. The green-robed shop assistant led Lin Chen and Lin Dong to another counter, retrieved a piece of blue Kainkun wood about the thickness of an arm, placed it in front of them, and introduced it. This is a grade 3 Kainkun wood, worth 7 Yang Essence stones, or you can pay with 7 Yang Essence pills. If a talisman master uses this quality Kainkun wood, they can refine a grade 3 Cosmos sack, which is several times better than the low-grade Cosmos sack from before. Of course, this is under the premise that the talisman master uses it. The rest of the martial artists used it simply for cultivation. Normally, 1 yang essence pill is roughly equivalent to 10 yang essence stones. I'll take this package. Lin Chen glanced at it briefly and concluded that the energy contained in the grade 3 Kaiyankun wood was indeed better. He didn't pay immediately, but continued. Are there any other grade 4 spiritual herbs or spiritual trees, the immature kind? Mature medicinal herbs or spiritual trees are far more valuable than immature ones. The grade 3 Kaiyankun wood we just saw is a mature spiritual wood, so its price will definitely be slightly higher. Yes. The green-robed shop assistant's eyes lit up when he saw the generous Lin Chen, thinking that a big customer had arrived. He quickly led Lin Chen and Lin Dong to the unripe area of the herb and wood section. The products in Rare Treasures Pavilion are categorized into different types. The locations of mature spiritual herbs and trees differ from those of immature spiritual herbs and trees, but they are all within the same large area. Young master, this is where the immature spiritual herbs and spiritual wood plants you need are located. The green-robed shop assistant was grinning from ear to ear after the successful transaction of the grade 3 Kaiyankun wood, and his attitude towards Lin Chen improved. Where he pointed, Lin Chen saw familiar medicinal herbs or spiritual plants, such as crystal vermilion fruit, red ginseng, blood coagulation vermilion fruit, golden jade branch, Rehmannia fruit, flame fruit, and so on. These can all be found in Qingyang town. Lin Chen had previously purchased the corresponding elixirs at a trading fair. These are at most third-grade spiritual herbs or spiritual wood, which certainly didn't particularly pique his interest. He looked around at the immature medicinal herbs or spiritual trees here. Usually, when he bought such plants, he would take them home to plant. Large factions will have dedicated medicine fields to cultivate these medicinal plants and spirit trees. The growth and normal operation of a major power inevitably require a certain degree of self-sufficiency. The immature medicinal plants and spirit trees in the medicine field meet this demand. Of course, with even greater strength, the medicinal herbs and spiritual trees in medicine field are all carefully selected from seeds and cultivated throughout the entire process from seedling to mature fruit. A 4th-grade spiritual herb, greenwood spirit stem, worth 340 yang essence stones. A 5th-grade spiritual herb, the void spirit grass, worth 3,050 yang essence stones. A 6th-grade spiritual herb, the demon blood vermilion fruit, worth 60,000 yang essence stones. With each grade increase, the amount of yang essence stones required also increases. This scene caused Lin Dong, who had been silent, to widen his eyes in surprise. He was truly amazed. Who could afford such an expensive elixir? Even so, immature medicinal plants and spiritual trees are certainly not as valuable as mature ones, and in the Rare Treasures Pavilion, their value is calculated at half. However, that 4th-grade spiritual herb, the void spirit grass, also requires 170 yang essence stones. It should be noted that the amount of yang essence stone they painstakingly mined and processed in Yan City during this period was only about 400 pieces. When Lin Dong saw the price, he almost dragged Lin Chen away and ran away. He thought to himself that 3rd-grade Kaiyankun would must have already consumed most of the yang essence stone, right? If I were to buy more elixirs, would they be confiscated because I don't have the money? Moreover, he didn't quite understand why Lin Chen would buy such immature medicinal herb plants and spirit tree plants. Having spent money on yang essence stone, and then having to buy it to grow your own, it's impossible to use it in the short term. Moreover, without experience, these medicinal herbs and spiritual trees might die, which would be a huge loss. Lin Chen was completely unaware of his younger brother's wild imagination. He was constantly examining the medicinal herbs and spiritual trees. After confirming that its quality was not problematic and that it met his needs, he directly pointed to the immature 4th-grade spiritual herb, the void spirit grass, and said, "This is packed up, That is two, and this one, and that one. Following Lin Chen's instructions, the green-robed shop assistant immediately packed up the immature medicinal herb plants and spirit wood plants. This situation gave him a feeling of flying up to the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Oh my God, we've run into a rich young master who's out shopping. The green-robed shop assistant's eyes lit up as he frantically swept through the area, swarming both immature and mature herb plants. Just when he thought it was over, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. Pack up the mature spiritual herbs and spiritual wood as well. This left Lin Dong, who was standing next to him, so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Where would they get so many Yang Essence stones? Moreover, even if it existed, it shouldn't be used like this. If someone else gets their eye on this, it'll be terrible. Little did they know, Lin Chen had done this on purpose. The saying, "Don't flaunt your wealth," is indeed true. There's nothing wrong with that. However, with his magnanimous gesture of taking everything in, even Yuan Dan realm expert would have to be wary, fearing that the other party might be a powerful second-generation scion who was out shopping and wouldn't dare to make a move at all. Moreover, Rare Treasures Pavilion wouldn't dare let such a big client get into trouble for the sake of its own reputation. This is the very reality. Chapter 74. You're already a talisman master. Young master, is there anything else you need? The green-robed shop assistant had already been dismissed by the Rare Treasures Pavilion manager who had appeared there. The manager was dressed in fine clothes, looked somewhat plump, and gave off a friendly impression. Chief Manager Zhu, aren't you afraid I can't afford to pay that much money? Lin Chen looked at the Rare Treasures Pavilion with a smile. Chief Manager Zhu and the green-robed shop assistant packing items next to him chuckled. After all, the other party hadn't inspected the valuables. This statement led to Rare Treasures Pavilion Chief Manager Zhu paused for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, "This is the Yan City Treasure Pavilion, which has close ties with myriad gold commerce and is located all over the country. Even if people from the city lord's mansion come, they still have to pay. Moreover, I can tell that the young master has an extraordinary demeanor and is definitely not simple. Even if we don't have that much money, we will only be wasting some time, which will not be a problem. However, Lin Chen will definitely have to pay the price. That's inevitable." Chief Manager Zhu would naturally not say such things. He trusted his judgment. Since Lin Chen hadn't shown any unusual reaction yet, even if the other party didn't have that much money, they must have some items to offset the cost. Besides, Rare Treasures Pavilion is also willing to make friends with such young talents. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Chen is already a Dai Yuan realm. The fact that Dai Yuan realm was so young surprised them. Lin Dong, who was standing next to Lin Chen, looked somewhat strange. They were probably taken aback by such a large-scale shopping spree. Chief Manager Zhu gestured to the green-robed shop assistant to pack the items and said, "Given that this young master has spent too much here, Rare Treasures Pavilion is giving away a 3-piece Cosmos sack free of charge." The green-robed shop assistant breathed a sigh of relief. That made things much easier for him. With so many goods, without a Cosmos sack, he would definitely need to escort them along with the rest of the crew to ensure they could be safely delivered to Lin Chen's residence. If it were intercepted halfway, it would damage the reputation of Rare Treasures Pavilion. Yes, it's easy for competitors to slander you. Chief Manager Zhu, thank you. Next, Lin Chen and Chief Manager Zhu went separately to pay for the goods. Of course, it wasn't made with Yang Essence stone. That would have been a huge loss for Lin Chen. Instead, they used Yang Essence pills, which solved the problem directly. Others extract 1 Yang Essence pill from 10 Yang Essence stones, but he extracts 1 Yang Essence pill from 3 Yang Essence stones, so the difference is quite significant. Young Master is a straightforward man. Would you like us to see you off? Chief Manager Zhu looked at the Yang Essence pill in his hand, his eyes gleaming. If he wasn't mistaken, This was much purer than the Yang essence pills circulating in the market. It was undoubtedly a top-grade Yang essence pill. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, there hadn't been any crisis of trust with Lin Chen. Judging from this large-scale investment, the other party's background is quite impressive. Moreover, Lin Chen also requested a considerable number of items used by talisman masters, suggesting that he must also be a talisman master. It seems that we still need to maintain good relationships. No need. Please keep this confidential, Chief Manager Zhu. Lin Chen shook his head. Most of the things he had were for himself, and only a small portion was for the Lin family. Only Lin Dong knows about this, and the other party won't say anything out of turn. I understand. Chief Manager Zhu revealed a meaningful smile. This was just as he had guessed. Lin Chen had escaped from some powerful force. It's normal to be a little rebellious at this age. However, it shouldn't be a major force in Yan City. That must be a major force in Tiandu Prefecture. We cannot afford to be negligent towards them. Young master, this is a VIP black card from my Rare Treasures Pavilion. With this card, you can enjoy VIP treatment and a 20% discount on your next purchase. Furthermore, you can also enjoy VIP treatment and a 35% discount at Myriad Gold Auction House, which is under Myriad Gold Commerce. Chief Manager Zhu decisively handed a black card to Lin Chen and explained. Furthermore, if any fools in Yan City try to harm you, young master, simply show this VIP black card at any of the properties owned by Myriad Gold Commerce and Rare Treasures Pavilion, and pay a small fee, and you'll receive protection from a Heavenly Yuan Realm security team led by Yuan Dan Realm expert. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This black card was a great find. Now that they're in the Lin family, isn't this exactly the kind of good thing they need? Since even the Heavenly Yuan Realm Guard team led by Yuan Dan Realm expert can be mobilized, then spending a little money to gather intelligence on Lei Li and Zai Yingying should be very simple. After all, the only connection the Lei family had with Yan City was the Blood Cloak sect. Compared to Myriad Gold Commerce, one of the 3 top factions in Yan City, the Blood Cloak sect is utterly insignificant. That makes sense. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Chief Manager Zhu, see you next time. Lin Chen wasn't worried at all that Chief Manager Zhu would investigate his identity. Given the current state of the Lin family, they simply couldn't produce so many high-grade Yang essence pills. The more the other party investigated, the more confused they would become, and what kind of effect would that ultimately have? Tusk. That is, he actually came from Tiandu Prefecture, and even from a top power in the Great Yan dynasty. Please, young master. Surrounded by Chief Manager Zhu, Lin Chen emerged from the VIP box and saw a gray-robed old man talking to Lin Dong, giving him a talisman and a dry, unassuming book. Meanwhile, a group of people on the sidelines were staring blankly at the scene. Hello, Master Yan. When Chief Manager Zhu saw the gray-robed old man, his eyes lit up, and he quickly whispered to Lin Chen. Young master, this is the chief revered guest of Myriad Gold Commerce. Master Yan is the 4-seal symbol master, possessing extremely powerful abilities. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong looked at gray-robed old man with a face full of surprise, not expecting that the other party was the 4-seal symbol master. It's worth noting that the 1-seal talisman master corresponds to Dai Yuan Realm, the 2nd seal spirit master corresponds to Heavenly Yuan Realm, and so on. This gives you an idea of how powerful Master Yan, the 4-seal symbol master, is. Lin Chen nodded slightly, patted Lin Dong on the shoulder, and teased him with a smile. Brother, this Master Yan is incredibly powerful. Don't you want to become his apprentice? Lin Dong scratched his head and said, Brother Chen, let's do it next time. I'm fine as I am now. He had just rejected Master Yan, so it feels strange that he's agreeing now. Moreover, there's still a long way to go in cultivating spiritual power, so there's no rush. Gray-robed old man seeing this, Master Yan could only sigh and say, "Since you are not interested in becoming a talisman master for the time being, then when you are interested next time, just come and find me when you come to Yan City." He could probably understand Lin Dong's thoughts. It was simply that he had no concept of a talisman master and was wary of strangers, which was understandable. Master Yan knew that forcing things wouldn't work, so he would just wait for Lin Dong to come to Yan City again. He believed that after Lin Dong finished cultivating the Divine Movement chapter, he would naturally come to him for the method of condensing seals. Otherwise, he would not be able to condense the natal symbol seal and thus could not become a true talisman master. He shifted his attention from Lin Dong to Lin Chen, who had just appeared. If I'm not mistaken, it seems the other party is from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. He was received by Chief Manager Zhu. That's interesting. At least their financial resources are considerable. Just as Master Yan subconsciously used his spiritual power to probe Lin Chen's cultivation level, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he actually took half a step back. This scene made Chief Manager Zhu and the Liu family members tense, wondering what had happened to make Master Yan react so strongly. However, what shocked them even more was seeing Master Yan stride up to Lin Chen and excitedly say, You're already a talisman master. Chapter 75, Brother Chen, Goodbye, New Yanbin." Rare Treasures Pavilion Chief Manager Zhu was also taken aback after hearing Master Yan's words. Such a young talisman master, his guess was indeed correct. This Lin Chen must be from a top power in Tiandu Prefecture, or even the Great Yan Dynasty. Chief Manager Zhu was genuinely excited to encounter such a person in Yan City. These are all results, solid results. How wonderful it would be if one day he could go from being the Rare Treasures Pavilion Director in Yan City to the Rare Treasures Pavilion Director in a larger city. The Rare Treasures Pavilion spans the 4 great domains, its area far exceeding that of the entire Great Yan Dynasty. Chief Manager Zhu naturally hopes to be promoted, and then promoted again. However, in addition to cultivation and performance, one also needs a powerful backer. He doesn't exist at all. The best dream chief manager, Zhu, could have was to become the manager of the Rare Treasures Pavilion in Tiandu Prefecture. The appearance of Lin Chen has given him an opportunity. Chief Manager Zhu secretly vowed to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Chen, knowing that Lin Chen was only staying in Yan City and would eventually go to Tiandu City, or even the Great Yan Prefecture of the Great Yan Dynasty. While he was lost in thought, the Liu family and others were stunned and speechless. Gray-robed old man Master Yan was very excited. He could clearly sense that Lin Chen's mental strength was very powerful and that he was definitely not someone who had just started cultivating. The opponent's Nuan Palace has been activated, and there are mental fluctuations of natal symbol seal appearing. All of this suggests that Lin Chen is probably already a talisman master at this stage. Master Yan, don't get agitated. Rare Treasures Pavilion Chief Manager, Zhu, quickly came to Master Yan's side and tried to persuade him. He was genuinely worried that Master Yan's directness might offend Lin Chen, which would be disastrous. Then, he whispered something in Master Yan's ear. After a long while, Master Yan finally swallowed and calmed down. "I'm sorry, I was a bit out of line just now." Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Master Yan, I have indeed become a one-seal talisman master. There's nothing surprising about that." Master Yan's lips twitched. Isn't this strange enough? He tentatively assumed that was the case. From Rare Treasures, Pavilion Chief Manager Zhu's attitude speaks volumes. Don't let his status as a 4-seal symbol, master and chief, revered guest of myriad gold commerce fool you. But compared to the Rare Treasures Pavilion, none of them really compare. Chief Manager Zhu said that Lin Chen has a powerful background, so it must be true. Little did they know that it was only after seeing Master Yan's excited reaction that Chief Manager Zhu became convinced and certain that Lin Chen was no ordinary person. This situation left Lin Chen, the only one in the know, speechless with amusement, and she almost leaned back strategically. After taking a deep breath, Master Yan continued, "All right, if you need anything, you can come to Myriad Gold Commerce to find me." He believes that as long as Lin Chen is still near Yan City, there is a certain possibility that she will come to Myriad Gold Commerce. As long as this possibility exists, that's enough. He knew very well that these young masters from powerful families didn't really like being followed around. Otherwise, what would they be doing in Yan City? In a place like Qingyang Town, Yan City looks very upscale. However, from Yan City's perspective, Tiandu City, and even the Great Yan Prefecture, appear very grand and impressive. Lin Chen nodded, and Rare Treasures Pavilion after saying goodbye to Master Yan. Chief Manager Zhu left with Lin Dong and then strolled around to other places for a while. After the two left, Chief Manager Zhu and Master Yan's expressions immediately became more serious. Chief Manager Zhu, just to be on the safe side, let's keep this under wraps. If anyone makes a move against Lin Chen, it could bring a huge disaster to Yan City. Master Yan pondered for a moment, then earnestly offered his reminder. Rare Treasures Pavilion is ultimately a bit special, and is more suitable to take the lead in doing this kind of thing than Myriad Gold Commerce. No problem, Master Yan. When Chief Manager Zhu finished speaking, he looked at the Liu family members who were standing there in a daze. Some things don't need to be repeated. The Liu family members trembled with fear, repeatedly promising that they would never speak carelessly before leaving the Rare Treasures Pavilion, covered in sweat. Back at the inn, Lin Chen and Lin Dong lay down on the bed and rested for a while. "Brother Chen, where did you get so many Yang Essence stones?" Lin Dong recalled the situation at Rare Treasures Pavilion, and the attitudes of Chief Manager Zhu and Master Yan made him very curious. If he didn't find out the truth, he felt he wouldn't be able to concentrate on his cultivation. "It's not Yang Essence stone, it's Yang Essence pill, refined using stone talisman. Here's another key point. Sell Yang Essence pills for Yang Essence stones, then refine those Yang Essence stones back into Yang Essence pills. That way, you'll have endless money. At least, that's how it is here in Yan City." Lin Chen shook his head, stretched, and continued. "This Rare Treasures Pavilion is no ordinary place. Although Chief Manager Zhu is just in charge, the three top powers in Yan City dare not oppose him. He believes that I, who spend money so lavishly, come from Tiandu City, a county town in Tiandu Prefecture, or even Great Yan Prefecture, the imperial county of the Great Yan dynasty, so naturally I should be given face." This was the first time Lin Dong had heard of Rare Treasures Pavilion. Lin Zio had previously mentioned that the three top powers in Yan City were not to be trifled with, but Rare Treasures Pavilion was not mentioned at all. One can only say that the Rare Treasures Pavilion is perhaps too special. "Look, what's this?" Lin Chen took out the black card and said with a smile, "With this black card, we are VIPs of Rare Treasures Pavilion. Whether it's Rare Treasures Pavilion or Myriad Gold Commerce, we can call upon a Heavenly Yuan Realm escort team led by Yuan Dan Realm expert for a small fee." Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's gaze towards the black card brightened considerably. He asked excitedly, "Brother Chen, does that mean our Lin family now has the backing of Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce?" Lin Chen nodded in confirmation and replied with a smile, "That's right, and finding Lei Li and Zai Yingying will be a piece of cake." "Hiss." Lin Dong gasped, feeling utterly horrified. Why didn't he think of these things before? Oh no, even thinking about these things requires the courage and shrewdness to confront the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Chief Manager Zhu was secretly competing with him. Otherwise, the other party would definitely see through Lin Dong's true nature of coming from a poor, remote area, and wouldn't even consider his broader family background. What shocked Lin Dong the most was undoubtedly the matter of the Yang Essence pill. and Yang Essence stone that Lin Chen had just mentioned. On the market, it takes 10 Yang Essence stones to extract 1 Yang Essence pill, and that's the ordinary kind. 1 high-grade Yang Essence pill can be exchanged for 15 Yang Essence stones. In this way, Lin Dong took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. It seems he has found a way to make money. No wonder Lin Chen just said that you can have endless money in Yan City. This method of exploiting bugs using ancestral stones is truly ingenious. It's likely that none of the major powers in Yan City ever imagined that currencies like Yang Essence Stone and Yang Essence Pill could be so easily cracked. However, what troubles Lin Dong is that even if he dares to do it, he simply cannot do it to that extent. He didn't even dare to take out so many top-grade Yang Essence pills. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble. However, the situation is different for Lin Chen. To say that Lin Chen has no connections is an overstatement, but she now has the support of Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce. Moreover, he can spend money at Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce without arousing suspicion. This means that only Lin Chen can truly possess endless wealth in Yan City. Even Lin Dong wouldn't be able to replicate this move. Lin Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him wholeheartedly. Brother Chen, you're a bully. Chapter 76 Yuan and Realm Black Armor Squad. With the help of Myriad Gold Commerce, Lin Chen and his team successfully located Lei Li and Zai Yingying. To their slight surprise, after persuading Master Gu Weiying, the deputy leader of the Blood Cloak sect, Lei Li and Zai Yingying returned directly to Qingyang town without stopping for even a moment. Logically speaking, there's no reason why the Blood Cloak sect wouldn't have heard from Lin Chen's team when they arrived in Yan City. There is only one possibility. The Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce have blocked information, preventing the Blood Cloak sect from knowing about the Lin family's caravan. After all, Lin Chen is right here, and neither of the two factions will put him in any danger. Brother Chen, Lei Li, and the others returned directly to Qingyang town, which must mean they received strong support. It's either the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm or the legendary Yuan Dan realm expert. Lin Dong was very worried after learning about this. He was well aware that the destruction of the Lei family had created an irreconcilable blood feud between Lei Li, who already harbored deep hostility towards the Lin family. If that's the case, then the destination of this trip must be the Lin family. Let's hurry back now, maybe we can still catch up. Lin Dong was very anxious. His face was gloomy. If Lei Li and his gang succeed, it will be terrible. No rush, brother. Have you forgotten what kind of help we have? Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong and knew that the other party was subconsciously trying to ignore the matter of the black card. It's like the other party's inexplicable wariness, to the point of being on guard against the Four-Seal symbol master. Master Yan, instead of asking Master Yan to help the Lin family. All we can say is that Lin Dong's mind is focused on fighting himself, and fighting some more. Unlike Lin Chen, who has helpers to rely on, she can simply use them directly. Brother Chen, that's a huge sum of money. In Lin Dong's view, even with the existence of the black gold card, which allows him to call upon a heavenly Yuan realm team led by Yuan Dan realm expert, he would still need to pay a corresponding fee for their hard work. Such a fee must be quite substantial, right? What huge sum of money? Lin Chen patted Lin Dong on the shoulder and immediately said, "Let's go, I've already made the arrangements. From now on, if the Blood Cloak sect dares to lay a hand on the Lin family, they can be wiped out." Such cold words sent chills down Lin Dong's spine, filling him with utter terror. Yes, the so-called huge sum of money is nothing compared to the powerful background that Lin Chen unexpectedly gained, and the boundless wealth from refining Yang Essence pills from ancestral stone. Lin Dong patted his forehead, secretly realizing that he needed to change his thinking and stop being so rigid. Since Lei Li and Zai Yingying rushed back to Qingyang town, it's certain that Yuan Dan realm expert will be there. If we don't hire such a powerful team, how can we deal with the Blood Cloak sect crisis? Chen, where did this powerful expert come from? As the Lin family caravan departed Yan City, Lin Xiao found it hard to believe that the powerful soldiers they could mobilize were the ones they had encountered when they spotted a group of soldiers clad in full black armor behind them. He was a mid-stage heavenly Yuan realm expert, and even Lin Zhenshin and Lei Bao, who were at the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, did not put such immense pressure on him. If that's the case, then what Lin Xiao can imagine is that the leader of that black-armored team is Yuan Dan realm expert. And the powerful figures under his command are actually all from the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. The team of 15 people gave Lin Xiao the feeling that a top-tier force in Yan City was making a move. If Lin Chen and Lin Dong hadn't informed Lin Xiao beforehand that the Black Armor Squad was a group of strong individuals they had invited, it would have been a different story. Now, it's Lin Xiao's turn to be terrified. Third uncle, chief revered guest at Myriad Gold Commerce Master Yan, had contact with his younger brother and wanted to take him on as a disciple to guide him on the path of a talisman master. Lin Chen glanced at Lin Dong and continued. And this black-armored team is supported by Myriad Gold Commerce. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao gasped in shock, feeling utterly horrified. The Black Armor Squad, dispatched by Myriad Gold Commerce and led by Yuan Dan realm expert, was actually backed by Chief Revered Guest. Master Yan favored Lin Dong, which led to the current situation. This was truly unbelievable to Lin Xiao, and her gaze towards Lin Dong became filled with immense relief and excitement. Lin Dong felt immense pressure. He glanced at Lin Chen with a hint of resentment, but didn't say anything more. Given the current situation, this is indeed more suitable for Lin Xiao to accept. After all, he couldn't reveal the existence of the ancestral stone. I didn't understand love when I was young, but now that I'm more mature, all I can do is cut my losses in time. Yes, father. Lin Dong sighed inwardly, then smiled and said, However, Master Yan has not yet officially accepted me as his disciple. When Lin Xiao heard this, she was overjoyed. He looked up and let out a long roar, overjoyed. My God, my Lin family actually has a chance to produce a talisman master. Ha ha ha. Such happy words reveal the other person's current mood. The difficulty of the Lin family producing a talisman master is equivalent to the difficulty of a martial artist producing a Yuan Dan realm expert. Currently, Lin Dong is the chief revered guest of Myriad Gold Commerce. Master Yan's favor means that the other party's future is likely to be at the level of Four-Seal Symbol Master, or even higher, which makes Lin Xiao feel a sense of honor for his ancestors. Although he's not a very good person. But the son she gave birth to is amazing. If you round it up, he's really good. The chief revered guest of Myriad Gold Commerce is the Four-Seal Symbol Master, and his prediction is absolutely correct. Brother Chen. Lin Dong never expected that this news would make Lin Xiao so happy. You know, he was still wondering if Master Yan was a good person. Moreover, if Lin Xiao were to find out that Lin Dong had temporarily declined Master Yan's offer as a Four-Seal Symbol Master, she would probably summon the 7 wolves and teach him a lesson. Having established a connection with the Four-Seal Symbol Master, the Lin family's position in Qingyang town is absolutely secure. By establishing a deeper relationship with Myriad Gold Commerce through this, the Lin family will eventually be able to enter Yan City and establish a foothold there. The so-called threat from the remnants of the Lei family and the covetous eyes of the Zai family are nothing but a bunch of idiots. Brother, sometimes you shouldn't think of people as so bad, but you also shouldn't think of them as so good. Lin Chen knew what Lin Dong had realized and said with a low laugh. Look at the Lei family. Why were they able to get support from the Blood Cloak sect? It's simply because they could gain something from it. And why were Yan's City Treasure Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce able to provide such substantial support? It's not just because of some fabricated background. They also value the potential. That's called investment. The other party thought Master Yan had ulterior motives, but they did not know that he could only sense some kind of spiritual talent. Such people with intellectual gifts are rare. When Lin Dong was discovered by the other party, it was truly a case of a talented horse finding its discerning owner. Furthermore, what kind of intentions could a foreseal symbol master possibly have towards someone who hasn't even reached the 3rd level of cultivation, and yet resides in the Nguyen Palace? I see, I understand now. Lin Dong nodded as if he understood, meaning that there are actually many people like this. The important thing is that he showed something different from others, which earned him the appreciation, attention, and high expectations of the other party, which led to this situation. Otherwise, who would bother with someone who is not related to them? Chapter 77, The Black Dragon's Stronghold That Appeared Out of Nowhere. When they were still half a day's journey back to Qingyang Town, Lin Zio led his team to rest on the spot. With the Black Armor Squad sent by Myriad Gold Commerce present, Lin Zio felt much more at ease. At least he doesn't have to worry about reinforcements brought in by the remnants of the Zai family and Lei family. Dong do you think I should make contact with that Yuan Dan realm expert? Black Armor Captain. Lin Zio was unaware of the other party's identity. The only thing the entire Black Armor Squad knew was that the other party came from Myriad Gold Commerce. He glanced at the Black Armor Squad, who had also stopped behind him, and hesitated. The main reason is to take into account the value of the other party's time. If they get angry because they only took a short break and then turn around and go straight back to Yan City, wouldn't that be terrible? Therefore, Lin Zio felt it was necessary to go and inform them of the current situation in order to avoid offending the Black Armor Squad, especially the Black Armor Captain Yuan Dan realm expert. However, he needs to ask Lin Dong's opinion first. Father, let's not do it. Lin Dong looked troubled upon hearing this. If it was truly because of him that Black Armor Squad was brought in from Myriad Gold Commerce, then it's definitely worth making contact with them. But alas, that's not the case. How embarrassing it would be if Lin Zio found out the truth when she got there. Moreover, it is very likely that Lin Chen's so-called powerful background, which she has cultivated at the Rare Treasures Pavilion, will also be exposed. Since they were sent by Myriad Gold Commerce, they will definitely return after completing their mission. At this opportune moment, Lin Chen spoke up, saying, "Third uncle, the remnants of the Lei family have not been eliminated, and the threat posed by the Blood Cloak sect still exists. The Lin family is in serious crisis. After we rest, we should set off immediately." Upon hearing this, Lin Zio abandoned the idea of contacting Yuan Dan Realm, the captain of the Black Armor Squad. That's right. Since Myriad Gold Commerce sent people out, they will naturally leave only after successfully completing the mission. Approaching like this might provoke the other party's displeasure. Looking back, Lin Zio realized that the Black Armor Squad had maintained a certain distance throughout the journey, and he believed in that possibility. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he hadn't gone directly there. Otherwise, things could really go wrong. Yuan Dan realm expert is not someone that a heavenly Yuan realm mid-stage expert like him can compare to. A Chen is right. Let's rest for a while and then hurry back to Qingyang Town. Lin Zio nodded repeatedly, turning his gaze away from Black Armor Squad, and said this. After a short rest, just as they were about to set off to continue their journey back to Qingyang Town, an accident occurred. "Hey!" A loud shout rang out at that moment. A massive crowd, wielding various weapons, surged out with murderous intent, glaring fiercely at the Lin family caravan, and barked. "This road is mine. These trees are mine if you want to pass. You must leave some money behind." The Lin family caravan immediately went on high alert. After observing the people's attire, they realized where they came from. Lin Xiao, who was leading the team, stared coldly at these people and angrily rebuked them. "Black Dragon Stronghold, how dare you intercept my Lin family's caravan?" The so-called Black Dragon Stronghold, within a radius of hundreds of miles around Qingyang town, is a notorious band of thieves who frequently rob and steal treasure. The two leaders of Black Dragon Stronghold possess the strength of heavenly Yuan realm. These bandit groups generally do not target well-known powerful forces in Qingyang town. A force like the Lin family, with its many heavenly Yuan realm experts, is far beyond the reach of a bandit force like Black Dragon Stronghold to harbor ill intentions. Lin Xiao desperately hoped that the suddenly appearing Black Dragon Stronghold would leave as soon as it heard the name of the Lin family. If a fight were to break out, they only have one heavenly Yuan realm mid-stage expert here, so they might have a hard time gaining the upper hand. "Hee, the family we robbed is the Lin family." Two black horses slowly emerged from behind the crowd, with two burly men riding on them. The big man on the left was burly and broad-shouldered, with a slightly naive smile on his face, and seemed easy to get along with. However, only those who know the other party well will know the fearsome reputation of Wu Sha, the Black Dragon Stronghold. It can tear an enemy in two. The burly man on the right looked leaner and taller, with his face covered in crisscrossing scars. Yan Qiuo, chieftain of Black Dragon Stronghold, sneered repeatedly, staring at the wary and angry Lin Xiao, and continued. "Lin Xiao, the third master of the Lin family, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to have recovered from your injuries. Tusk. As someone who frequents the area around Qingyang town, how could he not know the one-sun paralleled genius Lin Xiao? However, after the other person became a useless person, he stopped paying much attention to them. Even when they pay attention, they treat the other person as a joke. Yan Qiuo, Boss Yan, you just said you were only trying to rob my Lin family. Are you kidding me?" Having gone through what happened before, Lin Xiao's state of mind is clearly no longer the same. He wasn't too angry about Yan Qiuo's sarcastic remarks. At least it wasn't shown. His focus was more on the robbery of the chieftain of Black Dragon Stronghold. "Honestly, I really don't want to get involved with these bandit groups." "No, Third Master Lin, of course I'm not joking." Yan Qiuo smiled and continued. "I know that your Lin family displayed great power and wiped out the Lei family, the dominant force in Qingyang town. Lei Bao has most likely been eliminated, but there has been no news of him for some time now." Wu Sha, the second in command of Black Dragon Stronghold, sneered repeatedly and chimed in. "But do you know that the Lei family is an important ally of Black Dragon Stronghold, even more so than the relationship between the Lei family and the Zai family?" Lin Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked in a cold voice. "So, you were hired by Lei Li to avenge the destruction of the Lei family. If that's the case, then I'm sorry. Black Dragon Stronghold, a powerful bandit group in Qingyang town, may very well follow in the footsteps of the Lei family today. Relying solely on the Lin family caravan, they certainly couldn't withstand the full force of the Black Dragon Stronghold. Whether it's Heavenly Yuan Realm's top performers or Dai Yuan Realm's core members, they're not on the same level. But now, well, some people have their own ways of courting death. Third Master Lin is indeed exceptionally intelligent. He truly deserves to be called the #1 genius of the Lin family in Qingyang town. I admire him greatly." Yan Qiuo, chieftain of Black Dragon Stronghold, chuckled and continued. "However, if your Lin family is willing to transfer all of Lei family's assets to Black Dragon Stronghold, so that Lei Li, the surviving member of Lei family, can rebuild Lei family, then Black Dragon Stronghold is still willing to drink and make merry with the Lin family, and you, Third Master Lin, and as usual, will not rob you." It was less of a discussion and more of a threat. After all, no matter how you look at it, it's a huge threat to the Lin family, and there's no benefit to be had. Hee. Upon hearing this, Lin Zio was no longer willing to continue the conversation with Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold. The other party's goal is very clear. That is to plunder the caravan's property and capture the third master of the Lin family, thereby using him to threaten the Lin family into submission. Black Dragon's stronghold was able to come here not only because of Lei Li's interference, but also because Lei Li wanted to swallow up Lei family's huge assets, so as to become another Lei family in Qingyang town. Lin Zio showed no mercy, launching into a barrage of insults at the two leaders of Black Dragon's stronghold. You bunch of despicable trash, all you know how to do is resort to dirty tricks. If I were the leader of Black Dragon's stronghold, I would storm into Yan City, force the city lord's mansion to abdicate, and become the ruler myself. Yan Kuo and Wu Sha's expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. However, I think that you trash are not worthy of such a possibility at all, a bunch of rabble. Lin Zio unleashed his full power, his killing intent growing ever stronger. Staring at the two men, he roared. Now I, Lin Zio, am giving you one last warning. Either get out of here or leave your lives here. Chapter 78. I just want to give you a song called Cooling Down. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Lin Zio's words, Yan Kuo, the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, showing no mercy whatsoever. Who told him to already consider the Lin family caravan in front of him as his own? The more troublesome issue is the Lei family's assets, which are controlled by the Lin family. With Lin Zhenshin, a master of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, in charge, Black Dragon's stronghold didn't dare to directly challenge him. Therefore, Black Dragon's stronghold's target is only this Lin family caravan and the Lei family's businesses. With these industries and resources, Black Dragon's stronghold could become another Lei family in no time. At that time, they also had the opportunity to enter Yan City, and a powerful Yuandan realm expert appeared. Just thinking about such a prospect makes Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, very happy. He was completely unconcerned about Lin Zio's insults and murderous intent. He himself was a mid-stage heavenly Yuan realm expert, and together with Wu Sha, the second-in-command of Black Dragon's stronghold, who was also a heavenly Yuan realm expert, they were enough to bring a devastating blow to the Lin family caravan led by Lin Zio. Hehehehe, big brother, this brat Lin Zio is so ungrateful. Let me tear him to pieces. Wu Sha laughed maniacally, his face contorted with savage cruelty. His hands formed claws, and even before he actually unleashed his attack, the sharp edge of his blades already distorted the surrounding space. Before Yan Kuo could answer, he had already spurred the black horse with both legs and charged towards Lin Zio. Hee, Lin Zio, I've given you many chances, but you just won't listen, so don't blame us. Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, felt that Wu Sha's move was practically a sure thing. His gaze began to shift from Lin Zio to searching for his target within the Lin family's caravan. Found you too, how interesting. Soon, Yan Kuo focused on Lin Chen and Lin Dong and murmured. The reason Black Dragon's stronghold was able to come here was because of the inducement from Lei Li and Zai Yingying. He naturally knew that Lin Chen and Lin Dong, these two Dai Yuan realm martial artists, were top young geniuses among all the forces in Qingyang town. If this is let go, it won't be long before Black Dragon's stronghold experiences the consequences. As for Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, he definitely needs to eliminate him completely. After so many years of being a bandit gang, how could they have survived without some tricks up their sleeves? Brother Chen, this is bad. That guy has his eye on us. Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine, but his spirits lifted, and he quickly reminded him in a deep voice. Lin Xiao and Wu Sha are now locked in combat. Although there is a slight difference in their cultivation levels, it will certainly be difficult for them to determine a winner or even kill each other in a short period of time. In this situation, if Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, a mid-stage Heavenly Yuan realm expert, were to deal with the Lin family caravan, wouldn't it be as if he were entering an empty field? Brother, do you think talisman masters are powerful? Facing the approaching Yan Kuo, Lin Chen seemed oblivious, simply remaining quietly in place before turning to look at Lin Dong and asking a question. Lin Dong paused, somewhat puzzled. Yan Kuo, a mid-level expert from Heavenly Yuan realm, has already set his sights on them. Could it be that they're counting on the Black Armor Squad, led by Yuan Dan realm expert? Lin Dong glanced hesitantly at the Black Armor Squad behind him. None of them had moved at all, as if they were completely unaware of the appearance of Black Dragon's stronghold. Or rather, they deliberately remained indifferent. This distance shouldn't be enough to stop Yan Kuo's attack. You bastard, Yan Kuo. If you dare lay a hand on a Chen and Dong don't blame me, Lin Xiao, for washing your Black Dragon's stronghold in blood. Lin Xiao, who was giving Wu Sha a good beating, also got angry and shouted after discovering Yan Kuo's actions. Furthermore, it unleashed an even more powerful force, attempting to kill Wu Sha, the second in command of Black Dragon's stronghold, in the shortest possible time. Hateful. Wu Sha's face immediately turned red. Honestly, he never imagined that the gap in strength between himself and Lin Xiao was so vast. If he were the only one leading the team to intercept Lin Xiao, they might have been killed instead. Fortunately, Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, a mid-stage Heavenly Yuan realm expert, was there to oversee things. Although Wu Sha is under a lot of pressure right now, she is still doing her best to restrain and delay Lin Xiao's departure, so as not to stop Yan Kuo. You bastard, get out of here right now. At this moment, Lin Xiao was so anxious that he swore. He didn't even think about the Black Armor Squad at that moment. After all, there is a distance between them. Instead of relying on an outsider to rescue their own people, it is better to grit their teeth and persevere, and unleash their strongest power to provide support. Lin Xiao's right fist, imbued with intense Yuan energy, slammed heavily into Wu Sha's chest, who had no time to dodge. Bang! In an instant, Wu Sha was slammed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a deep crater. Despite being seriously injured, Wu Sha showed no remorse and instead launched into unrestrained mockery. Lin Xiao, just watch them both die now. These words caused Lin Xiao's brows to bulge with veins, clearly showing her displeasure. That damn guy. If the other side hadn't stalled for a while, how could Yan Kuo have threatened Lin Chen and Lin Dong? However, what Lin Xiao saw soon left her stunned. It seems that he doesn't need to do anything anymore. Let's capture Wu Sha first. Lin Xiao immediately turned around and rushed towards Wu Sha in the deep pit, easily subduing him while he was completely bewildered. And effortlessly, he destroyed the opponent's stanchion. After letting out a scream, Wu Sha was promptly thrown onto the edge of the deep pit by Lin Xiao. The other person's appearance was truly unappealing. Use you. Wu Sha's cultivation was crippled, and his internal energy was constantly draining away. This painful experience terrified him. After realizing what had happened, he was completely at a loss for what to do. Brother, avenge me. However, what puzzled him was that Yan Kuo, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, did not respond. Wu Sha endured the pain, having considered all sorts of possibilities, including that the other party had sensed his intention to rebel and usurp the throne, which was why they were taking this opportunity to not respond to him. However, when he saw Yan Kuo lying straight on the ground, his face filled with terror, he was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! What exactly happened just now? If I remember correctly, Yan Qiu, the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, attacked Lin Chen and Lin Dong. The opponent's strength at the mid-stage of Heavenly Yuan realm was enough to instantly kill the two who were only at the early stage of Dai Yuan realm, according to intelligence. But then, in the blink of an eye, it was Yan Qiu who turned cold, which Wu Sha found very hard to understand. After a long while, Wu Sha knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly and shouted angrily. "Big brother!" The shrill cry was so jarring at that moment. Before long, the Lin family caravan captured all the Black Dragon's stronghold bandits who had lost their leader. Lin Zio kicked Wu Sha in the back and sneered. "What are you doing crying here, you piece of trash?" The chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, a mid-stage expert of Heavenly Yuan realm, is actually no match for a junior member of the Lin family. What a waste. Lin Zio appeared to be cursing and swearing, but inside he was shocked. He knew very well that the strength of the two Heavenly Yuan realm masters, chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold and second leader, was no exaggeration. Many forces in Qingyang town have tried to wipe out Black Dragon's stronghold. However, they all ultimately failed. From this, we can see that Black Dragon's stronghold's strength is indeed extraordinary. Judging from the fight with Wu Sha just now, Lin Zio was already able to guess Yan Qiu's strength, which was definitely stronger. However, the latter was even more defeated than the former, and even lost his life in an instant. The decisive blow terrified Lin Zio, who was in the mid-game of Heavenly Yuan realm. If he were to get hit by that, he'd be sent flying. "What methods did you use to kill my elder brother?" While Lin Zio could marvel here, Wu Sha was filled with unease. His cultivation was destroyed, and the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold was also killed. The remaining Black Dragon's stronghold bandits were all brought under control, and any disobedience would result in a fatal kick, which was truly chilling. Wu Sha now knows very well that he will probably not escape death. Before he died, he desperately needed to know what had happened that led to such a dramatic turn of events. You know, when they arrived, they were extremely arrogant, thinking they had victory in their grasp. Lin Zio sneered repeatedly, casually grabbing the large sword beside him. The bright blade shone on Wu Sha's face as he said contemptuously, "There's no need to be so merciful to the enemy, so die with your questions in mind." A fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he drew his sword to kill him. The speed of the movements left Wu Sha only showing a look of astonishment before she was completely stunned. Those who surrender to Black Dragon's stronghold will not be killed. Lin Zio's words immediately silenced the restless Black Dragon stronghold bandits, who quickly bowed their heads and surrendered. There was nothing they could do. Both chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold and his second-in-command had been swiftly and decisively eliminated. Without a top player like Heavenly Yuan realm, what can they use to fight? These days, people go out to work just to make a living. Soon, the Lin family caravan returned to normal. However, they were the bandits holding Black Dragon's stronghold hostage, and they took away the heads of its leader and second-in-command. Furthermore, as arranged by Lin Zio, a small elite team, carrying such gifts, headed to Black Dragon's stronghold. It's time for Black Dragon, stronghold, to change its surname to Lin. After a long while, Lin Zio looked at Lin Chen and Lin Dong with a hint of hesitation. It seemed impossible that this was a coincidence. That was a Heavenly Yuan realm expert who was on par with him, yet he was instantly killed in a single exchange. Moreover, this was during a full-scale attack. Only greater power can instantly kill the opponent. Lin Zio certainly wouldn't believe this was due to the combined efforts of Lin Chen and Lin Dong. She could only speculate that it was related to myriad gold commerce. The only thing he could subconsciously think of right now was myriad gold commerce, which had powerful Yuan Dan realm experts. The level of support given to Lin Dong by this black armor squad demonstrates myriad gold commerce's high regard for him. Yes, as Lin Chen said before, it's Lin Dong's problem. Little did anyone know, Lin Dong was completely bewildered and didn't understand what had just happened. Yes, that's right, just like you thought, third uncle. Lin Chen noticed Lin Zio's questioning gaze, and after a brief silence, nodded and spoke first. Master Yan was worried about my brother getting hurt, so he gave me this life-saving technique. Even the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm can be killed instantly with one sword. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong, who was standing next to him, twitched at the corner of his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped himself. As the younger brother, it's normal for me to take the blame. For Lin Zio, Lin Dong's approach is much easier to accept. How many parents don't hope their children will become outstanding? Yes, yes, father. Lin Dong nodded repeatedly in agreement. Judging from the actual situation, that's definitely not the case. However, considering many factors, and the fact that Black Dragon's stronghold, which suddenly appeared out of nowhere, has already been eliminated, telling the truth at this moment will not be of much use. On the contrary, this opportunity can be used to justify some of one's unexpected situations. After much thought, Lin Dong admitted it. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Zio repeatedly agreed. His face was full of excitement as he pressed his hand on Lin Dong's shoulder and said earnestly, Dong strive to become Master Yan's apprentice. He is a four-seal symbol master and the chief revered guest of myriad gold commerce. Having such a master would be a tremendous help to you in the path of symbol mastery, as well as to our Lin family. Lin Dong remained silent for a moment, not expecting Lin Zio to be so excited. Is the four-seal symbol Master the Master Yan? He had been quite wary before. If Lin Chen hadn't contacted Rare Treasures Pavilion at that time, if Chief Manager Zhu is involved in the transaction in the private room, then it should be a sure thing. There was nothing that could be done. Lin Dong had already politely declined Master Yan's invitation before Lin Chen even came out of the private room. All we can say is that the two things Master Yan gave Lin Dong gave him the opportunity to become his apprentice, so that he wouldn't be unable to become one in the future. Now, Lin Dong will definitely be a little more flexible. This is what he learned from Lin Chen. Good. Seeing Lin Zio's expectant expression, Lin Dong had no choice but to nod and agree. As for what happens next, we'll see how things go. Master Yan gave him a manual for cultivating spiritual power. Although he hadn't used it yet, he had to admit that it was a great favor. However, these are all minor matters. The important question should be, how exactly did Lin Chen manage to instantly kill Yan Kuo, the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold? Lin Dong was right next to him, but he couldn't figure it out either. Clearly, he only had a chance to learn about the situation from Lin Chen after he had dealt with his father, Lin Zio. The Lin family caravan will soon arrive in Qingyang town. The Black Armor Squad followed behind without stopping for a moment. Having finally gotten his chance, Lin Dong seized the opportunity and quickly asked in a low voice, Brother Chen, how exactly did the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold die just now? He couldn't understand what had happened before. Lin Chen smiled slightly and answered softly, Brother, this is the power of a talisman master. Ordinary martial artists, especially an unremarkable mid-stage heavenly Yuan realm martial artist like Yan Kuo, obviously have little power to resist such a mental attack. Moreover, Yan Kuo has no sense of vigilance towards us at all. After all, the opponent was a mid-stage heavenly Yuan realm expert. Facing two kids who were only at the early stage of Dai Yuan realm according to intelligence, they certainly didn't have much defense, or even any. With Lin Chen's refining spirit sword attack, which is even more powerful than the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, Yan Kuo could be instantly killed in this situation. This is what just happened. In the blink of an eye, this rather unexpected thing happened. As a result, Wu Sha, the second in command of Black Dragon's stronghold, died without receiving any definite answer and could only die with resentment. The most unfortunate one was the arrogant chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold. I never imagined that this would happen. In just a moment, the person was gone. Chapter 79, Where did you get this top-grade Yin Yuan stone mine from? The power of the refining spirit sword and its astonishing killing ability shocked Lin Dong. After becoming a one-seal talisman master, can one reach the combat power of a mid-heavenly Yuan realm? No, perhaps not. After all, the fact that the refining spirit sword could instantly kill Yan Kuo, the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold, who was at the mid-stage of heavenly Yuan realm, meant that its power far exceeded that level, and was at least at the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. Originally, Lin Dong didn't have much of an interest in talisman masters, but now that he has witnessed the power of spiritual energy, he has become very motivated to cultivate it. Perhaps it's time to give that spiritual grindstone a try. Thinking of this, Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Mainly, he had witnessed Lin Chen being repeatedly crushed in spiritual grindstone. It left a very deep impression on him. Lin Chen told him that if he wanted to use the spiritual grindstone, he would first need to raise his spiritual power to the third level, the Nuan Palace realm, and use the method of sealing to obtain the natal symbol seal. Otherwise, even the strongest will be crushed and tempered by the powerful force of the spiritual grindstone, leaving behind hidden wounds that are difficult to erase. Such hidden injuries cannot be healed by ordinary spiritual medicines. Even though Lin Dong wanted to use the spiritual grindstone immediately, considering the torment it caused and his current mental strength couldn't withstand it, he decided to wait until he condensed the natal symbol seal before trying it. Brother Chen, the mental attack just now should be similar to the martial arts we've been learning, right? According to Lin Dong's understanding of spiritual power, it should be similar to elemental power, but in a different form. To make these energies exert greater power, one needs something like martial arts. Yes, that's called a spiritual secret skill. When Lin Chen heard the other party mention this, he nodded and told them about the spiritual secret skill. The power of this spiritual secret skill is beyond doubt. However, all of that is based on the accumulation of natal symbol seal. Without reaching this stage, how can one mobilize mental energy and possess that level of concentrated power? Lin Chen's words opened the door to the path of talisman mastery for Lin Dong. Even after the Lin family caravan returned to Qingyang town, they were still immersed in their fantasies about the spiritual secret skill. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying the chieftain of Black Dragon's stronghold. You are granted one sign-in opportunity. Do you wish to begin the sign-in process? When Lin Chen saw the main gate of Qingyang town, he heard the familiar system notification sound. His expression remained unchanged, and he silently recited, "Check-in." Ding, checking in successfully. Congratulations, host, you have received a check-in reward, Yin Yuan stone mine. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly. Although this Yin Yuan stone mine is far from meeting the standard of the system's sign-in reward, it can be said to have lowered the bar somewhat. However, for Lin Chen, the discovery of this Yin Yuan stone mine was of immense help. Now he needs a large amount of Yin Sha energy to enable his innate Yin core to condense completely more quickly. Furthermore, the pure Yin, pure Yang spirit gathering array set up in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world is precisely lacking such a Yin Yuan stone mine. This world has Yin and Yang. With such a Yin Yuan stone mine, the pure Yin, pure Yang spirit gathering array can greatly improve the environment of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. That's really good. Lin Chen immersed his mind in the system's space, where he saw a bluish-white halo appear. Within it lies a majestic Yin Yuan stone mine, resembling an ice dragon. It's like using the effect of a divine craft shovel, You just need to break it out of the icy blue halo to reveal its true form. Lin Chen used the ancestral stone mark on his left hand to divert part of his mind into the spiritual space, and then directly arrived at the azure, dragon, ring small world through the cyan aura of the entrance to the azure dragon ring small world. To his great surprise, the azure dragon ring small world had undergone tremendous changes during his journey to Yan City. It turns out that a medicine field has been set up in this azure dragon ring small world, where medicinal plants that could be found in Qingyang town are planted, and the flow of time has been adjusted to accelerate their maturation. The rest of the area was barren, except for a patch of woodland that Lin Chen had prepared for Tiger Mom and her 2 cubs, along with their warm nest. Now, Lin Chen has the illusion that she's come to the wrong place. He saw that the original medicine field had been expanded to include 30 more medicine fields, in accordance with the original specifications. In the adjacent woodland, a lush and dense forest has also grown, with various mountain peaks within it. Based on the initial woodland excavated using the divine craft shovel, this dense forest is now almost in a cycle. There are many wild animals in it. However, it's still not quite there yet. In the distance, there is a hot spring with steam rising from it. White tiger cub and fire python tiger cubs are happily splashing and playing among them. On the shore, Tiger Mom was lying on the ground, quietly watching her 2 cubs. However, it's not simply about taking care of the child. It's also about self-cultivation at the same time. From Heavenly Demon Sable's Demon Scripture, although it is an incomplete work, it is still able to satisfy Tiger Mom, the Heavenly Yuan Realm Monster Fire Python Tiger, and enable her to improve herself to a higher level. The place where the Yang Yuan stone mine was placed was now covered with a thick layer of soil, making it look like a long, winding mountain range of flames. Ironwood is also grown there, forming a large Taimu forest domain. This situation still surprised Lin Chen somewhat. Simply placing the Yang Yuan stone mine in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world would certainly not achieve the same effect. Without a doubt, it was the pure yin, pure yang spirit gathering array, based on the Yang Yuan stone mine, that brought about the earth-shattering changes to the environment of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. The rich, natural energy of the environment made Lin Chen feel as if she were in the real world. It may even have a better natural environment than Qingyang town, and could potentially rival Yan City. Having cultivated within the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, his martial arts potential has already reached the level of Yuan realm. In other words, it can support the appearance of Yuan Dan realm expert. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the result. It was definitely the right choice to recruit Heavenly Demon Sable to work for him. Judging from Heavenly Demon Sable's behavior, it seems that the other party already really likes this Azure Dragon Ring small world. He felt that was acceptable. So, how did Brother Dio do? After Lin Chen appeared in the Azure Dragon Ring small world, the Heavenly Demon Sable, who was leisurely swinging on a swing in the forest, instantly appeared in front of him, its black claws on its hips, and asked very proudly. Good. Lin Chen nodded, agreeing that it was acceptable. However, it's still not quite there yet. What do you mean by not bad? Heavenly Demon Sable originally thought that by changing the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, he could earn praise from Lin Chen, but it turns out that's all there is to it. This made Heavenly Demon Sable very resentful. She pouted and was very unhappy. Oh, that was done very poorly. Lin Chen pretended not to understand the other person's meaning and answered casually. Anyway, he needs to get Heavenly Demon Sable into submission as soon as possible. Only in this way can there be a diligent gardener. Just kidding, you did a good job. Just as Heavenly Demon Sable was about to explode, Lin Chen quickly changed his tune. Such a skillful move left the other party speechless. Didn't you see how many medicine fields I've established? Heavenly Demon Sable was so angry that he jumped up and down repeatedly. Lin Chen's praise just now was still not enough. I saw it, so what? Lin Chen looked at Heavenly Demon Sable with a half smile and continued. Do you think I have the ability to fill these 30 medicine fields? Or do you think you can use magic to conjure up medicinal plants, plant them in the medicine fields, and make them mature and bear abundant fruit? These words made Heavenly Demon Sable lower his head somewhat guiltily, his two small, black paws awkwardly clasping together. Well, he had some ulterior motives. But wasn't he doing this for Lin Chen's own good? With so many medicine fields, once they are fully planted, there will be no need to worry about medicinal herbs for some time to come. Thinking of this, Heavenly Demon Sable's mouth was practically watering. Furthermore, he can recover his strength as soon as possible. What a brilliant way to kill two birds with one stone. Moreover, a medicine field can grow 30 plants, and the growing environment of different medicinal herbs and spiritual trees will vary. It seems that what you have produced is something that I cannot obtain for the time being. Lin Chen glanced at a certain medicine field, which was clearly suitable for the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, a kind of elixir. If one obtains the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, its immense spiritual power can help the Heavenly Demon Sable's spirit recover quickly. If a talisman master obtains it, their spiritual power will be greatly enhanced. For someone like Lin Chen, who is at the peak of one seal talisman master spiritual power and has 1 foot in second seal spirit master, the help of a spiritual power elixir like the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower would undoubtedly enable him to quickly reach second seal spirit master and touch upon even higher thresholds. Lin Chen seemed to be deep in thought. He had previously considered finding the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower in the mine below Taimu Village. However, the entire Yang Yuan stone mine main vein has already been incorporated into the Azure Dragon Ring's small world by him. Clearly, the mine with the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower is located in the Yang Yuan stone mine branch. Even though Lin Chen already knew about the existence of the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, he still couldn't find it without touching the Yang Yuan stone mine branch. The search for the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower would naturally make the Lin family's higher-ups aware that this branch of the Yang Yuan stone mine had problems. To avoid trouble, Lin Chen didn't bother to search for it. He knew very well that if they actually unearthed the mine with the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower, they would definitely report it to the Lin family's higher-ups. Given Lin Chen's current status and position in the Lin family, she is certainly aware of this situation. Moreover, Taimu Village is, to a certain extent, in the hands of Lin Chen. The 2 black iron demon leopards are guarding Taimu Village. With the help of the spirit communication talisman seal, the other party's intelligence continued to develop and grow. Their own cultivation level gradually improved, and their talents and potential were extended. Thus, thanks to the spirit communication talisman seal, if Black Iron Demon Leopard knows, then he will also know. The immense spiritual power contained within the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower is something no one can currently absorb entirely. Even if it were Heavenly Demon Sable, it wouldn't be possible to absorb it instantly. Lin Chen and Lin Dong only need to absorb a portion of the spiritual energy source to significantly enhance their spiritual power. All Lin Chen could say was that this Heavenly Demon Sable was very interesting. The list they provided earlier didn't include any elixirs like the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower. In the blink of an eye, a medicine field specifically for cultivating Fire Ancestor Demon Flower plants was established. It would be impossible to say that there were no problems. I was just trying to take your situation into consideration, in order to take into account my own recovery and recuperation, and to prepare in advance. Heavenly Demon Sable was clearly more aware of the situation than Lin Chen. Rare and precious materials like the Fire Ancestor Demon Flower were truly beyond the reach of the other party. If he were incredibly lucky and obtained a fire ancestor demon flower, he would definitely try every means to plant it in the medicine field, so as to continuously receive the spiritual nourishment from this elixir. This is called sustainable development. You may not get the fire ancestor demon flower now, but that doesn't mean you won't get it in the future. Heavenly Demon Sable stared meaningfully at Lin Chen and continued, "After all, this stone talisman has already made you acknowledge it as your master. What else could be more difficult than such a heaven-defying divine object? An ancestral stone is chosen by its owner and selected based on merit. This is a new discovery made by Heavenly Demon Sable about the brothers Lin Chen and Lin Dong. As for these medicine fields, it's better to be prepared." Heavenly Demon Sable, reflecting on his current state and the hard work involved in cultivating these 30 medicine fields, felt a pang of sadness. He never imagined that he, the mighty Heavenly Demon Sable, would be working as a laborer in this azure dragon ring small world. To put it nicely, they are hardworking gardeners. To put it bluntly, they're just unfortunate wage earners. Even under these circumstances, Lin Chen was still not satisfied, which truly chilled him to the bone. "I understand." Lin Chen nodded and continued. "Now, in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, there is the pure yin, pure yang spirit gathering array based on Yang Yuan stone mine. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is already rich enough, which is very good." He paused, then changed the subject slightly. "However, these 30 medicine fields have long exceeded this scope and could easily affect the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. If it collapses, we will suffer huge losses. Therefore, we need to first improve the natural environment of Azure Dragon Ring's small world to achieve a state of harmony between yin and yang." Heavenly Demon Sable curled his lip, unconvinced. These were 30 plots of medicine field that he had worked hard to acquire, and cultivating them was a very difficult task. How could someone living in such a remote and impoverished place as Qingyang Town possibly obtain even a third of the medicine on his list? He felt that Lin Chen would at most just fill the 3 medicine fields with crops. This condition only came into being after the Lin family had become the new dominant force in Qingyang Town. The other party is already incredibly lucky to have obtained a large, top-quality Yang Yuan stone mine. How could one possibly obtain a top-quality Yin Yuan stone mine in such a short time? After all, at this stage, only Yin Yuan stone mines of the same or even higher level can bring about tremendous changes to the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. The most obvious manifestation of this is undoubtedly the primordial energy of heaven and earth. "You're right about everything, but Brother Dio wouldn't listen." Heavenly Demon Sable proudly raised his chin, which had never been shown before, and gave a perfunctory reply. However, he was soon completely dumbfounded. With a casual wave of Lin Chen's hand, a streak of icy blue light appeared in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. The intense yin-sha energy made Heavenly Demon Sable quite aware of it. Heavenly Demon Sable widened his small eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did you get this top-grade Yin Yuan stone mine?" Chapter 80, I Still Love Your Unruly Side. The appearance of the exquisite Yin Yuan stone mine truly shocked Heavenly Demon Sable. In such a short time, Lin Chen actually managed to get his hands on the Yin Yuan stone mine, and it was even the best of the best. Could it be that only the other party discovered the Yin Yuan stone mine? Otherwise, the appearance of such a Yin Yuan stone mine would have a huge impact on Qingyang Town, where Lin Chen is located, and even Yan City, enough to drive many forces crazy and make them want to seize it. How was it possible for Lin Chen to obtain it so easily? "Of course, I found it and brought it back." In response to Heavenly Demon Sable's exclamation, Lin Chen remained relatively calm. The understated words left Heavenly Demon Sable speechless, unable to utter a word. "You're incredibly lucky." After a long while, Heavenly Demon Sable finally uttered these words. He reached out and took the icy blue halo, attempting to release it. But to his surprise, it didn't work at all. "Don't try, I'll do it." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Heavenly Demon Sable's flushed face. Raise the divine craft shovel again and puncture the icy blue halo. Immediately, like an ice dragon crawling on the ground, the top-grade Yin Yuan stone mine landed in the Pure Yin Pure Yang Spirit Gathering array set up in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world. As Yin and Yang converged, the Pure Yin Pure Yang Spirit Gathering array immediately made the primordial energy of heaven and earth in the Azure Dragon Ring's small world even more abundant. After a long time, Lin Chen was able to sense that the spiritual energy environment of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world was 2 to 3 times that of the area where Yan City was located, and it was constantly improving. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth caused Lin Chen's dozens of meridians and the Azure Lotus Chi Vortex to automatically and frantically absorb it at this moment. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within this Azure Dragon Ring's small world allows the elemental power within its body to accumulate more, becoming increasingly powerful. Click. Lin Chen seemed to hear a crisp sound coming from his danshan. He looked inward at the innate yin core that was condensing in his danshan and found that while absorbing the primordial energy of heaven and earth, it was also absorbing more yin sha energy. As a result, the innate yin core, which had already reached a bottleneck and contained a large amount of innate yin sha qi, was finally fully formed at this time. A tremendous power emerged from the depths of his body and filled his entire being. Lin Chen breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling incredibly refreshed. So this is what Yuanden Realm is all about. Originally, according to Lin Chen's speculation, the innate yin core that he began to condense, based on the innate yin sha qi, and the crystal ball would enable him to reach the so-called half-step Yuanden Realm cultivation level, only one step away from Yuanden Realm. Now, feeling the power within his body, he felt that this was probably the level of an ordinary Yuan Dan Realm expert. In a sense, Lin Chen, who has fully condensed the innate yin core, has become a so-called Yuanden Realm powerhouse. There are no patterns on that innate yin core. If there are patterns, then he can be even more certain that this innate yin core is similar to a regular core. Because Lin Chen absorbed innate yin sha qi during his time at Dai Yuan Realm. Its quality and quantity determined that the innate yin core that has been condensed is stronger than other ordinary cores. The existing path of cultivation is based on the martial arts training methods passed down through generations. Theoretically, Dai Yuan Realm and Heavenly Yuan Realm can be separated. However, it is also very possible that they can be combined. Upon realizing this, Lin Chen immediately understood. We just need to wait until the innate yin core and the subsequent innate yang core are formed and integrated together. Therefore, once Lin Chen becomes Yuanden Realm, he will undoubtedly be invincible among those of the same level. Now that the innate yin core has been fully formed, he has reached the peak of Dai Yuan Realm. In the blink of an eye, he can break through to Heavenly Yuan Realm. Wow, what's going on with you? This is Yuanden Realm. It was merely the aura emanating from the innate yin pearl that made Heavenly Demon Sable think he had misperceived it. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the other party only possessed the power of Yuanden Realm in yin sha energy, but had never achieved such cultivation in yang gang energy. Heavenly Demon Sable carefully observed Lin Chen's situation and seemed to understand something. His gaze towards Lin Chen became somewhat fearful and apprehensive. At Dai Yuan Realm, the yin core is first condensed. Such a bold move truly terrified Heavenly Demon Sable, and even the rest of the population. In this situation, if something unexpected happens, it will inevitably lead to lifelong regret. At best, it can sever the meridians, destroy the danshan, and cause the loss of all cultivation, leaving the person in a vegetative state. In severe cases, it can lead to immediate death. What Heavenly Demon Sable found most unbelievable was that the other party had actually succeeded and was so powerful. He was also very puzzled about the quality of the yin-sha energy that Lin Chen absorbed. It seems that the 9th grade yin-sha energy is even worse than the innate yin-sha qi in the other person's body. It must be said that this discovery truly puzzled Heavenly Demon Sable. Lin Chen comes from a poor, remote area, so how come he has such a treasure? And incredibly, they succeeded. After condensing the innate yin core, Lin Chen's combat power is now comparable to Yuan realm. Once the innate yang core is fully realized, it might already be able to dominate Yuan realm. Once the two innate yuan pills are fused together, they will reach a higher level of cultivation. Just thinking about it made Heavenly Demon Sable's expression complicated. No, I'm just a small Dai Yuan realm right now. When asked about the exclamation of Heavenly Demon Sable, Lin Chen shrugged innocently and spoke so frankly. He is convinced that at this stage, he is simply at the peak of Dai Yuan realm. Once he finds the time to absorb innate Yang Gang energy, he will be able to break through to Heavenly Yuan realm. Are you kidding me? Heavenly Demon Sable rolled his eyes repeatedly. Thankfully, he was a worldly man. Lin Chen's ability to consolidate the innate yin core greatly surprised him. However, as long as Lin Chen's cultivation level has not surpassed that of the former Heavenly Demon Sable, the latter will not be too shocked. Just a little bit. I must say, you're very bold. Heavenly Demon Sable, with two tiny black paws behind his back, swayed around Lin Chen before continuing. Although you're not the first to try this, you're the only one I've seen so far. And to survive and successfully condense the yin core, you're truly. Next time, could you please save your life and not mess around like that? The last sentence, in Heavenly Demon Sable's tone, was noticeably more somber. If Lin Chen's risky attempt to condense the innate yin core goes awry and something unexpected happens, he will be finished. So wouldn't the Heavenly Demon Sable, who is inside the ancestral stone, be in danger? That definitely won't work. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that stupid? Lin Chen lowered his eyelids slightly and said in an annoyed tone, Don't worry, if you follow me, you'll get what you deserve. Heavenly Demon Sable breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was afraid that the other party would overestimate their abilities and cause trouble here. He lost his life, and that's it. Don't fucking drag him into this too. Heavenly Demon Sable didn't want to encounter such an accident after finally managing to preserve his demonic spirit with the help of the ancestral stone, and then completely lose his chance of survival. If that were the case, he would be devastated. Wait, what do you mean by following you? Heavenly Demon Sable suddenly realized a crucial problem and quickly shouted. I, Lord Dio, only allowed you to call me Brother Dio because you are the master of this stone talisman. Now that you have condensed the yin core, you think you're something special. Little do you know, this so-called Yuan realm is nothing but an ant in this world. So, Lin Chen looked at the bristling Heavenly Demon Sable with a half-smile. He quite liked the other's current unruly demeanor. That would be ideal, so that it can be like that later too. So, you have to call me Brother Dio. Heavenly Demon Sable seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning of Lin Chen's words, and spoke with great arrogance. Brother Dio, that sounds so good. You little devil, remember this arrogant attitude of yours. I really hope you can keep it up. Lin Chen smiled slightly and continued. If that's not possible, you might as well change your surname to Lin. You won't regret following me. Although Heavenly Demon Sable was very powerful in the past, he has a great chance to recover his cultivation and even advance further in the future. But wouldn't it be better to have the opportunity to reach a higher level faster and see a wider world? If that's not the case, then what ability does the other party have to restore things to their original state? It's nothing more than hiding in the ancestral stone, barely clinging to life. What Lin Chen did may seem like just changing his surname, But in reality, it was a major step in gaining the other party's trust. Only when this step is achieved can the other party lower their guard and no longer need to worry about you. Joke. Heavenly Demon Sable scoffed upon hearing this. This small request is actually a bit funny. He is none other than Heavenly Demon Sable, the infamous Lord Dio. He doesn't even have this so-called surname. Besides, his current unruly demeanor is his true nature, and he will never be swayed by external factors. Then remember this. If you go back on your word, your so-called Heavenly Demon Sable name is probably not as powerful as you say. Seeing that the other party had already taken the bait, Lin Chen decided to give them a heads up. Only in this way can we say that things are stable. There's no other way. I always need to ensure my backyard is safe and stable so I can properly cultivate and avoid being betrayed. Bring it on, Brother Dio, I'm not afraid. Heavenly Demon Sable sneered repeatedly. Over the years, no one had ever been so arrogant in front of him. To borrow Lin Chen's words, he really liked the other party's unruly attitude, so let's just wait and see what happens. Very good, then I'm relieved, little brother Lin Dio. A smug smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He knew the other party would agree. Young man, you're still too attached to appearances. You. Heavenly Demon Sable glared angrily at Lin Chen. He hadn't lost yet, so how could he let the other party act like this? However, he was soon stunned. With a wave of Lin Chen's hand, the 7-colored torrent composed of beams of light flew out. Heavenly Demon Sable saw various medicinal herbs among them, including many that could restore and nourish demon spirits and enhance spiritual power. The sheer number of them made him feel as if he were in paradise. With so many medicinal herbs, wouldn't he be incredibly happy? Heavenly Demon Sable's small eyes suddenly became glazed over. He couldn't control himself and wanted to rush over, grab a medicinal herb, and eat it in big bites. However, Heavenly Demon Sable quickly came to his senses. Before him stood Lin Chen's tall figure, blocking his path to the delicious elixir. What are you doing? Heavenly Demon Sable glared angrily at Lin Chen and said sternly, How dare you, Lord Dio, obstruct me like this? Do you believe I'll bite you? So many spiritual herbs. Even excluding the immature ones, it's enough for him to consume for a while. Lin Chen extended his hand, and under the other person's gaze, he raised his middle finger, mocking them with utter contempt. So this is the infamous Heavenly Demon Sable. He's nothing more than a despicable fellow with no integrity whatsoever. These words turned Heavenly Demon Sable's face deathly pale. Holy crap, is this even possible? Recalling his previous conversation with Lin Chen, he could only say, No, Brother Dio, what I meant was that I didn't mean to back out. I just needed to verify it, you know. Despite Heavenly Demon Sable's efforts to maintain his unruly demeanor, his small eyes seemed fixed intently on the 7-colored torrent composed of elixirs. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, No need for verification. Just stay defiant. As for this elixir, I have no intention of giving it to you. Immediately, Lin Chen casually waved his hand, categorizing the various colored halos within the torrent of 7 colors, and planting them according to their optimal growing conditions in the 30 newly established medicine fields. In the blink of an eye, the already abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth became even more concentrated. Immature medicinal plants swayed in the medicine field, emitting a faint fragrance that tantalized Heavenly Demon Sable's taste buds. The altered time flow rules of the Azure Dragon Ring's small world, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy brought by the Pure Yin Pure Yang Spirit Gathering array based on Yang Yuan Stone Mine and Yin Yuan Stone Mine, are sufficient to mature these immature medicinal plants. Then there will be plenty of elixirs to consume. Heavenly Demon Sable couldn't hold back any longer. Drooling, he suddenly rushed towards the nearest piece of medicine field. There is a spiritual herb that can enhance spiritual power. It can effectively nourish and restore his demonic form. Clearly, his unruly demeanor was utterly pathetic in the face of so many spiritual herbs. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen burst out laughing. In the blink of an eye, these immature medicinal plants in the medicine field were not affected by the rules of time flow. This meant that even the heavenly demon Sable who had rushed over could only stop in time, then stare at the elixir with shining eyes and drooling, but could not take a bite. The immature medicinal plant doesn't yet have such useful effects. It could even be said that its effects might be the opposite. What was originally a miraculous cure has instead become toxic. This may be a medicinal plant, and to prevent it from being destroyed by an unscrupulous enemy during its growth, it may develop a deadly poison. Even the heavenly demon Sable, with his vast knowledge and former great power, was still a formidable being. However, given his current demonic state, he really doesn't dare to try it. Try it and you might just die. Little brother, I still prefer your unruly side. Chapter 80. One blood-stained robes arrive at the door. Little brother, I still prefer your unruly side. While heavenly demon Sable hesitated, Lin Chen's casual words had already reached the other's ears. Like a demonic voice piercing his ears, heavenly demon Sable felt extremely ashamed. Use you. Heavenly demon Sable attempts to justify his actions, but it seems he has no way to solve it. Moreover, what frustrated him the most was that so many medicinal herbs could not be taken without Lin Chen's consent. In this Azure Dragon Ring small world, Lin Chen is the god. All right, I accept my loss. In the end, heavenly demon Sable nodded in approval. However, his gloomy mood did not last long. He quickly regained his fighting spirit and looked at the newly opened 30 medicine fields with shining eyes. If Lin Chen is willing, then there should be an opportunity to take the elixir. Lin Dio pursed her lips, her two small, dark hands rubbing together incessantly. Clearly, he was waiting for Lin Chen's permission before rushing over and grabbing the elixir and munching on it indiscriminately. But where did you get so many medicinal herbs? Although heavenly demon Sable had already accepted his name as Lin Dio and lowered his proud head in front of Lin Chen, he still couldn't help but ask him about it. Surely all these miraculous medicines can't all be illusions, right? Lin Chen chuckled and said, After leaving Qingyang Town, I went to Yan City, which has a lot of yuan realm, and bought these medicinal plants at the Yan City Treasure Pavilion. When Lin Dio heard the name Rare Treasures Pavilion, he was stunned. Clearly, he was aware of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The Rare Treasures Pavilion, a trading venue spanning 4 domains, boasts an extremely powerful background. It is quite possible that so many elixirs could be obtained from the Rare Treasures Pavilion. The main issue is that so much money is needed. In Yan City, the so-called money is actually Yang Essence Stone and Yang Essence Pill. Lin Dio subconsciously thought that Lin Chen simply didn't have that kind of financial resources, but then he remembered that there was a large, top-quality Yang Yuan stone mine in the Azure Dragon Ring small world. If the other party decides to use Divine Craft Shovel, such a financial effect can be achieved. But with so many medicinal herbs, it would require a lot of Yang Essence stones. Based on what Lin Dio has observed from his hard work in this Azure Dragon Ring small world over the past few days, the loss of Yang Essence Stone is almost negligible. Therefore, the only thing he could think of was that Lin Chen used Ancestral Stone to condense the Yang Essence Pill. Only under such circumstances could Lin Chen have brought back so many medicinal herbs. However, having money doesn't solve the problem. Yan City, the 3rd largest city in Tiandu Prefecture, is home to all the respectable forces in the area. It's a melting pot of all sorts of people, making it extremely difficult for any honest individual to leave safely with a large sum of money. Perhaps being tempted by wealth will not lead to obtaining a large quantity of Yang Essence Stone or Yang Essence Pill. At least, someone could obtain the large quantity of elixirs that Lin Chen received from Yan City Treasure Pavilion. Whether the medicinal plant is mature or immature, it is extremely valuable. Without special channels and formidable strength, how could they be collected? Even the Yan City Treasure Pavilion isn't as neutral as it seems. Lin Dao pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't guess how Lin Chen, who came from the poor and remote Qingyang town, could have obtained so many priceless elixirs in the large Yan city, and even more so in the Rare Treasures Pavilion, and then returned safely. The other party's audacity and existing strength shocked and impressed him. In other places, facing those peerless geniuses, Lin Chen's talent, potential, and current strength are naturally not up to par. This is normal, as the starting lines are completely different. But here, the other party is definitely an outcast. Lin Dao knew very well that with the existing ancestral stone alone, it would be impossible to bring about such a huge change for Lin Chen. The situation can be seen from Lin Dong, who was the first to receive a 6-month contract. The contrast is quite striking. All we can say is that Lin Chen certainly has other opportunities. Lin Dao gazed at the exquisite Yin Yuan stone mine within the pure yin, pure yang spirit gathering array, and fell into deep thought. This time, we've already achieved so much. Will the other party bring an even bigger surprise next time? He strongly suspected that this was very likely. The main reason is that he doesn't know what other opportunities the other party has, which forces Lin Dao to think this way. Who knows, it might be a rare opportunity, no less remarkable than an ancestral stone. Lin Dao suddenly realized that this might not be such a bad thing after all. At least it gave him a chance to return to his peak. Then I'll be able to get my revenge. With this in mind, his wariness and vigilance towards Lin Chen completely disappeared. Going forward, if they want to return to their peak, they will probably need Lin Chen. These medicinal herbs alone were enough to make him live comfortably for a while. There's also the little fire python tiger cub with its mutated bloodline, and the white tiger cub, which seems to be a sacred beast, giving Lin Dao, a heavenly demon sable, a sense of hope for the future. That's great. Zio Dio, it's up to you now. After saying this, Lin Chen looked at the medicine field, which was filled with medicinal herbs and spiritual wood plants. He doesn't have much time to manage so many medicine fields. At most, it's just about managing the elixirs that I need to take right now. Treating the root cause is definitely much better than indulging in unhealthy eating habits. No problem, no problem. Lin Dao grinned, revealing his small white teeth. If Lin Chen agrees, he will definitely take very good care of the medicinal herbs in the medicine field. When the time comes, I can secretly taste some of the elixir and check how well it grows, right? I still trust you completely. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Dao was basically out of danger now, so he would definitely be leaving. After talking with Tiger Mom about the changes to Azure Dragon Ring's small world, her feelings about them, and the recent situation of White Tiger Cub and Little Fire Python Tiger Cub, and confirming that there were no problems, I left Azure Dragon Ring's small world. Qingyang Town. The Lin family's backyard hall. Father, we discovered that Lei Li, a remnant of the Lei family, and Zai Yingying, the daughter of the Zai family, both returned to the Zai family this morning without trying to hide. Should we quickly join forces with Mad Blade Marshall Hall to put pressure on the Zai family? Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Ken quickly reported it to Lin Zhenshin, who was sitting in a chair. He felt that the reappearance of Lei Li, a remnant of the Lei family, was definitely suspicious. Who knows, something unexpected might happen, so we have to be careful. The Lin family caravan that went to Yan City should be returning soon. He could only pray that Lin Zio and the others were safe, otherwise. Snort. Although Lin Zhenshin had already anticipated this outcome, he still couldn't help but slam his hand on the armchair and snort coldly. Lei Li must have received support to have such confidence to return to Qingyang town without any concealment, and even deliberately let us see him enter the Zai family. Previously, the Zai family had not dared to show any defiance towards the alliance between the Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall. But now, the other party's attitude has changed significantly. The support from a mere late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm expert would certainly not have given him such confidence. Even when the Lei family was at its peak and had not yet been destroyed, the Lei family and Zai family, even when they joined forces, did not dare to directly break ties with the Lin family and start a war. It is conceivable that the support that the Zai family and Lei Li have received now must be from several late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm masters, or a Yuan Dan realm expert. Yuan Dan realm expert, that's someone who can single-handedly sweep through the entire Qingyang town. Lin Zhenshin's face looked very unpleasant. After destroying the Lei family, he learned from the surrendered Lei family members that the Yan City forces connected to the Lei family were the Blood Cloak sect, which was headed by Yuan Dan realm expert. This so-called Blood Cloak sect is quite famous in Yan City. Sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect is a Yuan Dan realm expert at the lesser perfection level. And his deputy sect leader is also a Yuan Dan realm expert. They are far stronger than any of the major forces in Qingyang town, making them incomparable. If the other side were to send a Yuan Dan realm expert at the level of a deputy sect leader, it would pose a tremendous threat to the Lin family. After all, even if they went to great lengths to kill the Blood Cloak sect's deputy leader, who was at the Yuan Dan realm level, they would still be unable to escape the threat of annihilation posed by the Blood Cloak sect's all-out attack. This is what is troubling Lin Zhenshin. He feels that if Mad Blade Marshall Hall knew about this situation and was about to face Yuan Dan realm expert's enemy, it might shake his belief in cooperating with the Lin family. There's nothing we can do. The Lei family has been destroyed. The previous balance of power among the three major forces, where the Lin family held the top position among the others, has been completely broken. With Mad Blade Marshall Hall's current strength, he wouldn't be afraid to face even the Zai family. After dividing up part of the Lei family's assets, Mad Blade Marshall Hall has become a newly emerging dominant force in Qingyang town, having acquired the former Lei family's assets. The position of the #1 power in Qingyang town. The established Zai family comes next, followed by the Lin family. The strength of this force depends not only on the cultivation level of its top-tier warriors, but also on its accumulated foundation over many years. Given the Lin family's resources, it will take time for them to digest the gains from the Lei family's businesses before they are qualified to catch up with Mad Blade Marshall Hall. It's fair to say that Mad Blade Marshall Hall made a killing by successfully siding with someone, reaping huge benefits. Father, my third brother has not yet returned from Yan City. The deputy leader of the Blood Cloak sect has probably already gone to the Zai family. If we rashly go to the Zai family now, we may fall into a trap. Currently, the Lin family only has 3 heavenly Yuan realm experts: Lin Zhenshin, Lin Ken, and Lin Zio. Lin Zio has gone out and not returned, leaving only the 2 heavenly Yuan realm experts in the Lin family. With a master like Lin Zhenshin, a master of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, the Zai family shouldn't make any rash moves. How many simple forces can establish themselves in Qingyang town? At the very least, the ability to assess the situation is a basic skill, and very few people lack this ability. Lin Ken first organize the family's elite forces and prepare for battle at any time. Also, prepare for the evacuation of the family members. In addition, send a message to Luo Cheng, the master of Mad Blade Marshall Hall, and at the same time, find out the current situation of the Zai family as soon as possible. Lin Zhenshin, being from the Lin clan and the head of the Lin family, immediately issued various orders. They had to prepare for both battle and retreat, and they also had to drag their comrades in arms into the fray together. No matter what, it shouldn't be a complete annihilation, right? Yes. In fact, Lin Ken had already made these preparations. Even after wiping out the Lei family, there's still one remnant of the Lei family, Lei Li, left unpunished. That definitely means danger is on the horizon. Given the circumstances at the time, Lin Ken could only prepare as if he were facing an enemy like Yuan Dan Realm Expert. Whether it's effective or not can only be determined by its performance. Report. Just as Lin Ken was about to leave the backyard hall, someone arrived over there, looking very anxious. Master, sir, something terrible has happened. A large number of people have arrived outside, all dressed in the same Zai family attire. Our Lin family is probably surrounded. They've mobilized all their forces. These words immediately caused Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken to widen their eyes and turn very gloomy and cold. Pass down the order. Prepare for battle. After saying this, Lin Zhenshin led Lin Ken and the others to the main gate of the Lin family. Clearly, the Zai family's purpose in coming here is to wipe out the Lin family. Lin Zhenshin naturally couldn't allow the destruction of the Lei family to fall on the Lin family's head. He refuses to believe that fortunes change. Hee, Brother Lin, it's been a long time. I've missed you dearly. Clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family, dressed in fine clothes, immediately smiled and spoke upon noticing the arrival of Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken. Seeing such a warm greeting, an unsuspecting person might think the two were old friends. Little did they know, these were ruthless individuals who wanted to eliminate each other. Clan leader Zai, you've brought so many people here. Surely it's not just about saying hello to this old man. Lin Zhenshin wasn't particularly impressed by Zai Qian's greeting. The more nonchalant the other party appeared, as if the previous grudge between Lin Zhenshin and Luo Cheng, two masters of the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm who had blocked his doorstep, did not exist, the more vigilant Lin Zhenshin became. Lin Zhenshin glanced around at the group of people dressed in identical Zai family attire behind Zai Qian, as well as several heavenly Yuan realm experts, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Such a large-scale move makes it hard to say that the other party wasn't there to wipe out the Lin family. And what's more, Lei Li is actually in the Zai family team. The appearance of this remnant of the Lei family undoubtedly confirms Lin Zhenshin's suspicions, and there is probably nothing wrong with it. What Lin Zhenshin feared most was that a middle-aged man in a gray-yellow shirt appeared next to Zai Qian. Generally speaking, it's impossible for anyone to stay by Zai Qian's side. Or to be more precise, if Zai Qian hadn't been the Zai clan leader and hadn't come to speak with Lin Zhenshin, the other party would probably have been standing half a body length behind the middle-aged man in the gray-yellow shirt. Lin Zhenshin's pupils contracted slightly, and he became extremely alert. If nothing unexpected happens, this middle-aged man in gray and yellow clothes is the Blood Cloak sect they just learned about, who came to support the Zai family and seek revenge for the Lei family. Hee, Brother Lin, you still have such a fiery temper. I suggest you learn from Lei Bao in this regard. At least you should wear a smile instead of being so gloomy and cold. Zai Qian noticed Lin Zhenshin's expression, and with a slight upturn of his lips, said in a sarcastic tone. He came here because he was confident of victory. What goes around comes around. Now it's the Zai family's turn to wipe out the Lin family. Lin Zhenshin sneered repeatedly and cursed, I don't want to listen to a dying man. If you want to be like Lei Bao, you'd better go and die with him right now. Chapter 82 Thunder Thief, Traitor, Rebel. You really deserve to die, even if old man Lin doesn't die. Faced with Lin Zhenshin's insults, even if clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family wanted to politely mock him, he had to admit that it was indeed a luxury. He clenched his fist, stared coldly at Lin Zhenshin, and Lin Chen and Lin Dong behind him, and chuckled maliciously. It seems that your lucky defeat of the Lei family has made your Lin family too arrogant. Don't you know that excessive arrogance will lead to your demise? Hesi. The eerie, chilling laughter sent shivers down the spines of many present. It has to be said that, given the example of the Lei family's downfall, the fact that the Zai family still dared to come here suggests that there is only one possibility. The other side probably has powerful reinforcements. Any well-informed faction in Qingyang town knows about the upcoming changes in the town's power structure, which are currently being observed in the struggle between the Lin family and the Zai family. Judging from the Zai family's aggressive demeanor, it's clear they know the other side likely has support from a master of the heavenly realm, or even a Yuan Dan realm expert. Zai Qian, do you think that having the support of another force guarantees victory? Lin Zhenshin had no intention of wasting any more words with Zai Qian. He stared at the middle-aged man in the gray-yellow clothes beside Zai Qian and asked in a cold voice, "And who are you to meddle in the private feuds of Qingyang town? That seems unreasonable." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in the gray-yellow shirt chuckled. He looked around at Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken in front of him and said, "This master is Yan City, Blood Cloak Sect Vice Master, second-rank Talisman Master Gu Wying." These words caused Lin Zhenshin's expression to slightly harden. A second Seal's Spirit Master, that's not easy to deal with. It's not that the second Seal's Spirit Master is already Yuandan realm, but rather that the various mental power-based techniques he possesses are endless and cannot be easily resisted by a pure martial artist like Lin Zhenshin. They are impossible to defend against. The most crucial element is this second Seal's Spirit Master, only in Yan City, the deputy leader of the Blood Cloak Sect. The leader of the Blood Cloak Sect must be Yuan Dan realm expert. Lin Zhenshin, if you hand over all of Lei family's assets to me, not only will your Lin family not be destroyed today, but you will also receive the protection of the Blood Cloak Sect, and they may even help you eliminate your enemies. Gu Wying, a middle-aged man in a gray-yellow shirt, raised his chin. The Lin family, consisting of only 2 Heavenly Yuan realm members, had no chance of stopping their combined attack. His reason for coming here was naturally to covet the resources of the destroyed Lei family. With so many resources, he can benefit from them and improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. This is definitely more beneficial than staying in the Blood Cloak Sect and serving as its deputy leader. After all, this represents all the resources of the Lei family, a dominant force in Qingyang town. Master Gu is absolutely right. As long as we destroy the Lin family, we can naturally obtain all of Lei family's assets and resources, and also the Lin family's assets. Isn't that great? Clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Gu Wying's words. He found it difficult to genuinely agree, but out of respect for the Blood Cloak Sect, he could only offer a brief nod before reminding Gu Wying of the situation to prevent any potential problems. If the Lin family were to become a force within the Blood Cloak Sect, then their Zai family would certainly be unable to destroy them. Zai Qian, an old fox, is well aware of the harm that raising a tiger will ultimately bring. He, clan leader Zai is indeed shrewd. Gu Wying glanced at Zai Qian, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Just now, he only wanted to achieve his goal without bloodshed. Take Yan City if the Blood Cloak Sect could directly take down Lin Zhenshin. That would be ideal, saving us the trouble of fighting. Lin Zhenshin, what do you think? Gu Wying didn't look at Zai Qian's expression again, but stared at Lin Zhenshin with a half-smile, hoping that the other party would surrender directly. It's not that great. Lin Zhenshin sneered repeatedly and continued. You bunch of good-for-nothings, if you want to fight, then fight. If you really want the Lin family's assets, then come and get them. Honestly, putting on a savior act in front of him is utterly ridiculous. Behind him were the Lin family members, who were already prepared for battle. They all brandished their gleaming broadswords and stared fiercely at the Zai family members. You are so stubbornly persistent. It seems you need to be taught a profound lesson. Seeing this, Gu Weiying, dressed in gray and yellow, also turned grim and said coldly. The immense spiritual power pressed directly down on Lin Zhenshin and the others. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Even experts like Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken, who were Heavenly Yuan realm masters, had their expressions change drastically under this mental pressure. Their Yang Gang Yuan power immediately burst forth to resist the immense pressure brought by second-rank talisman master Gu Weiying. Before Gu Weiying made his move, Lin Zhenshin, who was already at the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm, thought that this second seal spirit master was nothing special. If a fight really breaks out, it probably won't pose much of a threat. But when they actually fought, Lin Zhenshin realized the difference in their mental strength. Unable to get close to Gu Weiying in a short time, Lin Zhenshin could only use his Yuan power to resist the spiritual power, which was undoubtedly a disadvantage. They will eventually lose if this drags on for too long. The remaining elite members of the Lin family were also significantly affected by the pressure exerted by Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken. The most obvious sign was that his nose and mouth were bleeding. How dare you? Just as Zai Qian and the others were about to swarm forward and take this opportunity to kill Lin Zhenshin, Lin Ken, and the Lin family members behind them, a loud shout came from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The Lin family's caravan, which had headed to Yan City, is back. Lin Zio, he's back so fast. When clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family saw Lin Zio and his group arriving on horseback, he raised an eyebrow and immediately gave the order. Stop him. Lin Zio is at the mid-stage of Heavenly Yuan realm, a level of cultivation that few in the Zai family possess, so we cannot afford to be careless. If it weren't for the support of Gu Weiying, the deputy leader of the Blood Cloak sect, he certainly wouldn't have made the impulsive move of storming the Lin family's doorstep. Third brother. When Lin Ken saw Lin Zio lead the team back safely, he became very excited. They had initially thought something had happened to the other person, but now it seems they had simply encountered some trouble on the way, which is why they were a little late returning. As long as we get back to the Lin family safely, that's all that matters. The troubles Zai family is causing right now are probably not even a problem at all. When brothers are of one mind, their strength can break even metal. Get out of my way. Under Lin Zio's slap, the Zai family members who tried to stop her were sent flying. The powerful aura of a mid-stage Heavenly Yuan realm was released, and terrifying Yuan energy waves rippled, creating shockwaves that intimidated many members of the Zai family who were Dai Yuan realm martial artists. Behind him, the elite Lin family caravan returning from Yan City also clashed with the Zai family at this moment, joining forces with the Lin family elites from Lin Zhenshin and Lin Ken, and continuously besieging and killing the Zai family members. This scene caused clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family to widen his eyes in extreme anger, and he roared. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Zai family will surely die a horrible death. The vast Yuan power of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm was released, its rich Yuan power shimmering. After several attacks, it repeatedly repelled Lin Ken and injured several members of the Lin family. Seeing this, Lin Zhenshin angrily shouted, Zai Qian, how dare you injure someone from my Lin family? Take this. Immediately, a massive palm strike of Yuan power slammed towards Zai Qian, preventing him from continuing to target the rest of the Lin family. Hehehe, Lin Zhenshin, have you forgotten about this master? The middle-aged man in gray and yellow clothes, Gu Weiying, chuckled a few times, stared at Lin Zhenshin as he released his mental energy and decisively attacked. With Zai Qian, the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm, holding them back, Lin Zhenshin had no way to attack Gu Weiying. This allows Gu Weiying to easily attack Lin Zhenshin, while the other party cannot. Ugh. Lin Zhenchen felt as if his brain had been pricked by a needle, and the pain was extremely intense. As a result, he was unable to continue charging towards Zai Qian. This unpredictable mental attack was a great source of trouble for him. However, Lin Zhenchen soon realized that the mental attack from Gu Weiying had completely disappeared. He looked at the other person with some doubt, only to find that Gu Weiying's face had turned a few shades paler. It doesn't seem like the other party deliberately gave up. So, is it that Gu Weiying is not good enough? Damn it, who is it? Gu Weiying felt a slightly sweet taste rise in her throat, and she could only forcefully suppress the urge to vomit and swallow it down. The mental energy he had just released was completely shattered. As a result, this sudden disappearance occurred. The shattering of his mental energy caused Gu Weiying to suffer a backlash, resulting in serious injuries. At this moment, Lin Chen and Lin Dong had already arrived beside Lin Zhenchen and whispered, "Grandpa, we're back." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenchen, without even checking on Gu Weiying's condition, immediately asked with concern, "Good children, it's good that you're back safely. Did anything unexpected happen on your trip?" Based on the estimated time, we certainly wouldn't have arrived this late. "Yes, Grandpa." Lin Chen nodded and explained. "On the way back to Qingyang town, we encountered some blind black dragon strongholds who tried to stop us. Now, we have killed their 2 leaders and brought black dragon strongholds under the control of the Lin family." These words greatly shocked Lin Zhenchen. Black Dragon Stronghold. That's the notorious bandit gang near Qingyang town, with 2 leaders, the eldest being Yan Kuo. In the mid-stage of Heavenly Yuan Realm, the second in command, Wu Sha Heavenly Yuan Realm is in its early stages and is about to enter its mid-stage. Under such obstruction, how could Lin Xiao's caravan, a mere mid-stage Heavenly Yuan Realm cultivator, possibly resist successfully and achieve a counterattack? Not only was Lin Zhenchen unaware, but even Lin Xiao, the person directly involved, was unaware. The only explanation is that it can be attributed to myriad gold commerce. This was done by Master Yan, the chief revered guest, to secretly protect Lin Dong. What? Black Dragon Stronghold is gone. Zai Qian was terrified, knowing that they were his only support besides the Blood Cloak sect. Originally, he planned to destroy the Lin family so that Black Dragon's stronghold could be incorporated into the Zai family and strengthen his own power. But that's impossible now. He found it strange that the Lin family caravan, led by Lin Xiao, to Yan City was able to return safely. Surprisingly, both the top leader and the second in command are dead. Unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xiao has become a master of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm? Zai Qian's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this, and he didn't know how to put it. In order to successfully stop Lin Xiao's caravan, Black Dragon's stronghold will inevitably mobilize its entire force, bringing out its elite troops. And that's how it ended up. Thinking about it, only Lin Xiao, a mid-game master of Heavenly Yuan realm, became a late-game master. But how did they manage to improve so quickly? After all, Lin Xiao was a cripple before, having wasted so many years of cultivation. Being able to restore one's cultivation level is already more than enough. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this moment, Lei Li, who was under the protection of Zai family's elite guards, exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing that the 2 leaders of Black Dragon's stronghold had already died. He tried to get the 2 leaders of Black Dragon's stronghold to make a move, but he lost face in front of them. It even led to its sale to Black Dragon's stronghold. Lei Li originally planned to use Black Dragon's stronghold as a base to seize power and rebuild the Lei family. But now that the 2 leaders of Black Dragon's stronghold have been killed, and Black Dragon's stronghold has been subdued by the Lin family, his hopes of avenging the Lin family and rebuilding the Lei family have been dashed, which makes him extremely distressed and unable to accept this reality. You dare show your face in Qingyang town, right here in front of the Lin family's gate. When Lin Dong saw Lei Li, he also stretched out his hand and shouted, "Don't run, I'll kill you." On the way to Yan City, Lin Dong really wanted to grab Lei Li. However, the other party was running too fast, and there was no way to catch them. Meanwhile, in Yan City, thanks to intelligent sources from Rare Treasures Pavilion and Myriad Gold Commerce, they learned of Lei Li and Zai Yingying's whereabouts, but they arrived too late, allowing the two to leave Yan City first. Now, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Lin Dong's gaze towards Lei Li became intensely passionate, as if Lei Li were a highly sought-after prize. His outstretched right fist cracked. The luminous energy emanating from the surface of the body was very rich. The extreme cold of Yin Sha energy under his bombardment caused an unfortunate Zai family. Dai Yuan realm, the martial artist, was blasted away and crashed heavily at Lei Li's feet. To say that this is a coincidence is definitely impossible. Use you. Lei Li swallowed hard. He was only at the early stage of Dai Yuan realm, but judging from the power of Lin Dong's attack just now, the opponent had obviously reached the middle stage of Dai Yuan realm, or even higher. This made him feel that the world was changing too fast and that he was far behind. He was simply no match for him. The most crucial question is how he didn't realize when he had offended this guy. If I remember correctly, he only had a grudge against Lin Chen. Thief Lei, traitor villain. Lin Dong, enraged, pointed at Lei Li and roared, "I, Lin Dong, will surely behead you and display your head to the world today." If it weren't for Lei Li, how would the Lin family have faced Gu Weiying, the deputy leader of the Blood Cloak sect? Without the support of Blood Cloak sect's deputy leader Gu Weiying, clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family wouldn't have dared to rush out and block the Lin family's gate to attack them. In addition, they missed Lei Li on both occasions when they tried to hunt him down. No matter how he thought about it, Lin Dong was furious. It is imperative to get rid of this despicable Lei Li. When it comes to the feud between the two families, he absolutely cannot be soft-hearted. If you put yourself in Lei Li's shoes, you'll realize how huge a threat it would pose if you let him go. In particular, this threat is potential and unknown. No one knows when the other side will return or what powerful enemy they will bring. Chapter 83, The Black Dragon sets off, leaving not a blade of grass alive. Use you. When Lei Li heard Lin Dong accuse him of 3 baseless charges, his face flushed red. He pointed at Lin Dong and stammered, "I'm furious. I will definitely kill you." He could allow Lin Chen, who had defeated him, to make such a statement, but he could not allow Lin Dong, with whom he had not even fought much, to humiliate him in this way. The words had barely left his lips when he leaped forward, a rich radiance of elemental energy emanating from his body, accompanied by flashes of lightning, a powerful 4th-grade martial arts. The surging thunder light had already been concentrated in his right fist. This punch contained Lei Li's full power. Even in the mid-game, Dai Yuan realm poses a significant threat. Lei Li, come back. Seeing that this unlucky Lei Li dared to make a move without permission, Zai Qian hurriedly shouted. He knew very well that with the strength Lin Dong had just displayed, Lei Li was simply no match for him. If nothing unexpected happens, Lei Li won't last long before he's doomed. The Lei family, to which Lei Bao belongs, has now been destroyed by the Lin family. If even the only remaining survivor, Lei Li, is eliminated, then we're doomed. Zai Qian still cares a lot about Lei Li. With his talent, he will definitely become a heavenly Yuan realm master in the future, and may even become a Yuan Dan realm expert. Now that the Lei family has been destroyed, Lei Li will only become the son-in-law of the Zai family. In this way, Lei Li will definitely be qualified to become a pillar of the Zai family in the future. The younger generation in the Zai family consists only of girls like Zai Yingying and Zai Ting. If anyone wants to take the lead, it's only Lei Li. Therefore, Zai Qian absolutely cannot allow Lei Li to run into trouble when he is about to destroy the Lin family. Zai Leiagu, you have the nerve to get involved in a fight between young people. Take this. Lin Zhenshin, naturally, wouldn't let Zai Qian stop him. He simply waved his hand and blocked her way. Meanwhile, Lin Ken and Lin Zio, two mid-stage Heavenly Yuan realm masters, faced off against Gu Weiying, the deputy sect leader of the Blood Cloak sect. The other two elite forces continued to fight each other. Idiot. When Lin Dong saw Lei Li rushing over, he shook his head. His hands formed an extremely complex hand seal, and a cold light shot towards his opponent. Mystic Gate Seal. Bang! The Mystic Gate Seal and the surging thunder light collided violently, unleashing a powerful force. Damn it! Despite Lei Li's relentless attacks, he was unable to withstand the power of Lin Dong's Mystic Gate Seal. After a scream, Lei Li was thrown into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Lei Li. Seeing this, Zai Qian's eyes widened in anger, and he roared. Master Gu, hurry up and do it. He knew very well that he came from Yan City. Gu Weiying of the Blood Cloak sect hasn't even used his full strength yet. Furthermore, there are other members of the Blood Cloak sect in Qingyang Town, but they have not revealed their whereabouts. Lei Li is already seriously injured. If they don't get serious now, it will be too late. After all, the Zai family didn't come here to play around. They wanted to wipe out the Lin family in one fell swoop. No problem, clan leader Zai. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiying, the middle-aged man in the gray-yellow shirt, realized that it was time to stop playing around and get serious. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. Blood Cloak sect kill. At Gu Weiying's command, a large group of people dressed in red, exuding a murderous aura, charged forward from nearby, armed with sharp weapons. The arrival of this blood-clad group startled the elite forces of the Lin family and the Zai family, who all retreated to the side to avoid hindering the group's advance. If you anger the Blood Cloak sect, you'll be in big trouble. Ha, Master Gu, is the Lin family, with only 3 Heavenly Yuan realm members, really causing you so much trouble. At the very front of the large group of blood-clad men, a robust, dark-skinned man, as tall as an iron tower, rode atop a black horse. The dark-skinned, burly man, dressed in a red robe, had a cold expression and a mocking look on his face. His scarlet eyes stared at Gu Weiying, the man in gray and yellow clothes, then looked at the rest of the Lin family, and finally settled on Lin Zhenshin. It was easy to see that the other party was a master of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Sect leader Wei, isn't this just implying that the Lin family is useless? Gu Weiying smiled and continued. It seems we still need to let the Lin family know what true strength is. With the strength of the Blood Cloak sect, it is enough to crush all the combined forces of Qingyang Town. Gu Weiying was genuinely displeased by the Lin family's resistance just now. In particular, someone in the shadows shattered his mental energy, causing him to be injured. He still didn't understand the situation, so he simply let the Blood Cloak sect crush the Lin family. Then, the person who was secretly making moves would be able to come out on their own. At that time, thinking of this, Gu Weiying revealed an extremely cruel smile. Naturally, he could torture the other party to death in every way possible. Sect leader Wei. At this moment, Lin Zhenshin and the others also temporarily abandoned the idea of getting entangled with Zai Qian, Gu Weiying, and the others. They looked at Wei Tong in shock, feeling the strange fluctuations emanating from his body, and a chill ran down their spines. It's clear that the other party's identity is Yan City. Wei Tong has become the leader of the Blood Cloak sect. Beside him stood a gaunt old man, a powerful figure from the Blood Cloak sect, who also possessed the strength of Yuanden realm. The breakthrough from Heavenly Yuan realm to Yuanden realm will bring about an extremely significant change, making it dozens of times more powerful than the former. Yuanden realm is further divided into lesser Yuanden realm, core small perfection, and core great perfection. The aftershocks of lesser Yuan Dan realms battles were enough to annihilate even the experts of late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, demonstrating a vast difference in strength. The reason for this is that, after reaching Yuanden realm, the yin and yang within the body are in harmony and condense into a core. The Yuan power is compressed into pure Yuan qi, which can shatter metal and stone. Pure Yuan qi is the strongest weapon exclusive to Yuanden realm, even more powerful than Yuan li. Martial arts, when performed based on pure Yuan qi, become extremely powerful. It's fair to say that the gap between heavenly Yuan realm and Yuanden realm is beyond imagination. The sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect before us is a powerful figure at the lesser perfection of the Yuanden realm, making him an invincible force in Qingyang town. Meanwhile, the hook-nosed gaunt old man standing nearby is also a strong man in lesser Yuan Dan realm. In order to deal with the Lin family of Qingyang town, the Blood Cloak sect dispatched the sect leader of Yuanden realm, a minor perfection level, and the powerful retainer of lesser Yuan Dan realm, which made many forces in Qingyang town gasp in shock. Add to that the second-rank talisman master Gu Weiying, who possesses unpredictable mental attack methods, and it's hard to believe that the Lin family has any chance of surviving. If nothing unexpected happens, the Lin family will follow in the footsteps of the Lei family and be destroyed. Damn it. As the head of the Lin family, and currently the strongest expert in the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm, Lin Zhenshin can still put up a fight even against the combined forces of Lei family chief Lei Bao and clan leader Zai Qian of the Zai family. The outcome remains uncertain. However, with the two Yuan Dan realm experts in front of him, and Gu Weiying, the second-rank talisman master whose combat power is comparable to that of a lesser Yuan Dan realm, it is really hard to believe that Lin Zhenshin can protect the Lin family or even guarantee his own safety. Even a newly recruited core-level expert in Yuanden realm possesses combat power exceeding that of a master at the late stage of the heavenly Yuan realm by dozens of times. No matter how I look at it, there's no way I could possibly have a chance. At this moment, Lin Zhenshin's expression also turned much gloomy. He whispered to Lin Ken and Lin Xiao beside him. You two must send a Chen, Dong Zaire, and other younger members of the Lin family away. At all costs, as long as they are still alive, then the Lin family will still exist. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in the eyes of both Lin Ken and Lin Xiao. It was obvious that they already knew what Lin Zhenshin meant. Unable to withstand the slaughter by the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family, the only option was to find a way to buy enough time for the younger generation of the Lin family to escape. Back mountain of the Lin family leads to the boundless mountain range. Once inside, even the Blood Cloak sect dares not act recklessly. The presence of powerful martial artists would only make the powerful monsters in the boundless mountain range feel even more uneasy. Naturally, they will launch corresponding attacks to eliminate potential threats. If even one member of the Lin family escapes alive, they will have a chance for revenge in the future. Lin Zhenshin and the other two Heavenly Yuan realm experts definitely need to stay behind to buy time. Heh, do you think we're just ordinary Heavenly Yuan realm? Second-rank talisman master Gu Weiying slightly raised his eyelids, stared at Lin Zhenshin and the other two, and sneered repeatedly. Then he looked at Lin Chen and Lin Dong and continued. Since you want the younger generation of the Lin family to escape alive, then this master will first exterminate these younger generations of your Lin family and see how desperate you three are. The cruel words chilled the Lin family to the bone. Lin Zhenshin's face was particularly grim. 3 Yuanden realm-level enemies were right here. What did the Lin family have to offer? Before Lin Zhenshin could come up with a solution, Gu Weiying was already impatient and took action. An immense spiritual pressure was released, pressing down heavily on the Lin family members, including Lin Zhenshin. Even Lin Zhenshin, a master of the heavenly realm, was unable to withstand such mental pressure, let alone the other members of the Lin family from the Dai Yuan realm. Ugh. Many members of the Lin family began to scream in agony. However, they soon discovered that the terrifying mental pressure had disappeared once again. What's going on? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Previously, it could be said to be a coincidence, or that Gu Weiying, the second Seal Spirit Master, was going easy on them. But now, that's definitely not how it should be said. There must have been something else that caused Gu Weiying's mental pressure to fail. It's highly likely that it's another powerful talisman master. Furthermore, this powerful talisman master possesses even stronger spiritual power than Gu Weiying, the second Seal Spirit Master. Only in this way can Gu Weiying be completely unable to resist and have the mental pressure exerted on the Lin family members shattered. Moreover, this made it impossible for Gu Weiying to figure out how it was done. With your skills, why would you need to hide in the shadows and act so furtively? Seeing this, second-rank talisman master Gu Weiying's eyes narrowed, filled with resentment, yet there was nothing he could do. With his current mental strength, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Otherwise, why waste time talking nonsense? We could just expose them directly. The loud voice, amplified by the Yuan energy, could be clearly heard within a 10-mile radius. Heth, the power of Yan City dares to act so presumptuously in my Qingyang town. Could it be that I have been out of the world for many years, and the world has changed so much that a mere Yuandan realm dares to be so arrogant? Gu Weiying had assumed the other party would continue to operate in the shadows, and remained unmoved by his sarcastic remarks. But now it seems that this is not the case. The other party sounded like a reclusive cultivator who had been living in seclusion for many years. It's likely that over the years, he had reached the Yuandan realm or even higher. Otherwise, why would someone say something like, "How dare they be so presumptuous, just because they're a mere Yuandan realm?" Moreover, Gu Weiying could also sense something from the fact that the mental pressure had just been shattered and erased. Sect Leader Wei, have you made any discoveries? Gu Weiying was somewhat unsure about the old monster's whereabouts. He whispered to Wei Tong, the sect leader of the Blood Cloak sect, asking if Wei Tong's Yuandan realm cultivation level of lesser perfection should be detectable. Once discovered, the three of them can find out who it is. Killing the old monster, suspected to be Yuandan realm, sounds incredibly exciting. Most importantly, someone like him most likely possesses something extraordinary. Otherwise, how could he endure the loneliness and retreat into seclusion? Hehehehe. The fact that this old monster can hide in the shadows and not come out must mean that he is not strong enough. Sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect chuckled repeatedly. He naturally understood Gu Weiying's meaning, but how could a Yuandan realm expert of his caliber possibly not find someone's existence? Since this old monster cares so much about the Lin family, there must be some connection between them. So, it's quite simple to make the old monster appear. If we simply capture members of the Lin family, especially those of extremely high status, as hostages, then the old monster lurking in the shadows, who is working for the Qingyang Town Lin family, should not remain indifferent. Wei Tong grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and looked at the Lin family members, eventually fixing his gaze on Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Based on their previous actions, it's clear that their target is Lin Dong. At such a young age, he has already reached the mid-stage of Dai Yuan realm. Given time, what will he become? Watch out, Dong-er. Upon realizing Wei Tong's intentions, Lin Xiao immediately pulled Lin Dong behind her. She absolutely could not allow him to be captured, otherwise the Lin family, already in a dangerous situation, would be in even greater danger. Too late. Wei Tong smiled cruelly and reached out towards Lin Dong. With his strength, even if Lin Zhenshin, Lin Xiao, and Lin Ken stood in front of him, they wouldn't be able to stop him. The only variable now is that old monster lurking in the shadows. If the other party doesn't take action at this critical juncture, it will be too late. His previous actions have instantly turned him from a peerless hero into a laughing stock. Hee, it seems that I have aged to this extent since we last met. The so-called old monster's deep, hoarse voice also rang out at this moment. Well, it's time to stretch our muscles. Immediately following, the rapid hoofbeats of galloping horses approached from afar, carrying with them immense power. On the tall black horse, the black armor captain, clad in black armor, exuded an extremely terrifying aura. A white pure energy swirled around him, and the black spear in his hand was incredibly sharp. The black-armored team members behind them all exuded yin-yang yuan power, emanating from the late stage of the heavenly yuan realm, and were filled with killing intent. The entire black armor squad, like a menacing black dragon spear, charged headlong towards the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family. Even if someone tried to stop them, they were simply smashed to pieces and turned into a cloud of blood mist by the charge of the black armor squad led by the black armor captain, which made the black armor squad look even more ferocious. The overwhelming pressure caused Dai Yuan realm of the Blood Cloak sect and Zai family to kneel on the ground and die instantly, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Meanwhile, Heavenly Yuan realm, one of the experts, let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. When the black dragon marches forth, not a blade of grass will remain. Chapter 84, either escape or suffer a crushing defeat. The overwhelming force caused the area in front of the Lin family's gate to be cleared out immediately, with very few members of the Blood Cloak sect and Zai family able to remain standing. Even Wei Tong, the sect leader of the Blood Cloak sect and a Yuan realm expert at the lesser perfection level, was so startled by the overwhelming power of the charging black armor squad that he had to retreat repeatedly. He knew very well that Yuan realm was already an invincible force in Qingyang town. However, he was still terrified in the face of the powerful black armor squad. Not to mention the luxurious lineup of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan realm team members, just the black armor captain leading the team, with his Heavenly Yuan realm aura of near perfection, made him feel very oppressed. Although they were both at the same cultivation level, he knew very well how powerful the other was, and that he probably couldn't withstand him at all. The reason for this situation is simply that when absorbing Yin Sha energy and Yang Gang energy during the Dai Yuan realm and Heavenly Yuan realm stages, the foundation was not laid particularly well, so the quality of the core that is formed will not be very high. Naturally, the power of the pure primordial energy will also be different. Wei Tong's face was grim, and he was on high alert. He didn't know who this black armor captain was, how he suddenly came to the Lin family in Qingyang town, and why he even attacked people. His core is only grade 3, while the opponent's core is probably grade 4 or 5. It's hard to say that a core of this quality would come from a poor background. Sir, halt at that moment. Although Wei Tong was unwilling to get involved with the black armor squad, seeing their undiminished power, he knew that if he ignored them, there would likely be a lot of casualties, which was something he absolutely did not want to see. When the black dragon marches forth, not a blade of grass will remain. However, Wei Tong was only met with such cold words. The sharp spear, imbued with extremely strong pure yuan qi, attacked towards sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect. The feeling of being locked on sent a chill down Wei Tong's spine, but also invigorated him. Damn it, do they think I'm so easy to bully? Sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect was enraged. His aura surged, and a white, radiant, pure energy swirled around his outstretched palms, making them even more dazzling. An extremely powerful wave of energy spread outwards as he roared. 1,000 split palms. As Wei Tong's palms came together in a powerful, mountain-splitting motion, he slashed down fiercely at Black Armor Captain. The dazzling light transformed into a massive beam of light several meters long, containing extremely strong, pure primordial energy. It slashed towards Black Armor Captain like a giant blade capable of splitting mountains, determined to kill him in one blow. This is sect leader Wei's 1,000 crack palm. Although it is only a 4th grade martial arts, he killed 3 Yuandan realm with this extremely fierce and lethal 1,000 crack palm, which is a great achievement. Seeing this, Gu Weiying, the man in the gray-yellow clothes, also breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be said that the sudden emergence of the Black Armor Squad has put them under tremendous pressure. The fact that Yuandan Realm's Black Armor Captain was at a minor level put immense pressure on them. In addition, with the Black Armor Squad, the combined power of the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan Realm, achieved through the combined attack formation, is also able to reach the level of Yuan Realm's minor perfection. If the Black Armor Captain were to lead the charge, they would possess a formidable fighting force comparable to the great perfection of Yuandan Realm, making them extremely powerful. Even Wei Tong, the sect leader of the Blood Cloak sect, would find it difficult to withstand without the sect's full force being used. Now that the enemy has really gotten serious, we should seize the opportunity to kill Black Armor Captain and resolve the danger. Of course, they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Gu Weiying's expression hardened, and 2 sharp swords appeared beside him, floating in midair invisibly. In the blink of an eye, one of his swords charged toward Black Armor Captain and clashed with the black spear. A powerful mental shockwave erupted, causing Gu Weiying's face to turn deathly pale in an instant, and she took 2 steps back. He is currently only at the level of Lesser Yuandan Realm, but with the unique spiritual power of the 2nd Seal Spirit Master, he does possess some fighting ability. But faced with the menacing Black Armor Captain and the power of that black spear, there was simply no way to resist, let alone counterkill him. Being able to block a few attacks and buy time for sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect's 1,000 crack palm attack was already the best Gu Weiying could do. Any more than that, and it's impossible. Once his spiritual power is annihilated, it will be a devastating blow to Gu Weiying. If he cannot receive spiritual medicine to heal him in a short period of time, he will be doomed. Black Dragon Spear. Black Armor Captain's icy eyes remained fixed on sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect. Facing Wei Tong's 1,000 crack palm, he showed no change in expression. With a casual flick of his wrist, the black spear that had been struck by Gu Weiying's sharp sword was once again turned and pointed at his opponent. The dazzling light and shadow collided with the black spear, producing a tremendous shockwave. The powerful pure primordial energy raged out at this moment, and the powerful shockwave sent more than a dozen unlucky people flying, crashing heavily into the wall, their fates uncertain. After all, the aftershocks of Yuandan Realm's battle could annihilate Heavenly Yuan Realm, so it's hard to say whether these Dai Yuan Realm warriors could survive. Fortunately, these people were all members of the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family. Hateful. Seeing his own people killed by the aftershocks, Zai Qian's face paled. He kicked the ground in a fit of impotent rage, but when he saw the pure Yuan Qi flying towards him, he quickly turned and fled. He managed to escape this late stage of the Heavenly Yuan Realm, thanks to his quick reflexes. However, Dai Yuan Realm and even the early stage experts of Heavenly Yuan Realm were not so lucky. In the blink of an eye, they were strangled into blood mist and died without even letting out a scream. Still shaken, Zai Qian realized he had arrived near Lin Zhenshan. When enemies meet, they are bound to be extremely hostile. Currently, Yuan Dan Realm expert of the Blood Cloak sect is being held back by the suddenly appearing Black Armor Squad and is at a disadvantage. Regardless of the Black Armor Squad's purpose in coming here, they are truly helpful to the Lin family. Naturally, Lin Zhenshan also attacked Zai Qian without hesitation. A powerful palm strike of Yuan force slammed towards Zai Qian's forehead, aiming to kill him instantly. The Lin family, and the Zai family have long been at odds. The arrival of the Zai family has only intensified the already tense relationship between them. You old fool, Lin, don't even think about it. Zai Qian's eyes widened in anger. He didn't know what was going on with the Black Armor Squad. The only thing he could think of right now was something similar to what Lin Zhenshin was thinking, to take this opportunity to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, life is full of uncertainties, and it would be extremely difficult to have such an opportunity again. Take this. Lin Zhenshin showed no mercy to Zai Qian and engaged him in a fierce battle, resulting in extremely intense fluctuations of yuan energy between them. However, compared to the scene where sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect clashed with the captain of the Black Armor Squad, it was truly insignificant, and there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Lin Ken and Lin Zio, two mid-stage Heavenly Yuan Realm Masters, charged towards the Heavenly Yuan Realm Masters of the Blood Cloak sect and Zai family, determined to seize this opportunity to kill them. At the very least, we must ensure that the other party loses the ability to continue targeting the Lin family. Kill. Sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect felt his pure yuan qi begin to fluctuate, and cracks appeared on his third-grade core. His face turned deathly pale. He kept blocking the Black Armor Captain's attacks with his black spear, but he had no way to fight back and was being relentlessly beaten by his opponent. This can't go on. Sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect felt a strong threat to his life, and without hesitation, roared. Blood Cloak sect, retreat immediately. Immediately afterwards, he unleashed another 1,000 crack palm strike at Black Armor Captain. The dazzling palm blade, several meters high, slashed at the Black Dragon spear, sending sparks flying. Such a powerful attack seemed to catch Black Armor Captain off guard, causing him to stagger back half a step, watching helplessly as sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect left. The man in the gray-yellow clothes, Gu Weiying, and the thin, hook-nosed old man also left immediately. With Black Armor Squad here, the Blood Cloak sect members certainly can no longer stay here. If there is a chance to escape, we should definitely leave this place first and then make further plans. As for the Zai family, who the hell is in charge? Sect leader Wei, don't forget me, don't forget me. Seeing this, Zai Qian immediately gave up the opportunity to continue entangled with Lin Zhenshin, quickly withdrew his hand, and used the force of the opponent's palm strike to fly straight away. Although he was injured by a palm strike, at least he left and didn't become an enemy of the Black Armor Captain's spear. Thank you, dog, don't run away. Upon seeing this, Lin Zhenshin flew into a rage and immediately gave chase. However, Lin Ken and Lin Zio managed to stop the pursuers. The only thing that can currently deal with Yuan Dan Realm expert of the Blood Cloak sect is the sudden emergence of the Black Armor Squad. If Lin Zhenshin were to pursue Zai Qian alone, he might very well be killed by Wei Tong, Gu Weiying, and other Yuan Dan Realm experts from the Blood Cloak sect. Obviously, that won't work. Moreover, someone needs to be stationed at the Lin family residence to entertain the Black Armor Squad members. The other party saved the entire Lin family. They are our benefactors. Father, let's entertain our benefactor first. Seeing that Lin Zhenshin had stopped, Lin Ken breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I suspect that the Black Armor Squad was sent by the old man who spoke in the shadows. The main thing is, it's just too much of a coincidence. The old man who was speaking in the shadows appeared just as he said he wanted to stretch his muscles. Prior to this, they had never heard of any such team entering Qingyang town. Such obvious Black Armor Squad logos still can't be hidden. In fact, the other party did not conceal their whereabouts at all. However, Black Armor Squad noticed it much faster than anyone else. You're right, that's actually possible. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenshin nodded in agreement, looked around, and then shouted loudly. Thank you for your help, sir. On behalf of the entire Lin family, I, Lin Zhenshin, would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. I also hope to have the opportunity to personally entertain you in person to show my sincerity. Judging from this attitude of regarding Yuanden Realm as an ant, he could guess how unfathomable the other party's cultivation level was. It is said that many peerless experts, in order to break through to a higher realm or comprehend more powerful divine laws and seek to improve their strength, choose to go into seclusion and cultivate in seclusion. This seclusion can be divided into short-term seclusion and long-term seclusion. Judging from what we just saw, this old gentleman, who secretly helped the Lin family, must be such a reclusive old monster. Putting aside the life-saving grace, the sheer strength of the other party is enough for the Lin family to befriend them. It's definitely not like the Lei family, where the only options are submission or death. To Lin Zhenshin's surprise, the old man's voice did not ring out again, as if he had already left. He frowned and could only entertain the Black Armor Squad first. Looking at the Black Armor Captain, who was staring in the direction where sect leader Wei Tong of the Blood Cloak sect and others had left, he said, "Thank you for your help. My Lin family will be eternally grateful. We will do anything to help you in the future." There's absolutely nothing wrong with saying that. If possible, Lin Zhenshin would like to invite the Black Armor Squad to stay at the Lin family home permanently. They would be treated as honored guests and would never be easily kicked out. Yes, it's definitely not about wanting to take advantage of Black Armor Squad's strength. It's just about repaying a debt of gratitude. In Lin Zhenshin's view, since the other party was able to come here to resist the attacks of the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family, they must be on the Lin family's side. I suppose they wouldn't refuse, right? However, to Lin Zhenshin's utter astonishment, the Black Armor Captain's cold gaze lingered briefly on him before he spoke, his lips barely moving, without a trace of emotion. "No, I must follow my master." Immediately, to the astonishment and stunned gazes of Lin Zhenshin and the others, the Black Armor Captain led the late stage of the Heavenly Yuan Realm members and charged in the direction where the Blood Cloak sect master and the others had left. The rapid sound of hooves grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared around the bend in the street. The Lin family members stood there stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. Lin Zio swallowed hard and asked Lin Zhenshin, "Father, what should we do?" To be honest, they really don't have any experience in dealing with this. Was it that their benefactor felt very embarrassed by their kind invitation? Or perhaps they're not very good at these kinds of situations. No matter what, they're only expressing their gratitude verbally. Everything else hasn't even started yet. Lin Zhenshin hesitated, then waved his hand and said, "Well, it seems that my Lin family has been too proud to be associated with him. That old gentleman must have acted for the sake of Qingyang Town, not simply for the sake of the Lin family. Based on the current situation, he should be able to analyze it. Who the Lin family is probably beneath that old gentleman's notice. However, Qingyang Town is something the other party should keep in mind. Even in the power struggles within Qingyang Town, the other side did not intervene. Only a Yan city force like the Blood Cloak sect would interfere in Qingyang Town and intend to destroy a Qingyang Town force like the Lin family, which undoubtedly crossed the old man's bottom line. So, Lin Zhenshin nodded as he thought about this. That's probably the truth. He looked around at the Lin family members and found that many of them were injured, but none of them had died, which put his mind at ease. Currently, both the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family have suffered severe damage. The Lin family really made a killing. However, Lin Zhenshin soon discovered a very important problem. That's Lin Chen, who was here before, but he's gone. A Chen, when did he disappear? Where did he go? Chapter 85, Once the deed is done, is there any chance of resistance? This. Lin Zhenshin's exclamation immediately caught the attention of Lin Ken and Lin Zio. After searching the surrounding area, they were unable to find any trace of Lin Chen, which truly terrified them. If Lin Chen has gone missing, it's hard not to suspect that she was kidnapped by bad guys. Taking advantage of their previous conflict with the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family, they quietly took Lin Chen away. This tactic truly terrified them. It's worth noting that Lin Chen is currently the leading figure among the younger generation of the Lin family. If something happens to the other party, it would be a huge blow to the Lin family, who have survived the joint attack by the Blood Cloak sect and the Zai family. Damn it, where did Chen go? Lin Ken was extremely anxious. He kept packing back and forth, muttering to himself. What will happen to Zaire if something happens to Chen? Originally, he planned to contact Lin Chen after the Lin family's clan competition ended, so that she would know the opinions of both families and begin to facilitate contact between her and Lin Zia. However, so many things happened afterward that Lin Ken was not able to have this opportunity for the time being. With the Lei family now destroyed and the Zai family fleeing in disarray, they will certainly be unable to maintain their foothold in Qingyang town as before. The Lin family and Mad Blade Marshall Hall will join forces again to completely drive each other out of Qingyang town. If the Zai family remains obstinate, it will only face a severe blow and follow in the footsteps of the Lei family. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Lin Zio swallowed hard, trying to remain calm. He turned to Lin Dong and asked urgently, Dong-er, do you know where the Chen people have gone? Perhaps Lin Chen just suddenly felt unwell in her stomach, and considering the rather unusual circumstances, she quietly left to take care of it. However, the struggle was resolved in the blink of an eye, thus thwarting Lin Chen's plan to leave quietly and then return quietly. Considering the situation that Taimu village had already encountered, Lin Zio felt there was still a high probability of it. The main issue is that Lin Dong is with Lin Chen, isn't he? Even if Lin Dong had dealt with Lei Li before and was briefly separated from Lin Chen, thus failing to keep track of her whereabouts, he should still know something about the situation. Otherwise, how could the other party have remained calm and not informed Lin Zhenchen and the others about this matter beforehand, until the latter discovered the situation themselves? Father, you shouldn't be in such a hurry. Lin Dong felt somewhat uncomfortable under the gazes of the three bigwigs from the Lin family. He paused for a moment, then continued. My father should know very well the origins of the Black Armor Squad that my uncle guessed before. It was definitely not sent by that so-called old gentleman. These words caused a slight change in the expressions of Lin Zhenchen and Lin Ken. Upon hearing this, Lin Zio couldn't help but lower her head and touch her nose. He had considered explaining it before, but considering the current situation, it was indeed somewhat like what Lin Zhenchen and Lin Ken had guessed. Anyway, the Black Armor Squad is going to leave eventually, so it's better for Lin Zhenchen and Lin Ken to believe that the other person has a connection with that so-called old man. That way, the other person won't be too worried. But now that Lin Dong has said it, Lin Zio certainly can't pretend she doesn't know. Lin Zio, what are you doing? With his years of experience, Lin Zhenchen immediately noticed that there must be something unknown going on. He stared intently at Lin Zio, waiting for her reply. Black Armor Squad, the old man, the vanished Lin Chen, and the Zai family and the Blood Cloak sect, who fled in disarray. No matter how you look at it, there seems to be some connection. However, no matter how much Lin Zhenchen thought about it, he still couldn't figure out the specific connection. Could it be the Black Armor Squad sent by Lin Chen? Such an idea is truly wishful thinking. How could such a powerful Yuan realm expert at the lesser perfection level possibly listen to Lin Chen, who is only at the early stage of Dai Yuan realm? If that's the case, then why does Lin Chen need to do this? It would be more appropriate to just openly and honestly reveal herself. Yes, third brother, please tell us quickly. Lin Ken is now worried about Lin Chen's safety. and also concerned about how anxious Lin Zia will be once she finds out about the situation. For Lin Zia, it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. I'm afraid they might not be able to handle it. How could a father bear to see his beloved daughter suffer like this? All right, father, elder brother. After taking a deep breath, Lin Zio said, actually, that black armor squad is Yan City. Myriad Gold Commerce sent them to protect Dong and his group. Their presence here, opposing the Blood Cloak sect, is likely for this very reason. Moreover, he strongly suspected that the Black Armor Squad was actually there to protect Lin Chen, and not Lin Dong. The reason for this thought is that the captain of the Black Armor Squad is a powerful player at the lesser perfection level of Yuanden realm. How could such a powerful being possibly protect someone who hasn't yet been captured by the Four Seal Symbol Master? Who was the stranger Master Yan accepted as his disciple? Admittedly, Lin Dong has received Master Yan's attention, but it's not yet possible for Master Yan to make such a large investment. Moreover, there's the crucial point. Instead of mobilizing a black armor squad, it would be better to have Master Yan come to Qingyang Town with Lin Dong himself. It might even strengthen their bond. Lin Zio wasn't so easily fooled. He could probably guess some of it. At least for now, the Black Armor Squad sent by Myriad Gold Commerce will definitely not obey Lin Dong's orders. Otherwise, the Black Armor Squad would never have failed to notice Lin Dong's actions during the time between their appearance and disappearance. Myriad Gold Commerce? You mean Myriad Gold Commerce? When Lin Zhenchen and Lin Ken heard this, they immediately dismissed the surrounding Lin family members. Only after the four of them remained did they continue to ask in astonishment. Myriad Gold Commerce, one of the three top powers in Yan City. There's no way there could be another Myriad Gold Commerce near Qingyang Town. It's impossible for a force with the same name to exist. Considering the overall strength of the Black Armor Squad and the Black Armor Captain's Yuanden realm near perfect level, it is definitely Yan City's Myriad Gold Commerce. Even if Lin Zhenchen racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out how they connected with Yan City. Myriad Gold Commerce has been in contact with them, and even sent Black Armor Squad members to help, which shows how much importance they attach to it. It's likely that very few people can enjoy such attention. Moreover, Lin Zhenchen was horrified to learn from Lin Zio that the Black Armor Squad had actually come out to protect Lin Dong and the others. Although Lin Zhenchen had told Lin Zio and the others to try to find help in Yan City when they set off for Yan City. However, that only requires finding a force like the Blood Cloak sect, with Yuan Dan Realm expert in charge. Who could have imagined that the other party not only completed such a huge and difficult task, but also completed it perfectly, to such an excellent degree? Myriad Gold Commerce, that's Myriad Gold Commerce. In Yan City, the third largest city in Tiandu Prefecture, Myriad Gold Commerce is truly a place of immense wealth. Being able to establish a relationship with the other party is truly considered climbing the social ladder. Lin Zhenchen never dreamed he could work with Yan City. Myriad Gold Commerce has some connection to it. This was a huge surprise to him. For a moment, he was eager to know what had happened to Lin Zio and the others in Yan City. Of course, before that, we should first clarify whether Lin Chen's disappearance is related to the Black Armor Squad. Yes, father, it is indeed Myriad Gold Commerce. Lin Zio took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, saying, at first, I was also very shocked, but it is true, the Black Armor Squad was sent by Myriad Gold Commerce. Lin Zhenchen and Lin Ken exchanged a glance and gasped again, feeling utterly horrified. What merit or ability does the Lin family possess to deserve such treatment in Yan City? Myriad Gold Commerce's high regard and favor. It's not that their backbone is weak. The main problem is that the Lin family is not even powerful enough to dominate Qingyang Town, let alone Yan City, where powerful figures abound. Given the gap between the two, it's quite normal for them to have this attitude. In this world, the strong are respected. It can be said that establishing a relationship with Myriad Gold Commerce would be of great help to the Lin family. It is even possible that the Lin family could enter Yan's city and establish a foothold there. Whether it's because of Dong or a Chen, Myriad Gold Commerce has now extended an olive branch to our Lin family. I think we should seize such a huge opportunity. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiao finally voiced her thoughts. Myriad Gold Commerce is powerful enough not to plot against the Lin family. Over the years, Myriad Gold Commerce has maintained an excellent reputation. If there really is a problem, how could it possibly escape the spread of gossip, as if the walls have ears? Third brother is right, that's what I think too. Upon hearing this, Lin Ken decisively expressed his stance. It would be wonderful to be on good terms with Myriad Gold Commerce. Moreover, he was delighted and honored that Lin Chen was valued by Myriad Gold Commerce. If that's really the case, then his proposal to Lin Zia, his confession on her behalf, should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. As a father, I should think more about my precious daughter's future marriage. No one is more suitable than Lin Chen, who is not related to Lin Zia by blood like Lin Dong. Lin Chen, an orphan, showed